Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Naruto had rough night with Bulma? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Ring. Ring. Re-bang. A fist was brought down upon the object making the noise. Damned alarm clock. Oh yeah, I'm late for our mission. Sakura-chan will be annoyed at me. I gotta get there quickly. Dadbeo. A young blonde boy spoke aloud to no one. He was well known around Konohagakure no Sato as a prankster and as the 12-year-old jailer of the Kyuubi no Yoko. Each cheek adorned 3 whisker-like marks. It was unknown how he got them, but it is suspected that they were made in an attack to make him easily identifiable should he dye his hair or wear contacts, or something like that. His hair was a sun-kissed blonde and his eyes were a cerulean color. It was easy to know that he was Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto practically jumped from his bed and ran into the shower, obviously after taking off his pajamas. He was soon done and wolfed down some instant ramen, before getting dressed. His choice of attire consisted of a black shirt with an orange Konoha symbol in the middle, an orange and blue jacket, covering the shirt. On its back was a red spiral. He also wore orange pants and blue shinobi sandals. He walked over to the side of his bed and picked up a blue piece of cloth and began tying it round his forehead. Visible on it was a metal plate, with the symbol of Konoha engraved onto it. Why did he wear it though? Uzumaki Naruto was a proud shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato, ranked Genin. He quickly sprinted out of his door and towards the meeting area of Team 7. Naruto quickly arrived at a small bridge with a stream running underneath it. A raven black-haired boy was stood there, leaning against a rail. He also wore the piece of cloth worth the metal plate on his forehead. They were known as Hite Atesh. He was wearing a blue shirt with a high collar. On the back of the shirt was a red and white fan. It was the symbol of the Uchiha. White khaki pants and blue shinobi sandals were worn on his bottom half of his body. It was Uchiha Sasuke, rival of Naruto and Konoha heart-throb. In front of him was a pink-haired girl. Her hair went down to the middle of her back and she had 2 bangs of pink hair going just below the bottom her hair. Her emerald green eyes entranced Naruto. On her feet were blue shinobi sandals. She also wore black spandex shorts and a red short-sleeved top with 2 flaps going to her knees. On the back of the top was a white outline of a circle with nothing inside. Her Hite was used in place of a ribbon for her hair. Haruno Sakura, crush of Naruto. So will you go on a date with me, Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked, hope evident in her eyes. Sasuke looked at her, his own obsidian orbs showing hatred, loneliness and a lust for power. No, leave me alone, he stated calmly, though it was clear he held no liking for this girl at all. Sakura looked down at the ground in defeat. It was the 5th time in an hour she had asked. Sasuke was hoping she'd have learned by now that he'd only turn her down, but apparently, for someone who was supposed to be the smartest in the academy for ninjas, she was being dumb. Ohio. Good morning. Sakura-chan. I'll go on a date with you. Naruto shouted, running and waving. Sakura turned to look at him in annoyance. No, leave me alone, Dobi. Dead last, Naruto cast his own eyes downwards in defeat. What would it take to get Sakura-chan's love? A poof of smoke revealed their sensei, dressed in the standard Chunin attire. A blue shirt and pants, blue ninja sandals. Hite on head and a green flak vest. Silver hair leaned to the left on his head and his Hite covered his left eye. A face mask covered his mouth and anything within that area, leaving only his right eye and a small area around that visible. It was Hitaki. Kakashi, son of the White Fang and master of over 1,000 jutsu. Come on team, let's go get our missions for today. Naruto grumbled. This meant A. Catching a cat. B. Walking some dogs. C. Garden work. D. Other chores ordinary villagers were perfectly capable of doing. They were at a tower before long, with the kanji for fire on top of it. It was the tower of Konoha's greatest ninja, the Sandame, third Hokage. They walked into a room to see another genin team leaving. Inside was an old man dressed in a white robe. On his head was a funnily shaped hat with a red front. The Naji for fire was on that too. This was Sandame Hokage-sama. Today we have walking the Inuzuka clan's dogs, doing Mrs. Piemaster's random name, grocery shopping, sewer rat extermination, and Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. These were not missions fit for ninja. He needed something they could test their skills on. No. Everyone looked shocked at Naruto's little outburst. I want a real mission. I want a mission where I can show my skills. I'm not the bratty little prankster I was before. I'm a ninja now. Iruka looked angry at Naruto demanding a higher ranked mission. He needed to explain the way missions worked. Naruto, you're only a genin. Doing these missions are what helps the village gain money. Genin only do D-ranked missions, which are what you've been doing this past month, and C-ranked missions. He was quickly finished with his explanation and his eye twitched in annoyance as he realized no one had listened to him. Naruto. He yelled at the top of his voice. Naruto jumped out of his skin. Metaphorically. And turned around. Why yes, Iruka-sensei. Before Iruka could rant again, the Hokage decided to intervene. Fine. I'll give you a C-ranked mission. Tazuna. You can come in. Another old man with spiky hair came in. At the bridge of his nose were some glasses and in his left hand was a bottle of sake. A dark green shirt was worn on his torso and brown pants on his lower body. On his feet were black boots. I'm the super bridge builder Tazuna. You better do a good job protecting me whilst I'm building my bridge. You don't look like good ninja, you're just brats, especially that short one with the blonde hair, he looks really stupid. Naruto was about to shout something back when Kakashi beat him to it. Don't worry, they're capable. And if they're not, I'm a Junin. Tazuna nodded and they all packed and met at the gates. Naruto was still glaring at Tazuna. Sasuke remained silent and Sakura was just asking Sasuke on a date. Kakashi arrived shortly. Let's go. They were walking calmly down the path out of Konoha, about 30 minutes away from Konoha at a walking speed. A puddle is seen in the middle of the road. Kakashi glances at it for a second before continuing to walk. None of the genin notice it. Two ninja with mist headbands and gauntlets with chains come out of the puddle and rasp the chain tightly around Kakashi, eventually making it too tight and killing him. One down. They both say before charging at a frozen Naruto and Tazuna. Sasuke reacts instantly and throws a shuriken at the chain, missing it by about a millimeter. Naruto yells in fear and time seemed to slow down for him. He looked down and could see everyone staring at him. The demon brothers were moving much slower and a white aura surrounded him. He felt no fear any longer. He began running back at them with a kunai in hand. Quickly he throws it, jamming it in one of their throats. The remaining one yells in anger and charges at him. Naruto forms a cage bunshin, shadow replication, which grabs him and Naruto ties him up with ninja rope. Kakashi walks out from some bushes. Sensei. You're alive. Sakura yelled, clearly shocked and happy. Kakashi frowned an eye smile. Why didn't you help us, Sensei? She suddenly yelled. Kakashi looked towards Tazuna. I needed to see if they were after us or Tazuna. It looks like they were after Tazuna. Tazuna. C ranks don't involve battling enemy ninja and you knew this, so why class it as a C rank? Kakashi was slightly frustrated. Naruto had almost been hurt and had been forced to make his first kill early in his ninja career because of this man. Naruto looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, I can only see your outline. Everything else looks blue. Same with you, Sakura-chan. What's wrong with me? He was confused. Sasuke looked shocked. One word left his gaping mouth. Sharingan. Naruto looked confused, before promptly fainting. His show of power and use of the Sharingan had exhausted him. Kakashi was meanwhile receiving the sob story about the wave country. So if you leave me, it'll be okay. My super cute grandson will only be sad and my daughter will hate ninjas forever. Kakashi. Sighed, it was up to his team whether or not they wanted to continue this mission now. So, what do you guys think to continuing? Sakura didn't. T looked so sure and Sasuke nodded, smirking. Kakashi knew Naruto would say yes and so he picked him up and started walking forwards. A portal opened in front of them and sucked them all but Tazuna in. Kakashi opened his eyes, he didn't feel so hot. He looked at his surroundings, it was a beach, and in the middle of a small patch of grass was a wooden house with the painted words, Kame House, on the top. Kakashi fell unconscious again quickly. N. There it is folks, remember, review. Yes, the end bit is crap as opposed to the start but it's freaking 2:30 in the morning here so I have an excuse. Well, till next time, O and FDCL should be getting updated next. Ya ne Kaden Shadow a past not known to Team 7A, N. Yo, Kaden Shadow here again folks. I know I said FDCL would be the next to be update, and I have started writing the update, but I felt like writing the second chapter of this so here it is. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or DBZ in any way, shape or form. The only things I own are the OCs. Chapter 2. The Saiyan Saga Part 1. His vision blurred as Naruto looked up. Thirsty. He was thirsty as hell. The sun beat down upon him as he looked to his left to see a small kid poking Sasuke with a stick. The kid wore a yellow top with a kanji written in red in the middle of a circle on the middle of the top, the sleeves were green. His black locks were mostly covered by a red hat, the most notable feature of the hat was the small orange ball. With 4 stars on top. Green pants covered his short legs and black sneakers covered his little feet. Hovering over his shoulder was a brown furry thing. Upon further investigation Naruto discovered it was a tail? Humans don't have tails. The kid's black eyes gleamed with curiosity as he poked Sasuke who groaned. Naruto forced himself up and stood upon weak legs. Where am I? He questioned mentally. Looking around he saw an old man with a mustache and beard, wearing sunglasses that gleamed green and summer clothes, reading Kakashi's porn, with Kakashi talking to him. Odds are that they were talking about it. Sasuke slowly got up too, with his left arm holding his forehead. Hey Dobi, where are we? He shouted across to the orange. Adorning boy. He growled at the nickname and shouted back. Why don't you ask someone who knows Sasuke Teme? Sasuke's obsidian eyes met Naruto's cerulean ones in an intense glaring match. But how did we get here? Flashback. The demon brothers had disposed of Kakashi and were heading for him. Fear overtook him and he screamed in fear before feeling a rush of power. The two started to move slower and Naruto felt like he could do anything, not knowing how to use this new power and not thinking of what he was doing, only of survival. Naruto charged back with a kunai in hand. His arm flew forward and he released the kunai, sending it deep into one of the demon brothers' necks. Creating a cage bunshin, he tied up the remaining enemy after his duplicate had grabbed him. Kakashi came out of the bushes and began talking to their client, when Naruto looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, I can only see your outline. Everything else looks blue. Same with you Sakura-chan. What's wrong with me? He thought his eyes were failing him. Sasuke gasped and muttered something before Naruto fainted. Flashback end. Oh Kami, I killed someone. As realization sank in, tears formed in Naruto's eyes. Sasuke was confused before he realized that Naruto had remembered killing someone. Hot salty tears trickled down Naruto's whiskered cheeks as he looked down at the ground. What's wrong mister? The small boy's unconfident voice came out quietly, reminding everyone who could hear it of a certain shy Hyuga who spoke the same way. The tears began evacuating Naruto's eyes at a faster rate as he answered, I killed someone. Sasuke stood still. He had heard that many people were haunted and upset by their first kill, and seeing Naruto was proof of it, but seeing him in that state made him wonder something. How would his own first kill affect him? Their masked Junin sensei walked over calmly and put a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder. He himself hadn't killed till he was a Chunin. He had watched Naruto and his little power rush, but where had that power come from? And why the hell did he have the Sharingan? Naruto. His calm voice caused Naruto to look up at him. The boy's eyes were red from crying. Where did you get that rush of power and how do you have the Sharingan? Sasuke's ears perked up in interest, wanting to know where Naruto gained that power. Naruto breathed out a deep breath to calm himself down before answering the question. I don't know. What's the Sharingan? Kakashi pulled up his Hite aid to show him what it looked like. This is the Sharingan, the Dujutsu of the Uchiha clan. With it you can see chakra patterns, and in being able to do that can copy jutsus. You can see through genjutsu and you see movements much slower. Try pushing chakra to your eyes and you'll see what I mean. A man with black hair, the fringe and back spiked out forwards and backwards respectively, clad in an orange gi with a blue shirt on underneath, was staring in their direction. He was a muscular man. His black eyes were the same as that of the small boy's who was watching Naruto with interest. Naruto did as he was told, and after a few seconds, the famous, or infamous to those not of Konoha, Sharingan was there in the place of Naruto's bright blue eyes. With 2 tomos in each eye, he looked around and watched as the man seemingly slowly walked over to them. Sasuke growled furiously as Naruto activated his Sharingan. Sure, he was happy that he wasn't actually the last person with Uchiha blood in their veins that was a Konoha nin. The problem was that someone who wasn't even a known Uchiha with no knowledge of the Sharingan had activated the Sharingan before him, an official Uchiha who knew nearly everything there was to know about the Sharingan. He was even more peeved because Naruto didn't seem to be a full-blooded Uchiha. The man finally arrived. Hi, I'm Goku and this is my son, Gohan. Who are you and what's with your eyes? Goku had a feeling of power around him, mixed with that of kindness. Naruto was reminded of the old Hokage. I'm Kakashi, and this is Naruto. The other one who's up is Sasuke. The girl down there is Sakura. He pointed to each one of them as he spoke, ending on Sakura, who was laid under a tree, still unconscious. Naruto cut the chakra flow from his eyes and could see everything become normal once more. Kakashi cavired his own Sharingan once more. Swallowing more saliva, Naruto remembered he was thirsty. There's no drinks or anything round here, is there? His voice echoed and alerted everyone to his presence. As if on K, a woman with short light blue hair wearing a lab coat came out with a tray of drinks, with enough for Team 7 too. She handed the old man a drink and came to the group. Naruto was the thirst one to get a drink. That was a pun, not a misspelling. Another orange-wearing guy came over to the group. He wore the same as the black-haired man, only he was bald, short and had 6 dots on his forehead. Sakura stirred as Naruto. I'm Bulma, and the short guy's Krillin. Say said, she looked intelligent. Kakarot. A voice boomed and a man wearing black boots, what appeared to be just black underpants and thick rubber-plated chest armor floated down. His hair was waist-length and on his right ear was what looked to be a speaker. Coming from the speaker was a green, square lens, which hovered over his eye. It flashed with a few yellow numbers before the newcomer smirked. You've grown up. I recognize you though, Kakarot. Goku pulled a confused face before huying. That's right. That's your name. Goku huyed again. Everyone followed his example and also huyed. Who is this? Krillin asked, speaking out the thought in everyone else's mind. I guess he's nuts. Kakarot, what have you been doing here all these years? Your mission was to terminate all life forms on this planet. So why haven't you carried it out? His voice sounded slightly frustrated but not too angry. Upon the end of the first question he had begun pointing at Goku, who once again huyed. He looked at the old man before Krillin began speaking. Listen, mister, I think you've got the wrong party. The man just smirked. Shoo. Shoo. I think you've been dipping into the eggnog. Allow me to show you off the island. Krillin walked up to him. The lens blipped as more numbers showed up. Something resembling a tail wrapped around his waist began glowing before it unwrapped and sent Krillin flying in a powerful hit. Naruto was shocked that a tail like that could have that much power. The bald man went flying into a pink house and Goku yelled his name. He growled in frustration and got into stance before being shocked at the sight of a tail wagging. A tail? Everyone was shocked to say the least. That guy's got a tail too, he spoke, still in surprise. The man just remained still, his arms folded in front of his chest. So you know who I am at least, him? He spoke, smiling evilly. What are you talking about? I've never seen you before. Goku couldn't get his head round it. He kept his hand on Gohan in an attempt to pry him off of his leg. Gohan, get back. Gohan just kept saying, Daddy. He was obviously scared. Grr. Hey, tell me, did you ever suffer a serious blow to the head when you were young? What? Goku growled. He was clearly getting frustrated with Gohan and this man. When you were a kid, did you ever hit your head? Goku continued to pry Gohan off him. Bulma finally grabbed Gohan and ran back as the man growled. Did you hear me? He began walking forward. Yes. I don't remember it very well, but I did hit my head when I was a child. The man growled again. I still have a scar where it happened. The man didn't look pleased in the slightest. You fool. You forgot. Goku seemed to be getting extremely frustrated as he clenched his fists. Everyone remained silent amidst all this. Forgot what? Tell me. Goku. The voice of the old man rang out. He turned around and looked at him. There's something that your grandfather told me that I think you should know. A long time ago your grandpa Gohan found some sort of spaceship in the woods. There you were, right there in a pod. Gohan tried to take care of you, but you were wild, darn right uncontrollable and unusually powerful for a baby. You wanted nothing to do with Gohan's kindnesses. Then one day there was an accident. You fell into a ravine and badly injured your head. But you recovered. From that day on you became a happy, loving boy. Goku just looked at the shorter and older man. I'm from outer space. Yes, came the old one's reply as he nodded his head. All right then. Who are you? He queried the tailed one upon turning back to him. He pointed at him. What do you want from me? Krillin moaned from where he landed. He started getting up. I want to put you to work, came the man's dark response. Hey Krillin. Are you all right? His attention was back on Krillin, who was rubbing his head. Yeah, be careful Goku, he's not normal. You're not normal either, my forgetful friend. Goku hid yet again as the man continued. You were born on the planet Vegeta. You are a space fighter. A Saiyan warrior, just like me. Everyone was shocked at this revelation. Especially the shinobi who had never dealt with any type of warrior who wasn't a summon or human. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Raditz, your big brother. Everyone's eyes widened at what Raditz had stated. Goku has a brother, came Krillin's reply. Why should I believe you? His fist was being clenched even more, his knuckles were white and he looked ready to fight, should it come to it. Yeah, that's right. Why does Goku live on Earth if he's from another planet? Krillin chimed in. Raditz began laughing. That's simple. We had important clients in desperate need of a planet like this one. Kakarot was sent to get it ready for takeover. You see, we Saiyans are sort of like planet brokers. We find planets that bring high price in the galactic market and send warriors there to purge them of any life to make them ready for sale. We send adult fighters to planets with strong inhabitants. But to planets with weaklings like Earth, one of our babies is sufficient to carry out the order. Kakarot was sent to clean up this planet, but he obviously forgot his mission. Krillin's fists were clenched as he once again put in his 2 cents. If what you say is true, you Saiyans are an abomination. You're space pirates, that's what you are. Bulma kneeled down and cuddled Gohan, pushing the side of his head against her breasts. How can you send little babies into space all by themselves? Raditz had had enough with all of the comments. That's enough. Don't get me mad. Kakarot. With the help of the full moon, you could have destroyed them all in a few years if you only had remembered. Goku was in front of everyone with one arm in front of him. What's the full moon got to do with it? Raditz seemed shocked at Goku's lack of knowledge. What happened to your tail, Kakarot? He bellowed, putting one leg in front of himself. My tail? Why? Answer me, now, he growled. It was removed for good a long time ago. Raditz seemed to be really frustrated. You fool! Don't you know what you've done? Your true power is gone now. Goku seemed to be once again shocked by what his brother claimed. You lost your ability to transform at the full moon. Now I see how you can be on good turf with these weaklings. Listen. This is my home and these are my friends, so it doesn't matter what you say I am. And you don't like any brother I'd want to have. My name is Goku and I live here, now leave us alone. Yeah. Just go. Bulma spoke in agreement. Yeah. Leave us alone. And even if you are brothers, he doesn't have to destroy peaceful planets like you do. That was the old man. Goku even saved this planet once, mister, so go away. Krillin once again was outspoken. Raditz just chuckled, not affected by what any of them had said. So baby brother wants to be left alone. Well, it's a pity I can't allow that. Our home planet Vegeta met with an unfortunate accident. 3 years ago a huge comet smashed into it and caused it to explode. Wiping out everyone, the entire Saiyan race destroyed. Only 4 of us were gone when it happened. You're one of the 4, Kakarot. You see, you're very valuable to us and as a matter of fact, we could use your help right now, little brother. We have a choice planet that will bring premium rate, but the job requires a little extra manpower. That's where you come in. Well now, what do y'all think? His face was near his little brother's, who back away slightly. Are you excited? You should be. I've come to take you back into the fold. Goku was in front of Bulma and Gohan in a defensive stance. Gohan was whimpering in fear. I've had enough. Goku yelled. Naruto jumped in front of Gohan as well to help them, soon followed by Sakura, Sasuke and Kakashi. You don't have to worry about that. The answer is no. His scouter bleeped slightly at Sakura. What's this? Seems someone has Saiyan blood. Naruto was shocked. Sakura, Sasuke and even Kakashi's eyes widened. They hadn't expected Sakura to be an alien. In fact, Sakura herself hadn't expected to be a Saiyan. The scouter blipped again at Gohan. Interesting. Now there is a true Saiyan, he claimed as he looked at Gohan, who was crying into Bulma's chest. All right, I'll take the boy. Instead, and I'm sure we'll be able to do something to restore the girl's tail. Goku and Naruto stepped forward. We'll see, they said in unison. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled, putting his hands into the seal for the Kinjutsu he learned not too long ago. Many clones of him surrounded Gohan and Sakura. Raditz looked at him. Impressive, but this is a Saiyan's job. Goku growled. I see the fire within you, brother. You should come with us. It's in your blood. You love to fight. The elder brother began walking forward. Now then. He continues walking forward as Goku tensed. Get him, Dad. Gohan yelled whilst in the grip of a shaking Bulma. I'm right here with you, Goku. Krillin was also in stance and beside Goku and Naruto. Stay close to Gohan and Sakura. Goku commanded as Raditz drew closer. Watch him, you two. The old man stated. Raditz was nearly upon them. Bring it on. I'll take you down no matter what. No one's getting Sakura-chan, Naruto confidently yelled. He was almost in front of Goku when he blurred and appeared in front of Goku, dealing him a vicious knee to the stomach. The wind was knocked out of him as he went flying into the air. Naruto could tell this wasn't going to be easy and activated his Sharingan. Kakashi revealed his. Raditz looked at them both. Do you really think a few blood vessel popped eyes will help you? The Naruto clones charged and he began taking them on. He started with a roundhouse kick, taking out the clones around him. Gohan was running towards Goku and so was Sakura. Sasuke started making seals. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu. A huge fireball wiped out a bunch of clones and hit Raditz, but the only sign of injury was a slight burn on his hand. Sasuke growled and tried again, wiping out nearly all of the remainder of Naruto's clones. The same happened only with the other hand. Oiteme. What's the point in wiping out all of my Kage Bunshin with an attack that doesn't even work? The remaining clones and Naruto threw kunai at Raditz, who just jumped out of the general direction and wiped out the rest of the Clones with a beam. Naruto stood there, glaring. This guy was on a level far above him. A chirping noise alerted everyone to Kakashi's rakery. Naruto had seen Kakashi perform the seals behind Raditz, and now knew the rakery. Smirking, he performed the same seals and created his own rakery. Kakashi looked shocked before charging at Raditz, with the rakery destroying anything it touched. As Naruto and Kakashi both neared the Saiyan warrior, he grabbed both their wrists and sent them flying into the water. He grabbed Gohan by the back of his shirt and knocked Sakura out before throwing her over his shoulder. A shockwave erupted beneath Raditz as he took to the sky and flew away. Sakura-chan. Without hesitation he began running across the water after them, barely able to keep up with Raditz's speed, despite that he wasn't going anywhere near his fastest speed. Kakashi and Sasuke ran beside him as a green person flew overhead towards the island. A.N. Well, those are the actual lines from the dub. Well guys, you know the drill. R&R, that's all for now folks. Ya-ne Kaden Shadow, the death of a warrior. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or DBZ in any way, shape or form. The only things I own are the OCs. Chapter 3. The Saiyan Saga Part 2. Gogeta 408. Title: The Death of Warriors. The wind blew lightly as Kakashi, who was carrying Sasuke, and Naruto ran across the surface of the water, their feet emitting a light blue glow as chakra prevented them from sinking. An animalistic growl made its way through Naruto's throat. Someone had taken his Sakura-chan away to do God knows what to her. Sasuke glanced over at Naruto, and saw his eyes changing between their usual blue and a slitted blood red. What could be making the Dobi's eyes go like that? That isn't the Sharingan. I better focus on the matter at hand. Maybe I can get that man to teach me so I can become strong enough to kill him. Sasuke's thoughts of betrayal remained unknown to all but him, his eyes gaining a dark gleam. Kakashi-sensei, I can see two figures in the distance, flying toward us. Sure enough, Goku and Piccolo flew overhead. Kakashi, Naruto. Grab a hold of me and I'll fly you there. Piccolo here will carry Sasuke. Piccolo grunted, his white cape was flowing behind him. His eyes were black. The creepiest part about him, though, was the fact that his skin was a dark green. All he wore was a dark purple bodysuit. And some tatty-looking brown shoes. On his head was a white turban-like thing, with the top being purple. Naruto grabbed Goku's hand, and Kakashi grabbed the other. Sasuke looked hesitant at first, but he grabbed the purple wearing Namek's hand. He had no choice since Kakashi was grabbing Goku's hand. A growl left Naruto's throat again as Raditz came into sight near a pod in a clearing. So you came for your son then, brother? I'll give you one last chance. Embrace your Saiyan heritage and join me, or die right here. Raditz spoke as the group landed, each taking their own battle stance. Sweat dripped down Sakura's forehead as she banged hopelessly against the red window of the pod in an attempt to break free. Gohan's crying increased in volume as he realized that they wouldn't be able to get out. The pink-haired girl sighed lightly as she tried to hold back her own tears. Her arms found their way around Gohan as she embraced him in an attempt to stop his crying, and her own. Never. What you people do is wrong. Goku yelled out defiantly. He took off the upper part of his GI, his wristbands and boots. Oh, I feel 300 pounds lighter, he exclaimed, before reclaiming his stance. Raditz's scouter bleeped as numbers flashed across the screen. His power level has risen to 650. I can still defeat him easily. Piccolo smirked as he removed the turban-like object on his head and his cape and threw them to the ground, revealing two small antennae coming from his forehead. Raditz's scouter bleeped once again. The Namekian's power level has increased to 600. I gave you your chance, now it's time to die, little brother. A shockwave raced across the ground as Raditz soared forwards. Goku and Piccolo also charged at him. Sasuke formed his favorite hand seals. Kaiten. Gukakyu no Jutsu. A great ball of fire hit Raditz head on, but he stood there, unharmed, the only sign of the jutsu being a hair on fire. Naruto's hands entered the cross seal. Kage Bunshin no just you, he cried out as 50 Narutos poofed into existence and charged. Piccolo moved his head to the left to dodge a punch and used his left foot to spin kick Raditz. Raditz ducked under it and blasted him away into the group of clones, who caught him. Goku tried to punch Raditz. Raditz caught the fist with ease and kneed Goku in the stomach, only to be kicked in the back by Kakashi, who appeared behind him. Konoha's sacred taijutsu, 1,000 years of death. Raditz's eyes widened as Kakashi did more than intrude on his personal space, and shoved his fingers into his ass. Piccolo smirked and placed a finger to his forehead. A light orange aura surrounded him as a cackling orange glow grew to existence on his finger, purple lightning sparking around it. Raditz flew straight into Goku's foot and entered a crater in the ground with a resounding bang. Naruto formed 3 seals. Raikiri. Lightning gathered around him in a circle as his hand was engulfed by it. This is for Sakura-chan and Gohan, Tebeo. Naruto ran to the crater and pushed his fist into Raditz. The attack barely hit Raditz's shoulder. Raditz growled and kicked Naruto off of him, only for his scouter to beep rapidly at Piccolo. Power level 1750. Impossible. Piccolo smirked as Naruto wiped some blood from his lip. Get him, Green Man. Piccolo's eye twitched at the new nickname. He ignored it for the minute to focus for his attack. Raditz was too focused on Piccolo that he didn't notice Goku sneak up behind him until it was too late. His tail had been grabbed. I can't move, Raditz exclaimed in shock. The scouter continued to bleep at Piccolo, and realization struck Raditz that the attack could kill him. Stop, brother. I'll change my ways. I'll leave this planet and never bother you again. Just let me go. Piccolo's eyes narrowed. Don't, Goku. It's a trick. It was too late as Goku's grip was gone. Raditz smirked evilly as he elbowed Goku twice in the gut before roundhouse kicking him flying. Special beam cannon. Piccolo held his hand in front of him, index and middle fingers extended, and let loose the energy in the attack. A thin orange beam soared towards Raditz. Purple energy spiraled around it. Raditz jumped out of the way, and the attack pierced Sasuke's lung. Blood made its way out of his throat as he collapsed onto the ground. Sasuke! Naruto screamed in horror. When his comrade didn't respond, he assumed the worst and started crying. No, if I'd been stronger this wouldn't have happened. Why, Sasuke? Why? A thick red mist emanated from Naruto. Before it started to spiral around him, a fox head formed above him and opened its jaw. The white aura from against the demon brothers covered his form, before also going red. This red was a much lighter color than the mist. The Sharingan left his eyes, and cold, animalistic blood-red eyes with slits for pupils took their place. His hair became even spikier, and Raditz's scouter bleeped. Unreal. 1000, he yelled. Goku, Piccolo's, Raditz's and even Kakashi's eyes widened in fear. I'll kill you, came from behind Raditz, as Naruto punched him, sending him flying, before Kakashi restrained him. Stop, Naruto. You're considered a monster in Konoha, but do you really want to become one? Naruto's eyes remained furious as he struggled against Kakashi's grip. This is tiring me out. The Junin was forcing chakra into his muscles so as to be able to keep a hold of Naruto. Do you think this is what Sasuke'd want you to do? What do you think Sakura would think of you now if they saw you? Or Konoha? Naruto continued to struggle for a minute. I didn't want to do this, Kakashi spun Naruto around and forced him to look into his Sharingan eye. The pinwheel of the eye rotated. A genjutsu was placed on Naruto, temporarily making him forget about Sasuke's presence, or his death. Naruto's aura turned even lighter, making it a pink, and his eyes returned to their usual cheerful blue. However, the Kyuubi's power was still in use, just not as much of it. Rest you two, leave things to me and Piccolo, said Namekian. Just grunted and began charging his attack again. Raditz charged at a high speed in order to prevent the completion of the attack, but Naruto was there, blocking the Saiyan's path. You're not getting past me. Raditz chuckled as he kicked the boy down and stood on his head. As Naruto screamed in agony, Goku charged Raditz, only for his head to be slammed into the ground with ease. Foolish little brother, if you'd have joined me to begin with, then you wouldn't have to die. Goku was thrown into the air. The long-haired Saiyan appeared above him and slammed him down into the ground, creating a large crater. Salty tears ran down Sakura's face as she banged helplessly against the door of the space pod. Sasuke-kun, Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, Goku-san, Piccolo-san. The pink-haired youth cried out as she saw them fighting a losing battle. Her tears intensified as Sasuke was hit by Piccolo's attack. Naruto's burst of power shocked her to the core. Gohan was crying more than her. She hugged him in an attempt to stop it, but it wasn't working. Naruto and Goku were being tortured. Okawa-san, you were always strong. Lend me some strength. Please. Sakura choked out between sobs, talking to no one, but her left hand made its way up to her shirt to grab a necklace hidden under it. An ape made of gold was attached. Mummy. Sakura called out as she ran towards a black-haired woman. The woman was confused as an Uchiha, as she also had onyx eyes. The woman's hair was in a pigtail, and her skin was that of a pale complexion. But it didn't make her look bad, it just made her look even better against her dark eyes and hair. She was simply wearing a pink shirt and skirt. Yes, Sakura-chan. The woman called to her daughter, the necklace Sakura holds around her neck. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Sakura replied by jumping onto her leg and wrapping her arms around it. The kids at school picked on me again. It's not my fault I have a tail or a big forehead. The jade-eyed girl screamed out sadly. A brown furry tail stuck out from her clothing. Sakura's mother knelt down and smiled gently. Sakura, be proud of what you have. Soon you'll be able to show that your forehead isn't just big, but it holds a big brain. I'll tell you what. The necklace was removed from her neck and she placed it around Sakura's. Whenever you're getting picked on, just think that your mummy's with you through this necklace. Sakura grinned happily. Thanks, Okawa-san. Flashback end. This is where Kaden Shadow stopped. And Gogeta 408 continues, with Kaden Shadow in parts. Okawa-san's right. She is always with me. Sakura opened her eyes. Gohan. He stopped crying. She looked to Gohan. Say good night. Raditz yelled, raising his arm. Raditz's scouter beeped. What is that power level? He turned to look about. Kakashi was trying to heal Sasuke as quickly as he could. I only have enough for one. Please don't die, Naruto. Sakura. Sasuke. Kakashi said to himself. Sakura watched as Gohan burst through the ship like it was nothing. Sakura jumped with him. Ha! Gohan yelled. As both came out the smoke, Piccolo and Raditz looked shocked that they broke out. Gohan flipped down, landing Sakura behind him. Sakura looked to Sasuke and Kakashi, then to Naruto. Me and Gohan are the only ones that can save Naruto and Goku-san. A power welled up in Sakura. Slowly behind Sakura a tail appeared. She wanted to save Goku and Naruto as much as Gohan. Goku looked to the crater. It's your son, Piccolo yelled. Raditz took his foot off of Naruto and let go of Goku. Now what? He muttered, standing up. Gohan. Goku called out. Naruto looked as best he could to see Sakura. Sakura-chan, Naruto said. Gohan. Daddy's busy right now. Run away from here, Goku yelled. Gohan wasn't listening. All he wanted right now was to teach this guy a lesson. Sakura was thinking the same thing. Run, Gohan. Sakura, you too. Go now. Goku screamed again. Gohan looked at Raditz, getting angrier and angrier. A red aura beamed around him. Sakura's aura was a light blue. In a blast, both had jumped forward, flying straight at Raditz. Piccolo's eyes were wide. Seeing such power from the two was unnatural to him. Raditz's scouter showed their power level to be the same as the blonde boys. He was too stunned to move. Gohan head butted Raditz's in the chest while Sakura landed a kick to his head. This left Raditz with his right eye with the scouter only and a cracked chest cover. Naruto and Goku looked shocked at the power. Even Kakashi heard, as made clear when he turned to the noise of Gohan. Raditz kicked out, hitting Sakura at the back of the neck, knocking her out. Gohan fell to the floor. The headbutt had hurt. Gohan looked to Goku and Naruto, both wide-eyed. "Gee Gohan," Goku stuttered in shock. "Daddy," Gohan choked out, walking over to Goku. Goku raised his arm. "Gohan, stay away. Go now." But Gohan just stopped walking, with tears in his eyes. "Daddy," Gohan cried out. Raditz staggered backwards a bit. "Blasted brats," he yelled. As he walked closer, Goku called out, "No, stay back." Raditz walked up. Gohan just looked at him. "What happened to all that power, kid? What power? Fool. You don't remember?" Raditz raised his arm. "This is for hurting your uncle Raditz." He then hit Gohan in the stomach, knocking him out. Raditz then turned to Sakura. "I'll deal with you first," Raditz calmly stated. Naruto watched as he walked to Sakura. "No, I've gotta help Sakura-chan." Naruto pushed himself up. The white aura appeared around him once more. As he stood, the Sharingan appeared. Raditz brought his hand out. "One won't matter. Die." Naruto jumped, kicking Raditz at his head, making the blast take off Piccolo's right arm. "Arg." Raditz turned to Naruto. "Little brat. Think of something more original," Naruto retorted before jumping at him, throwing punches and kicks. Raditz was forced onto the defensive as he attempted to dodge them with one eye. An opening came and he was about to strike out, when Goku came from the blind side, grabbing him. Naruto latched on too. "Piccolo, do it now," Goku called out. Kakashi got to Sakura and Gohan quickly and moved them to safety. Checking them to see if they were okay. They were fine. But he couldn't do anything else. He just looked on. "Use the attack, Green Man," Naruto called out. Piccolo put his fingers to his head. Piccolo smirked. "Goku. Sometimes you amaze even me. And you, Naruto, are full of surprises." Sparks came off the attack as Piccolo charged. "Now don't listen to him. It will take time for me to gather the energy," Piccolo said. "You see. It never pays to lie, does it?" Goku said. Naruto squeezed the tail enough for Raditz just to stand. But Raditz still had enough to fight back. "Piccolo, hurry up!" Goku yelled as he struggled to hold back the Saiyan warrior. "You two are fools," Raditz yelled as he attempted to break the holds on him. "How do you expect to dodge that beam, when you can barely move?" "Hee. You're right. You and I will go. Naruto, leave it to me." "No," Naruto stated defiantly. "He harmed Sakura-chan. No one harms my precious people and gets away with it." "But you'll be killed, Naruto," Goku argued back in an attempt to dissuade his new ally. "I won't die yet. My dream to become Hokage. I won't die here. You hear me, you freak?" Naruto screamed out at Raditz. "You're a brave kid, Naruto. Be thankful that the Dragon Balls exist." Piccolo mused as he gathered the last bits of energy he needed. "Almost done, Goku," he announced. "I'm not sorry for you to go to Goku. It's just convenient for me." Piccolo smirked in an evil way, happy, yet sad, for the death of his nemesis. Naruto turned his head to Kakashi. He smiled. Kakashi's eye widened. "No." Naruto let go. Kakashi yelled. Naruto continued to grin. He had now realized that he may die. "Sensei. Take care of Sakura-chan and Sasuke-teme." "Piccolo. My ribs are breaking," Goku yelled. Raditz Scouter picked up the attack of Piccolo's. "What, 1400? No, that can't be right." Raditz turned his head. "Let go now, or we will both be history," Goku chuckled. "Scared?" Goku taunted. "Are you crazy?" Raditz yelled. "Don't give your life for these people. We need every Saiyan we can get." "It's nice to know you care," Goku grinned. Piccolo aimed his arm. "Prepare yourself, Goku," Naruto, Piccolo warned. Kakashi tried to stand, but to no avail. "No, Naruto, get away now." The plea of Kakashi fell on deaf ears. "It's time," Piccolo announced. "Piccolo, don't do it," Kakashi shouted. "Special beam cannon," Piccolo yelled. Fire! Kakarot! Raditz yelled. The beam launched forward. It made contact with Naruto, tearing through the heart, cutting all lines for the nine-tailed fox. The beam pierced through Raditz's chest, destroying the heart, and then through Goku, dealing the same damage. All three lay on the ground. Naruto! Kakashi yelled. Naruto was dead on the spot, and his body faded away. This surprised Kakashi. What just happened? He asked himself. Raditz and Goku were still alive, but barely. Idiot! Raditz coughed out. How could he? Arg. He's a goner. The fool. Piccolo grinned. Don't lose your long sleep over it, Piccolo. Interrupted as he began walking over. I bet Goku and the blonde boy will be back within a week. Kakashi overheard. How? What? That's impossible. Raditz declared. There was no way the dead could come back to life. Tell me how. Raditz demanded, before coughing up more blood. Piccolo smirked at Raditz. Gladly. You see, on this planet we have something called the Dragon Balls. Whoever brings them all 7 together can have any one wish granted. So Goku's friends can wish them back at any time. They will both have the last laugh. Piccolo said. Raditz tilted his head. No, I'm afraid you're wrong, he said. See this device on the side of my face? It's a transmitter. And the others on the other end heard it all. Now they will come. I know they will. They will want to make a wish. Raditz smirked. How long? Goku called out. How long will it take for them to get here? 1 year. Raditz answered. And the funny thing is, Raditz continued and then chuckled. They're much stronger than me. Piccolo started to shake at the thought. Raditz smirked again. What's wrong? You look so depressed all of a sudden. Don't be so glum. We can't all have the last laugh. Raditz started laughing after he said that. Piccolo's anger increased, and with that he silenced him. Unknown to everyone, Sasuke had heard every word. Grant one wish. I'll use that wish to grant me enough power to defeat my brother. And if these guys are stronger than that Raditz, I'll convince them to train me. Sasuke's plot started to form in his head. Kakashi was surprised to hear of such a power. One wish. And it can revive the dead. Can it be anyone? Kakashi asked himself. In a plane above the sky, Bulma, Krillin and Master Roshi were looking for everyone. They should be right down there somewhere, Bulma mumbled. She looked out the window. I would need the dragon radar for a better location. Bulma deducted. There they are, Roshi yelled. The ones awake, minus Sasuke as he has to stay quiet a bit longer, and Goku because he's dying, looked up to the plane coming towards them. Oh no, only one of them's standing, Bulma yelled as they got close. Great, who is it? Krillin asked. Is it Piccolo? Roshi added. As they got a better view they saw what it looked like. Goku's down. Bulma screamed. Hey, you guys see Naruto anywhere? Krillin asked calmly, despite the pain he was feeling inside at the thought of losing his best friend. Piccolo moved towards Goku. Kakashi Barley got to his feet as some of his strength returned. He followed after Piccolo. He's not moving, Roshi declared as they looked at Goku. Piccolo looked at them with a serious facial expression. Raditz said there would be 2 even stronger Saiyans arrive here in 1 year. I'm going to take Goku's son and the girl and train them in that time. Before anyone could react, Piccolo had grabbed Gohan and Sakura and flew away. Elsewhere in the vast place we call a cosmos, on a planet 1 year away, 2 men sat in a forest. A tall, bold man and a short man with spike hair sat down in a clearing. Both wore the same armor as Raditz. Raditz stinks, the tall guy announced. What it is? The short one said as he ate. Is how could he let himself be beaten by some many weak opponents, with low fighting powers? He questioned. I don't know. The tall one contributed to the conversation. Should we go destroy these earthlings? He asked. I don't think so. The short one answered, but then I guess we could. Huh? The tall guy replied. You thinking about what Raditz said? The tall one asked. The short one chuckled. Exactly, he said, looking to his partner. So these Dragon Balls caught my interest. Just think about it, Nappa. The short guy crossed his arms and started walking. If we can get our hands on the 7 Dragon Balls, we could wish for anything we want. He left the statement hanging as they walked to their spacecrafts. So we wish Raditz back to. No, the short one interrupted. That would be a wasted wish. The short one leaned on his craft. I would wish for something grand. So how would you like to be immortal, my friend, and fight forever? He grinned at the thought of immortality. Nappa opened his craft. Now that's something I could do for the rest of my life. He then climbed in. Even if it was for eternity. The short one jumped in his. Good, then it's settled. We're off to the planet Earth, Nappa, he announced. The doors closed and the pods started to power up. Both hovered off the ground, and continued up into space. With that, both launched out, to get their wish granted on planet Earth. Back with everyone else, the group stood there, Kakashi and Sasuke, with Krillin and Roshi. You're gonna make it, Goku. You can pull through, Krillin yelled desperately. No, Krillin, he can't. Roshi said. He can. Krillin yelled. Can't you, Goku? Krillin asked. Nope. Not this time, my friend. This time I can't. I'll wish you and Naruto back, Goku. Krillin declared as tears welled in his eyes. We already have 3 Dragon Balls. Kakashi looked to Sasuke. Sasuke is taking the death well, but, any wish. Will Sasuke use that to get any power he wanted? He hadn't known Sasuke had heard before. But every time Sasuke kept hearing about the wish, the more he will do what it takes to get it. Power will be mine, Sasuke said to himself. Goku, Bulma cried. Tell Chi-Chi I'll be back, and that Gohan is being looked after. She'll probably understand. Goku coughed out. So don't worry about me and Naruto. I love you all. Goodbye, my friends, Goku murmured as he closed his eyes. His body then fell limp. The group, not Kakashi and Sasuke, gasped. Goku had died. The one they had relied on when things looked down was gone. Their main pillar of strength demolished. Goku? Krillin whispered, wishing it was all a dream. Goku. He screamed this time. They watched his body vanish. Hey, he vanished. Roshi declared, trying to remain impassive. Death was something he had witnessed a lot over the years, and he will still never be used to it. Everyone long shocked, Roshi excluded. I know it was Kami-sama. Kakashi looked at him as if he had 2 heads. Kami-sama? Kakashi asked. The guardian of the earth, Roshi answered. Goku knows him well, he continued. Everyone was looking at Roshi now. Yes, this is Kami's work. No doubt about it. He must have something planned for Naruto and Goku. This might be a good thing after all, he declared. Krillin and Bulma glared at him. How is Goku's death a good thing? They both grounded out in unison. In another world, Naruto stood in a giant room. Please approach the checking station in an orderly fashion, a voice called out. Where am I? Naruto asked himself. He had been told to wait by a blue guy with a horn on his head. Why am I waiting? He watched the small clouds float by. It was then that Goku appeared with Piccolo. Or so he thought. Goku, Piccolo. Naruto yelled, running over. Ah, Naruto, you're here too. Oh, and this is Kami, not Piccolo. Goku said, indicating to the man. Follow me, please, Kami asked in a polite manner. Naruto and Goku nodded. XXXXXXXXXXXXX quick skip. And that's where we stand, Great King Yama. The other 2 Saiyans are on their way to Earth right now. Kami concluded the summary of events to a giant pink man with horns. That's why, for this reason, we humble ask that you let Goku and Naruto here to seek training under King Kai. Kami asked, with your permission, of course. There is no hope for our planet if Goku and Naruto don't receive King Kai's training, Kami added. King Yama thought for a bit. Goku. You certainly have a record that suggests you could reach King Kai. Naruto. I feel this may be too much. But with Goku you may do it. But you must be able to get along Snake Way and face the hardships it gives. You think you could do it? He asked. Yes, King Yama. Goku and I believe Naruto could do it. Kami answered in Naruto's stead. Naruto spoke. So, does everyone end up here? That right, Kami replied. Did Raditz? Goku asked. Hey, did my family come here as well? Naruto asked as well. Yes. Kami answered to both their questions. Everyone comes here. And King Yama decides what to do with them. Kami finished. Goku and Naruto looked to the big guy. Hey, did Raditz come by here not too long ago? Goku yelled. Did my family? Naruto also yelled. Yama looked at his book. Goku. Naruto. You must address him as King Yama. Kami reprimanded them. Yama looked at them. Let me see. Raditz. Oh, yes, your brother. I sent him ahead. What a case. Did he fight you? Goku asked. Yes, he did. But I got him in my Yama lock and overpowered him. Goku and Naruto looked surprised. Wow, incredible. Goku murmured. You must be strong. Yama laughed. Goku turned to Kami while Naruto jumped up to the desk. Hey. Forget King Kai. I want to train here, Goku said. Hey. Naruto called. Yes, Naruto. Did my parents come through here? Naruto asked. He wanted to know what happened to them. Huh? Your parents? Well, when did they die? Naruto looked down for a bit. I don't know. I don't even know if they are dead. I've been an orphan since birth. Uzumaki. Did anyone by Uzumaki come by here in the last 12 years? Naruto asked. Yama looked at Naruto. I will look for you. But you must go with Goku right now to King Kai. I will find them and send them to you. Naruto jumped up and down excitedly. Yes. Naruto screamed enthusiastically. Good, now go that way. Yama yelled. Not waiting any longer, Goku and Naruto ran down Snake Way. End chapter 3. The year begins. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or DBZ in any way, shape or form. The only things I own are the OCs. Chapter 4. The Saiyan Saga Part 3. Gogeta 408. Title. The year begins. Naruto sat on top of the car as Goku sat in the back seat. A blue guy with glasses was driving. Yes, I can tell right away from your clothes. Oh, you kung fu guys are so cool. I mean, like Macho Supremo. You may even have the chance of making it to King Kai's. Do you think a guy like me could learn kung fu, do you, huh? He said. Goku, who had been looking out the window, turned to the driver. Well, sure. But it's not kung fu. It's the Kame Sennin style of martial arts. Goku replied. Naruto looked through the window. Could you teach me, Goku? Naruto asked. He wanted to learn since his main jutsu relied on his taijutsu abilities just as much as his ninjutsu, and if he was honest, his taijutsu abilities were severely lacking. Not to mention that from watching Goku fight he wanted to learn it. Yeah, I guess I can. Goku replied after a moment of thought. He then turned back to the driver. So tell us, what's King Kai like? You ever met him? Goku asked. Who, me? I'm flattered that you think that, but no, I haven't met King Kai, and I don't know anyone who has, except King Yama, of course. Wow, and we get meet King Kai for real. Goku trailed off, thinking of what King Kai might look like. Well, maybe. The driver left the conversation at that. Back on Earth, Bulma, Kakashi, Krillin, Sasuke and Roshi were flying off to see Chi-Chi. Everyone had something on their mind. Kakashi was worried about his two other students, Sakura and Naruto. Sasuke was there with him, and true, while he worried, he knew what state of physical well-being he was in, and could see to a degree his emotional well-being. With Sakura and Naruto, there was no way for him to know. Sasuke was still thinking about the Dragon Balls and the Saiyans that were coming. Power, 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 was going thought his head. Krillin, Bulma and Roshi were worried for another thing. Krillin looked to the hat Gohan wore. Sigh. I guess one of us is going to have to tell Chi-Chi about Goku and Gohan, Krillin declared. Roshi looked up to Krillin. Krillin, you and Goku have always been best friends, you tell her. Me. I'd rather die, Krillin all but yelled. Chi-Chi was something scarier than death when it came to her family. Bulma looked to Krillin. But Krillin, you're definitely the best man for the job. Bulma added. Krillin gulped, death, here I come. Back with the two dead men and the blue man, they were still going down the stretch of road to Snake Way. Goku and Naruto had fallen asleep by now. Well did it. We're finally here, the guy announced. Goku and Naruto awoke as the car stopped. Naruto jumped off and the blue dude opened the roof to let them out. Both stared at the huge snake mouth. Now this is Snake Way up to King Kai's place. I never understood why they put the Yuli snake there in the first place. It gives me goosebumps every time I see it. The blue guy mumbled the last part. Wow, Goku and Naruto murmured in awe as they looked at it. It seems so long. Goku finally spoke. Naruto nodded in agreement. The guy chuckled and turned to the snake. We must be psychic or something. 'Cause I say the same thing every time I see it. Goku jumped up. Naruto followed and walked a bit in front. Both looked to try see the end. So how far is this? Naruto asked. The guy walked up. Well, they say it's 10,000 miles, but no one's sure. 10,000 miles. Naruto and Goku yelled in shock. Has anyone even made it? Goku asked. The guy turned and raised one finger. Just one person. King Yama many centuries ago. Centuries ago. Both exclaimed. Wow, if I'd have known Snake Way was this long, I would have packed lunch. Goku muttered. They looked at each other then grinned. Naruto's persona in the manga was made similar to Goku's. Well, from what I read at least, so they were thinking the same thing. I wouldn't worry about food if I were you too. With how long this is I would be more worried about other things. The blue guy replied. Oh right. Goku muttered, his mind still on food. Just don't fall off of Snake Way. Once you fall off there's no coming back. Naruto and Goku looked on. I will not fail, my friends need me. Naruto thought as his usual determination rose once more. Well later, the guy said as he turned to his car. Well here it goes. Naruto come here. Goku ordered, picking up Naruto. Thanks for the ride. Sure, no problem. Goku then flew down Snake Way. The guy stared at them. Show off, he muttered and continued to drive. Elsewhere, out in the middle of nowhere, Piccolo landed down in a lake. He held Sakura and Gohan in each hand. Both still out cold. Wake up brats. Camp is about to begin. He barked out in a fierce tone before dropping them into the water, making both wake up with a startle. Gohan began crying while Sakura tried her best to calm him. Quiet. I can't take that noise anymore, you hear? Piccolo yelled. That scared Gohan more, but nonetheless he stopped crying. Sakura was also nervous of the guy. Sakura had taken the time to wrap the tail around her waist like she saw how Raditz had his, but it was difficult. Do you two remember your powers? Piccolo asked. They didn't answer. Well, do you remember? He asked again. My power? They asked. What do you mean by that? Gohan asked. Piccolo grinned maliciously. I'll show you. He then picked up Gohan. Watch closely. Piccolo ordered, looking at Sakura. He then threw Gohan to a mountain. Gohan! Sakura yelled in terror. Gohan yelled as he flew at it. Watch closely, Piccolo repeated, in a voice promising pain if she didn't comply. Neither one of them took their eyes off Gohan. A power surged through Gohan. He became angry like before. He brought both arms forward. The energy gathered round him. Ha! Gohan screamed, launching a blast to the mountain. The blast was blinding, throwing up dirt and debris. Piccolo held Sakura so she wouldn't fly off, not that she could. As it calmed down, they both looked. Wow, Piccolo murmured. This kid was more powerful than he had given the brat credit for. Then looking his eyes widened. No way! He yelled. Sakura was shocked as well. Where Gohan stood was a long trench. No mountain, nothing. Just a steaming trench. Wow! Look at that! Gohan exclaimed in amazement at his own power. Piccolo and Sakura walked over. What happened? Gohan asked. You don't remember? Sakura asked. Gohan shook his head. You did that trick all by yourself. With your own power. Such power is rare for your ages. But you need to learn how to control it. That's why we're here. Your every waking moment will be devoted to training, nothing else. Now get ready, Piccolo explained, grinning at the prospect of training, torturing them. Huh? Both turned to Piccolo. I'm going to train you both, and I'm gonna teach you how to use that power to help us. How come? Sakura asked. I mean, Gohan's just a boy. I could since I'm a ninja. But you seem like the second strongest guy around. On Earth next to my dad, Gohan interrupted, known for a fact that his father was the strongest person on Earth. A feeling of pride made itself known. On Earth? Sakura asked. She was surprised. In her world, she hadn't thought there would be more worlds. She had wondered on the odd occasion, but wasn't entirely sure. Is that so? Well, either way, kid. The guy me and Goku thought was way stronger. And there are two more just like him, on the way here. Your father and I, Gohan, need you two to help. Piccolo explained, clenching his fists at the thought that he hadn't yet caught up to his nemesis in terms of power. Goku sneezed as he flew with Naruto on his back. Got a cold? Naruto asked. Coming to a stop, Naruto jumped down. Goku landed. My energy's low. But somehow I got to make it, he exclaimed. He looked to Naruto. I'll teach you first about controlling that key energy of yours. Goku decided. Naruto grinned. Alright, my training begins, Naruto yelled. With that they jogged off down Snake Way as Goku started to teach Naruto how to use ki. The sun was setting for Sakura and Gohan. Piccolo had told Gohan to remove his jacket. Sakura had to give up her ninja tools and other things that could help her survive. Sakura also took the time to get a feel of the tail. She had to stop after squeezing it 5 times because she kept falling forward. Cuddly things were her weakness. I'm ready, Mr. Piccolo. Gohan stated with determination at the prospect of fighting alongside his father. Sakura stood beside him. What we doing first? Sakura asked meekly. Live, Piccolo said. Nothing else but live, you two. Huh? They both questioned. Just live, Gohan asked. That's right. Survive out here for a while. If you two can do that, then I'll train you. Sakura felt calm in her abilities to survive. Gohan started to panic. What? Oh no, I can't stay out here. We'll be alone. By ourselves. Gohan screamed, looking about. Quiet. Don't be weak. A great power sleeps inside you. Use it or die. Face your fears. Piccolo ordered harshly. Gohan looked like he was going to cry. But I'm scared too. Sakura put a hand on Gohan's shoulder. Hey, don't worry, Gohan. I'm here like you said. We'll be fine. Now that's the sort of confidence I want. Learn from her, Gohan. He then turned to walk off. Now it's time for you to grow up and handle things your way. With that said, he took off into the air. Piccolo, come back. Gohan yelled. Gohan. He's right, we need to do this. You more so. We need to become stronger for everyone. Sakura stared at the sky as she said this, blaming herself for Naruto's death because she couldn't help much. Gohan looked to Sakura. But I'm scared. Gohan stuttered out. Man. Talk about your long and winding roads. Goku exclaimed as fatigue began to affect him. He and Naruto were running down Snake Way. Naruto was trying to call out his ki now, but it was still difficult. I have a year to do this. I will get it done before we get to the end of Snake Way. Naruto exclaimed in his mind. Goku stopped. Wait. Goku commanded. Naruto stopped to look at him. Why don't we just jump the bends? Goku asked. Yeah. That's a great idea. Naruto yelled with his usual enthusiasm. Goku jumped over from one bend to the other. Naruto's eyes widened. I can't jump that far. Unless, Ki, don't fail me now. Naruto concentrated again. Then he jumped. Naruto opened his eyes to see himself flying over the yellow clouds. I did it! Naruto screamed in excitement at his accomplishment. He landed and crouched on the path. Man, that was awesome! Naruto exclaimed. Hey, that was good. Man, you're a fast learner, Goku said. Naruto grinned. Thanks, of course you should expect this from the future Hokage. I mean, no one ever did, and with your teaching I'll become Hokage in no time. Goku grinned and nodded. Then let's go. Goku jumped to the next one. Naruto followed. Goku flipped, landing on the next path. Naruto realized he was coming short. He grabbed the edge. But the spikes on the side hurt his hand. Goku quickly helped him up. You okay? He asked. Yeah. I think I'll run some bits and jump others. Naruto decided. I don't want to fall off. Goku nodded. Well, let's make it training. Try to keep up with me. If I lose sight of you, you will wear my weighted jacket, adding more weight to you, Goku announced. Right. Naruto yelled. Goku then jumped to the next path. Naruto ran and jumped the closer ones, keeping up. All the while he still tried to control his ki. Goku then jumped too far. Naruto jumped to help him, but failed to realize at the time. Arg! Both yelled. Goku tried to fly back to the edge with Naruto when he put his hand on the edge. Arg! That's sharp. How did you not get cut? Goku asked. Must have been worn down. Naruto guessed. Both looked down. A black swirling vortex was what awaited them. I don't like the looks of that. Yeah, Goku agreed. Black hands reached out to grab them. Fight them off, Naruto, as best you can, Goku yelled. Naruto slipped. Goku grabbed Naruto and threw him up. Naruto landed on the path. Goku gave a burst of ki, knocking the hands away before flying up to Naruto. Okay. Now that was too close for comfort, Goku declared, before looking at Naruto and grinning. Yeah, Naruto nodded. Well, this is just great. I knew I should have joined the Cub Scouts, but no, Mum made me study all the time. Gohan mumbled to himself. He and Sakura had been out in the wild for only a couple of hours, and Gohan just tried to find ways to blame his predicament on others. Sakura, on the other hand, was thinking how they may now survive. They had seen at least 5 dinosaurs, but luckily the dinosaurs hadn't seen them. But luck was not with them, as one had crept up behind them. Both looked at it. Sakura didn't know what to do. Without weapons she couldn't do much. Gohan was freaking out. Please not eat me, was running through his head. The dinosaur opened his mouth and Sakura only thought one thing. She grabbed Gohan's hand and announced their battle plan. Run! Sakura yelled. Roar! As they ran, Sakura let go of Gohan's hand to help both run better. Surprisingly, Gohan ran faster. The dino tried to take a bit, but Sakura jumped in time. I wish I could have kept an explosive tag. Damn it, Sakura cursed in her mind. She was so focused that she didn't see the rock and tripped. Arg! Sakura yelled. Gohan looked back. He stopped. Look out! Gohan yelled. Sakura looked to the dino. She focused on calling out the power Gohan used. Her body glowed before the area was covered by a bright light. When the dino bit down, he found no sign of its food or the other prey. Gohan and Sakura looked around them in surprise. Super speed? Sakura asked herself. They found themselves on the cliff that was beside them as they ran. Sakura sat. Well, that was lucky, Sakura thought to herself. Gohan looked over the edge. They were quite high up. The dino was at the bottom. Oh no, Sakura looked to Gohan. What's the matter? Gohan pointed to the edge. Sighing, she looked over. Wow, she said in awe, looking how high they got. She too could see the dino. How can I use that kind of power again? Sakura pondered to herself. We're stuck. Gohan cried out, making Sakura forget her thoughts. It was becoming tiresome with Gohan any longer, and she was going to hit him so hard it would make the ones Naruto got look like taps. Elsewhere, Kakashi and Sasuke were back at the Kame house. Well, we will begin my special training to help you get ready. Once you do that, then we will do the next course of our training. Roshi summoned his hover car. Let's go, Roshi ordered. Oh yeah, Kame Sennin is back in business, and these boys are about to find out why I'm called the master of martial arts when I start whipping him into shape. Sasuke and Kakashi could only stare in wonder at the old man laughing evilly. Krillin was now in front of Chi-Chi's place. I'm dead, he thought to himself. He wore a blue suit and hat. Walking up, he took his hat off. Okay, and now, here it goes, Krillin muttered. He tried to think what he was gonna say. Chi-Chi, you're not going to believe this, but Goku's gone and Gohan, well, we sort of let Piccolo take him. For a little while, really? Krillin grunted. That won't work. Okay, how about this one? Krillin, try a smile with this one. Chi-Chi, guess what? Goku's trapped in another dimension with a blonde kid. And Gohan, well, he's been kidnapped by an evil green monster along with a pink-haired girl, but don't worry, I'm sure everything will be fine. Hee hee, Krillin then laughed. I'm so dead. Sadly, he was laughing too much and Chi-Chi opened the front door. She smiled. Hey Krillin. Huh? Krillin was brought out his thoughts and turned back to nervous. Oh hi, Chi-Chi, guess what? Krillin said, ready to run for it. Krillin, I thought Goku was with you today, Chi-Chi asked. Oh well, yeah, he was. Well, you see, plans get changed by unexpected. Krillin stopped as a huge hand grabbed the door. Then Chi-Chi's father walked round. Hey Krillin. How are ya? He asked merrily. Hi Ox King. Krillin responded, more nervous than before. He did a quick bow with the head. It's nice to see you again, he continued. Chi-Chi tilted her head. Krillin, tell me why Goku's not with you, she demanded. Ah. Well, he's late. Krillin wasn't sure of what to say, but then he quickly changed it. I mean, he's not coming back, he said seriously. What do you mean he's not coming back? Chi-Chi asked, getting more frightened at the possibility of Goku either being dead or leaving her, and if it was the latter, then the frying pan of doom would be coming out. Ah, what do I mean by what? Chi-Chi was getting impatient now. Krillin. What are you talking about? She yelled, stepping forward, making Krillin jump. Krillin tried to say something. Now, calm down Chi-Chi and give him a chance to explain. Okay. Means Ox King said, putting a hand on his daughter's shoulder. Krillin, come in. Chi-Chi's got some good dinner cooking. Okay, offered. Krillin tried to find the words to get himself out of there. Crud. Kakashi and Sasuke stood in front of Roshi. Now, you will be training the same way I taught Goku and Krillin as kids. We will start tomorrow. So you may do as you wish. Roshi then went to sleep in his room. Kakashi looked to Sasuke. Okay. We will be going over taijutsu, at least till we get our speed up enough to fight at these people's speed. Got that? Kakashi asked. Fine, let's get started. Sasuke demanded. We will need weights. He then pulled out a scroll. Good thing Guy challenges me a lot. Kakashi mumbled, glad for once for having Guy as his eternal rival. Let us begin. It was night time for Sakura and Gohan. It was cold and hearing the wolves didn't help a bit for Gohan. They couldn't get down in the dark. So Sakura slept on the top of the cliff. Gohan was freezing, so being like a sister. In a way, she wrapped her arms around him, her tail too, to keep him warm. Gohan's tummy growled. So hungry, he mumbled. Sakura nodded in agreement. Don't worry, in the morning we'll. She stopped at the sound of something dropping. They looked to see 4 apples on the edge. Gohan quickly went for one. Wow. These look delicious, he said. Sakura looked up to the dark cloudy sky. Must have been Piccolo sensei? She asked herself. Then followed Gohan and had apple as well. Piccolo watched from a distance. I know it's hard right now, but I'll be watching over you too. He watched them both finish and go to sleep. Sleep well, my little friends. I can't believe those two still aren't back yet, Chi-Chi yelled as she cleaned the dishes. It's way past Gohan's bedtime and they haven't even called. She then started drying another plate. Then Krillin comes round and starts acting weird and everything. She was so angry she crushed the plate. Throwing it away she takes another. I would really like to know what's going on. She then took another. If they think they see and hide anything from me, they're crazy. What's Goku thinking? She screamed, crushing another plate and putting it with the others she'd crushed, which happened to be a bin full. As Chi-Chi started putting the plates back, she continued her rant. Doesn't he know that peace is an important time for Gohan right now? As well as having good study habits, she said, her voice getting louder. Taking a loud sigh, she sits down. Oh. All this worrying's going to give me wrinkles, she sighed. Meanwhile in the bedroom the Ox King slept, Krillin in another bed, but he was sat up. He couldn't sleep. He looked at the Ox King with worry. Oh man. What am I going to do now? I couldn't tell them about Goku. I really blew it? Krillin looked out to the sky. I don't know where you are, Goku, Naruto, or what you're doing, but it can't be as hard as what I'm doing. Krillin got off the bed. I better get out of here, as he started walking. Okay, speaked. Hey, where you going? Krillin slowly turned. I thought mommy said you can't play there anymore. Krillin sighed in relief. Okay, was dreaming. The morning came, and Krillin was driving off from the Sun House. Oh great, now I have to tell Master Roshi and Bulma that I couldn't break the news to Chi-Chi. Krillin looked to the sky again. I hope you two are having better luck than me? He asked. The day was slow for Sakura and Gohan. Gohan wanted to stay there till it was safe. Sadly, that was not meant to be. In the distance something was running their way, making the cliff shake. Both looked over the edge to see a large group of dinosaurs running by. And there were a lot of them. Wow! They both exclaimed in unison. There sure are a lot of Triceratops, Gohan said. Triceri what? Sakura asked, blinking. So how did she take it? Bulma asked. Both Krillin and Bulma met back at Master Roshi's place. Sasuke and Kakashi were recovering from the run with Master Roshi. Well, Krillin? Bulma asked. I didn't tell her. Krillin said shamefully. What? No way, seriously. Bulma screamed in anger at the short bold man. Yeah, Krillin admitted guiltily. I can't believe you, Krillin. What took you so long? She said. Well, you see, they were having dinner and they invited me. Then I had to spend the night there as well, Krillin said. You better go back there and tell them right now, Bulma said. No, anything but that, Krillin yelled in fear, waving his hands. Well, I can't blame you, Roshi interrupted. Why not? I just did, Bulma said. I know it's hard for ya. Tell you what, I'll write a letter to her for you, Roshi decided. Wow, really? Krillin asked. I'm off the hook. Thank goodness, he said under his breath. What about the Dragon Balls, Krillin? The two at Goku's. Don't tell me you forgot to get them, did you? Bulma asked. Krillin gasped and paled. I forgot, he yelled. You're such an idiot, she screamed once again. Krillin was her object of rage once more. Krillin looked down. Oh boy. Roshi sighed. Meanwhile, out back towards Goku's house, a large car was speeding across the desert. Chi-Chi, calm down, Ox King yelled. Chi-Chi growled. Okay. You can be like that if you want to, but I don't think Goku deserves it, he continued. Ha! She yelled, making him jump. He kept Gohan out all night without calling, she screamed. But it's been so long since he's been with his friends. He probably lost track of time and spent the night with them, OK said. Well, he should have brought Gohan back. He's still attending school, you know. Chi-Chi yelled. Hey, come on. Goku's so good. When's the last time he got out to have some fun? OK said. Then why was Krillin here? And how come Goku didn't come? They're hiding something and I'm going to find out what, she responded. Sasuke and Kakashi stood out facing Krillin. So you want to fight me? He asked. Kakashi nodded. Okay. But I won't hold back, he stated, his aura beginning to flare. They nodded, getting into place. Basic hand to hand. Okay for you? Krillin asked. They nodded. Huh? Krillin jumped forward. Hey, I got it working, Bulma yelled. Really? Krillin asked. It took him no time to clean the two. Yeah, let's see. It should tell me your power level. She looked to Krillin. 206 Krillin. Hey, that's not too bad, Krillin said. Let's see them. Wow. Kakashi, yours is 300, Kakashi blinked. What? How then could I lose to Krillin-san here? Maybe because you don't use our form of fighting to get the best out of it. Hopefully we will have you ready before the year is up, Krillin declared. Okay. Now. Sasuke, yours is 200. Not bad, I say, Bulma stated. I'll do better, Sasuke responded coldly. Hey. A voice called out. They looked to a short man with a katana at his side. I'm here with a message for you from Kami. You and your new friends have to go to Kami's tower for special training. Oh, and bring Yamcha with you. He had given his message, it was time to go. Right then, Yajirobe, you cue ball head, he yelled. Roshi looked to Kakashi and Sasuke. You will stay till training is done. No way. I'm going for the special training, Sasuke declared defiantly. Kakashi looked to Roshi. I'll stay and train. Well, at least one is willing to pay attention to what I say, he muttered. Kami sent the message. So be there, got it? Yajirobe yelled. Yeah, sure, Krillin replied. Oh, and don't wish Goku back with the Dragon Balls until 1 year from now, he said. What? Why? Bulma asked. Beats me. I'm just telling you what Kami told me. See ya, he yelled. The night came for Sakura and Gohan. They had watched the whole day trying to find out what was out there. Turned out Sakura could only find a way down for her. She wouldn't be able to get Gohan down. So she stayed and tried to think. But both had fallen asleep a while back. Piccolo watched from a distance. He watched Gohan wake up. Wake up, brats, Piccolo shouted. Sakura noticed Gohan gone and looked up to him. Huh? Gohan, she said, rubbing her eyes. Gohan stood there before he noticed something. Hey, I have a shadow, he said. It's probably the moon, Sakura said as they both looked up to the moon. Wow, they murmured in chorus. As they stared, they went into a trance. Their eyes locked on the moon. A spark in their mind awakened. As their tails started to go crazy, Gohan's and Sakura's eyes turned red. Their hearts beating heavily in their chests. Piccolo watched the pair. He started to worry as he watched them look at the moon. Slowly both started to take animal-like traits. And in less than a second their bodies expanded, destroying the clothing they had on. Brown fur covered their bodies as they grew. Both roared as their ape side took hold. Piccolo looked with his eyes wide at the two large apes. The cliff shattered below them, causing them to fall. One fell on the other's tail, making it lash out, hitting the other, and then it attacked back. Both started fighting each other. This is not good, Piccolo exclaimed. He watched one launch a beam from its mouth. Luckily it missed the other narrowly, but it caused one hell of an explosion. Piccolo covered his face. What awful and terrifying power. I have to try stop them. Wait. The moon. He looked up to the moon. He remembered the words spoke between Goku and Raditz about the tail transforming a Saiyan when looking at the moon. They need the moon, he said, gathering energy at his fingertips. Ha! He yelled, launching a beam of energy at the moon. The moon exploded at the force of the blast, putting the land back in darkness. Both apes began to lose power and transform back to normal. Piccolo panted as he landed. He looked at the two. Both lay but naked on their stomachs. The human body looks disgusting, he mumbled, eyeing both bodies with disgust. Now for the other problem, the tails. With that he removed them both. There. Now you can't say Piccolo never gave you anything, he said, launching a beam at Sakura and Gohan. Both wore red outfits. Laying beside Gohan and Sakura were swords as well. Hey! The clothes are like Goku's. But the symbols of my camp. Now I must go to train myself. I will return to train you in the art of fighting the hard way, he declared to them, despite their state of unconsciousness. But do one thing for me. Stay alive. Got that, you too? I'm counting on you. He barked out. With that, Piccolo flew away. XXXXXX time skip with Goku and Naruto both had been picked up by a road sweeper and had taken a nap to recover. It had turned out they had only ran for about a quart the way there, and it's only been a month. By then Naruto could fully control his ki, in both powering up and enhancing the body to fight. That took around a week and a half. So Goku moved Naruto to firing ki, which Naruto is taking his time in controlling the right amount to use, since the blasts he does make are way too big, and would end up hurting himself and anyone within a 50-meter radius. Right now Naruto was sitting on the left side of the sweeper, channeling energy into his hand. As they came to a bend there was bump and Naruto fell off. Ow! Naruto yelled. He then looked to the sweeper to Goku. But he wasn't there. Naruto looked round him. Goku! Naruto yelled. He ran to the edge and looked over. He watched Goku go through the clouds. Goku! Naruto yelled. No, Naruto yelled, slamming his fist. Now what am I going to do? Wait. I'll go to King Kai and still train. When I'm strong enough, I'll go down there and rescue him. After all, the future Hokage has got to be able to defend his friends. Naruto called down to the clouds. Goku-sensei. Hurry and catch up, he yelled. I hope he does. Naruto then powered up and ran. He was going to get the in no time. End chapter 4. The race to King Kai's disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or DBZ in any way, shape or form. The only things I own are the OCs. Chapter 5. The Saiyan Saga Part 4. Gogeta 408. Title: The Race to King Kai. The start for Kakashi had been a good one on his book. His training with Roshi was about to begin. But he found it interesting when they met Chi-Chi. Well, when he and Roshi went at least. Ahoy there! A voice yelled out. It had been a day since Sasuke left to train with Krillin and Yamcha. Following Roshi outside they saw a huge car, with an equally huge man there. Kakashi was surprised at the man's size. It reminded him of an Akamichi when using their expansion jutsu. Ah! Ox King. How are you? Master Roshi asked. I'm well, Master Roshi. It's so good to see you. Ox King bowed to Roshi. Ah. My fondest memories were training here when I was a small boy. Okay, finished. You were a good boy. Crazy though, but Ox King, I'm glad you're here. Roshi replied. Chi-Chi was looking about. There's something I have to talk to you about. Roshi continued. All right. Where are they? I've had enough of this. Chi-Chi yelled, looking around the island. She stepped up to look at Roshi. Well, you see, it was like this, 30 minutes give or take. Took Gohan and the girl. And that's the whole story. Roshi concluded his summary of events. Both OK and Chi-Chi freaked at that. Furious didn't even begin to cover what Chi-Chi felt. You let that monster take my boy, she yelled. Oh, and that girl. I hope she doesn't take advantage of my poor boy, she worried. Kakashi, who was reading his book, sweat dropped. More like the other way round if you ask me. Kakashi mused. Sadly, a chuckle made it out. What's so funny? Chi-Chi yelled. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head as he attempted to try and come up with an excuse. Reading? He suggested weakly. Really? She screamed, clearly unconvinced. She snatched the book before he could react. Kakashi watched her read the book. Run. Kakashi looked to Roshi behind him. Run. And don't look back. I'll come get you soon. Roshi ordered in a terrified tone. You pervert. She yelled, throwing the book to the floor. But the perverted side of Roshi kicked, saving the book. Chi-Chi found no sign of the masked man. Get back here, she yelled. They had forgotten Goku's death. Wonder how he would feel if he knew that. End flash. Yes. Kakashi had a good starting month. And right now he was running for his life carrying a crate of milk from a dinosaur. Sakura and Gohan's month was emotional and encouraging. After waking they found the tails gone. Sakura had noticed the swords. Gohan stumbled a bit. He wasn't used to life without a tail unlike Sakura. Sakura also tried to figure out the new clothing and how they were replaced. If the sensei did anything, I'll crush him like the green insect he is. Ha ha ha. Her inner self yelled. They had battled to stay alive against a huge croc and big cat, and that was just after waking up. They then had to survive an attack by a huge bird. Then they fell down a cliff. Sakura carried Gohan to somewhere safe. That was one full day wasted. Sakura found it hard with her long hair. Making a decision, she cut her long hair so she could fight better in combat. That night it had been thunder and lightning. Luckily Gohan was asleep, so it was quiet that night. She hadn't noticed the eyes watching them. Turned out it was a dinosaur, but it was injured. Patching the wound, they made friends with the large thing. Sadly, the friendship came to a stop when the dino was killed. They had battled to save it, but it was no luck. But they taught the dino that attacked a lesson by cutting its tail off. It had been a hard lesson for them on death after making a friend so quickly. However, they gained knowledge from it and moved on. Sakura learned quite a bit from Gohan. About different food, how to catch the really big fish, and they were big. They had both grown well from the time they spent. Most times now outrunning the creatures of the day was a game of theirs. It was just too easy. But things would only get harder from there. Plus Sakura was learning new skills like ki from Gohan. It was really helpful. And now we reach back up to pace now. Goku hit the ground with a crash. Ow! He yelled. Standing up he rubbed his head. It was then he noticed something. Where am I? Goku looked around him. He appeared to be in a forest of death trees. So he came to the conclusion. Wow! We must have made it to the end of Snake Way. Goku then noticed something else. Naruto? He said. Maybe he's looking for King Kai? Goku then started to look as well. Following his nose he found a tree that bore fruit. Trying to grab one, he was hit over the head from behind, knocking him out. Meanwhile with the two young Saiyans, well, they were having fun. The definition of fun being scaring the Tyrannosaurus. Why? They need meat. And every now and then they would cut some of its tail. But that was because it chased them. Now it was running to keep it safe. Sakura and Gohan ran behind it, swords raised. To anyone watching it would be a funny sight to enjoy. Back with Goku, raising himself to rub him head, he had to ask, what did that? Fool. That's what you get for trying to eat King Yama's fruit. A voice spoke. Goku looked to a large blue man, with a mace. He wore a vest that read HFIL. Whatever that meant. Goku just blinked looking at him. You mean I'm not allowed to eat any of that? Goku asked, pointing to the tree. You got it, buddy. The big blue guy confirmed. That tree belongs to the great King Yama. Only he eats that fruit. Goku smiled, rubbing the back of his head. Oh come on. Just one piece? Goku asked, attempting to use the puppy dog eyes. Don't give him any of it. Another voice spoke. Goku looked to equally big guy, but he was red and wore glasses. Who do you think you are? He asked Goku. I'm Goku. I ran here so I could receive your special training. He then pointed to them. Which one of you is King Kai? Both men looked at each other. King Kai, huh? They both questioned in confusion. You mean you guys aren't King Kai? Goku asked. Don't you know where you are? This is the land of no return? The red one yelled. That's right, bub. And we run the home for infinite losers. The blue one continued. And once someone comes here, there's no going back. Red finished. What? Oh no. Goku yelled. He looked up and began to panic. I must have fallen off Snake Way somewhere. Oh no, Naruto. I need to get back up there. Naruto was sleeping on the path. It had been quite a run for him and it was so tiring. It was then he smelled food. Waking up he looked to the distance. Food. Naruto ran. Nothing was going to stop him from food. With Goku, he was trying to get back up to Snake Way. How? Jumping. To say it was a sight for the two ogres. They watched him jump just short of the clouds, watching him try swing for it before falling back down. The guy sure can jump. Blue said. I will refer to their color from now on. It was then that they came up with an idea to have fun with the guy. Goku sighed as he landed. Guess it's too high, Goku sighed. Hope Naruto's getting close to King Kai? Hey buddy. Want a little help there? Goku turned to see Blue. Why not? Sure. Goku grinned at the offer. But so far I haven't come close, Blue grinned back. Just leave it to me, he exclaimed. I've got a knack for these things. He grabbed Goku's hair. Hey. Let go. Goku struggled, and with one good swing Blue threw Goku up to the clouds. Sadly, it still wasn't enough to make it. Goku walked back over. I still couldn't reach it. Guess you're not strong enough? Goku suggested. Blue boiled from that comment. Oh yeah. I'll show you who's strong. I challenge you to a wrestling match, Blue announced. Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's do it. Sadly, Goku didn't know he was making him more angry that way. He was being his usual self, clueless. Watch it. Or I'll knock your block off, Blue yelled. He told Goku that if he won he would give him his special flying machine. Poor Goku didn't know he was lying. Even if the guy said he wasn't lying. Naruto stood outside the restaurant along Snake Way. Man, I'm so hungry. Naruto began to step forward when he remembered King Yama's word. Facing hardships along the way. Naruto stepped back. His stomach growled. No, I will not fall for the tricks. He then pointed at the building. You won't get me. Naruto yelled, running on. The women inside the restaurant looked skeptical but shrugged. Too skinny if you ask me, she thought to herself. But man, he's good. In the park, Blue drew a large circle. Okay. He began, chucking his mace aside. First one to cross this line loses. Got that? He questioned, pointing at Goku. Sounds all right to me. Let's go, he declared. Not so fast. I have to warm up first. Blue got into a sumo stance. Okay. I'm ready. Great. I'm set. Goku said, getting into the same stance. Okay. On your mark. Get set, go, he yelled quickly. He began by tackling Goku in an attempt to push him out fast. Goku stopped before the line. The blue guy continued to push but wasn't moving. Hey, is it my turn to push yet? Goku asked. Being confident, the blue guy retorted with, Sure kid. With that, Goku started to push him back with flat palms. Staggering back, stopping by the line, he was confused. Hey, how you do that? He asked. Like this. Goku responded with a demonstration. Goku began to push his arms forwards, and then pull them back, he repeated. Blue just watched. Goku's arms moved faster and faster, forming a wind. Goku did one final push, forcing a huge gust. It had enough power to knock Blue out the ring. This is the special fly machine? Goku asked. Yep, sure is. Blue replied. Basically, it was a giant springboard. He then gave a quick run through by saying he jumps on one end, sending him flying. Simple enough. Getting into place, Blue yelled. Here I come. Jumping down from the cliffside, he landed on the plank. Goku flew up at high speed. Hey, I think I might make it, Goku yelled. As he got close, he slowed down, before falling. But he wasn't going to let that happen. Goku cupped his hands. Ka, me, ha, me, ha. Goku fired a blue beam down, giving the speed to go up. Yeah, he yelled, passing through the cloud. Or so he thought. He hit a barrier dead on. He fell back down, holding his head, which was throbbing in agony. Goku came to a conclusion. I guess you can't get through? But as if that would stop Goku, he just kept trying and trying. Blue was taking this with a smile. I thought you said I could get through? Goku asked. You would, but your head's too soft, Blue replied with a grin. Hey, wait a sec. You tricked me, Goku accused. Hey, It's my turn now, Red announced, coming over, and he had one for Goku. You said you want to get up to Snake Way, right? Red asked. You know a way up there? Goku asked. I sure do. There's a secret passageway, Red explained. You think you could take me there? Goku asked. Red grinned. Sure, on one condition. He left the sentence at that for tension. What's that? Goku questioned predictably. Simple. A game of tag and you're it. If you can catch me, I'll show you where the passageway is. Red finished. Wow, that's it? All right, Goku stated enthusiastically. The two got into place, both looking down the hill. You ready? Red asked. Yeah, I'm ready. You? Goku asked. On your marks. Get set go. Blue yelled, hitting the gong. Red ran. Goku watched him run before following. To make a long story short, Goku caught him in record time. Okay, just take the stairs here and you will make it back to Snake Way. Blue sighed. Goku ran forward. Hey, it's been fun, you guys. Oh, and thanks for the fruit, Goku yelled, sure enough holding one. They couldn't stop him from eating one in time. Bye, Goku yelled, running. Goku came to a gap of light. Forcing it open, he came to a shock. Great King Yamam. Hey. Goku greeted. Better get going. Not waiting for a reply, he just ran. Hey. Goku looked to a guy running over. You going up Snake Way? The man asked. Goku looked at him. Yeah. My name's Goku. Goku introduced himself. The man smiled. So you're Goku. My name's Minato Namikaze. I'm Naruto's father. The one you were with. Minato also introduced himself. Goku's eyes widened in shock. You're Naruto's father? Minato nodded. Come on, we better catch up. How far are we behind? Minato asked. Goku rubbed his head. About over a month. A month? Come on. No time to lose, Minato yelled. Goku nodded. Let's hurry. We got to get to King Kai and Naruto. Goku replied. As the pair ran, they didn't realize how short their training was going to be. Naruto looked up from the tail of the snake. How'd I get up there? Naruto asked himself, looking at the planet. Should I jump? XXXXXX time skip. XXXXXXX we find Minato and Goku running side by side to King Kai's. I think this is where I fell, Goku announced. Well, that's good. But who knows how far we got? Minato grinned at his companion. Then just up ahead, Goku saw the sweeper he slept on. He stopped in front of it. Hey, you're that guy from before? Where you been? He asked. You seen the kid that was with him? Minato asked. Oh, the blonde one? Yeah. He was almost to the end. You still have 3,000 miles left. Better hurry and catch up, he answered. Thanks. They yelled, jumping over. Whoa, check it out, Goku yelled. They both stopped in front of the restaurant Naruto stopped at. This must be it, Goku yelled. This place looks like it's fit for a king, Goku commented. Minato looked on along Snake Way. The end of Snake Way? No, Minato thought, shaking his head. This Goku guy isn't that clueless. Right? Minato asked himself. He was so caught up in his thoughts he didn't notice the building turn into a snake's head and suck them in. Arg! Both yelled as they fell down the corridor. That ended as they hit the floor at the bottom. A woman stood there and banged a gong. Summon the princess. A visitor just came in to see her. The women yelled. Goku and Minato looked round. Huh? They both didn't know they were being watched. Yes, they will do nicely. So much better than that skinny runt that ran by. She spoke to herself. She's not insane, really, she's not. The girl banged her gong. The princess has arrived, she announced. Minato and Goku looked in the direction she was looking. Seeing the women, Goku muttered. Wow, King Kai's a woman? Minato slapped his head. I swear, one more stupid comment. The princess, like everyone else, was blue. Her hair was bright orange. She had red eyes. There was a bit of chatting and dancing. Minato was so convinced that wasn't King Kai. But he was at a loss with Goku. But things turned round when Goku threw the women thinking it was a test. Sadly, that ended badly. It turned out the woman's name was Princess Snake. When Goku found out they were about to leave. But sadly things don't go as planned. Goku and his stomach couldn't say no to dinner. Which meant to Minato that Goku had spent over 4 months getting to King Kai's. Minato wondered what Naruto must be doing. Food came and left. Minato stopping after his first bite. Being a ninja you notice things such as poisons in food. But to his surprise Goku stuffed his face. Sakura and Gohan were resting in a cave. It was raining and couldn't do much else. Gohan had studying on his mind. Sakura? Well, she took the time to train her body. It was going to be a long night again. Gohan had one thing on his mind as he slept. I just need to find a way home. After food, they were told to have a bath so the woman wouldn't let them go. So here they were laying in the hot spring they had. It was odd how they wouldn't let them leave, coming up with another excuse. So, Goku began. How did you die? Goku asked. Minato looked away. I died sealing a demon. Goku blinked. Really? Goku asked in shock. Yeah. But I had to sacrifice my life and seal it in a child. Who? Goku questioned innocently. The only one I knew could contain it. I chose my son. Naruto contains the most powerful demon on our world. Minato answered. So that explained the odd ki Naruto was giving off. Goku declared. Minato blinked. What? He asked. I saw it. A red energy, but it gave him animal looks. Like longer fingers and fangs. He also had red slitted eyes. Goku explained. Is the seal weakening? No, that can't be. I made the seal myself. It shouldn't break. Minato panicked a bit for his son's safety with the demon. I feel ready to go. Goku announced. Yeah. Let's hurry to Naruto now, Minato agreed. The princess told the girls to stop them. Minato raised his hand out. I've had enough of this. We are leaving and anyone stopping us has to face me, Minato challenged. Fine. Kill them. The princess ordered coldly as their faces changed. Goku, let's go, Minato yelled. Right. They pushed by the girls running to the door. Rasengan, Minato called out, destroying the door. They ran down the hallway. The area around them changed. We're in a stomach, Minato yelled. Grab on, Goku commanded, grabbing Minato's hand. Bursting out the snake's mouth, it chased after them. Goku. Let me handle this, Minato called out, letting go. Thanks for the meal, but it's been a blast. Minato cupped his hands. A swirling green energy ball appeared. Fuden Rasengan, wind. Rasengan, wave. Minato yelled. Ha! The jade green beam shot out, hitting the head on. The snake on snake way was out cold. Minato landed on the bridge. Goku fell behind him. Wow. I gotta learn that. Minato shook his head. There is only one other that may be able to learn it, my son, Minato said. Goku nodded, though it was clear he was disappointed. With that they ran on. Sakura looked at Gohan. Why do you still want to go home? We've survived what? Half a year? Maybe less? Gohan had told her he was going home. But she continued to try to convince him to stay and see it to the end. Okay. Here I go. Gohan yelled, pushing the makeshift landboat he had made. Hey! Sakura screamed, jumping in after him. Someone has to try to convince you, and keep an eye on you, Sakura said. The pair shot off across the desert. They came against a path of stone boulders. Gohan tried his best to get through it. Sadly, he couldn't keep control and they crashed through some trees and went through a cave before falling off the edge of the cliff at the end. The pair landed face first into the sand. What a way to start! Sakura's sweat dropped as she tried to get herself out of the ground. Sasuke? Well, he took everything he could get, after meeting the second Dobi, as he deemed Yamcha. Sasuke took to training with all the Z fighters. He was going to gain every bit of experience from it he could. The reason he and Kakashi were chosen was because of their skill to read movements and elemental attacks. After facing the Saiyans in a time trip, as Mr. Popo called it, he was more determined than anything to get stronger. But right now he was fighting himself, thanks to Kami's training. It was also how he got to earn his Sharingan when Kakashi got to them. Sasuke was going to make sure he learnt the lighting blade of Kakashi's. No way the Dobi was getting ahead of him. Speaking of our one-eyed ninja in training, Kakashi was doing hand-to-hand combat with Master Roshi. Kakashi had one thing on his mind as he trained. I need to be strong to help my students. I won't let them die again. Kakashi was then knocked down by his sensei, as he calls Master Roshi. His book fell out his pocket. As Kakashi picked it up, he realized something. No, 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 he yelled. This was probably his last ever Icha book. Something wrong, Kakashi? Roshi asked calmly, getting back into stance. Oh, it's just that I realized this may be my last ever Icha book. Kakashi screamed out the last part, comical tears streaming out of his only visible eye. Roshi got an odd look in his glasses. Can that even happen? Well, how about I help you out, Kakashi? Roshi asked. Really, how? Kakashi asked back. I've read your book, and it's not much to what I read. I could make one for you. Or get you one. But make you one first. Will that make you happy? Roshi questioned. Kakashi nodded. If you can do as good as the great Jiraiya-sama, then by all means. Roshi turned his back to Kakashi. Gah ha 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 ha. The evil laughter was going through Roshi's mind. We best continue, Kakashi. I'll get started on it tonight, Roshi declared as he rushed at Kakashi. Praise Kami. Kakashi praised. Up above Korin Tower at the time, the elderly Namekian sneezed. I think people talk about you too much, Kami-sama, Mr. Popo suggested. Yeah. Maybe Kami was a bad choice of names? Kami asked. The next day came for Kakashi. Hey. He looked to Roshi. He was waving an orange book. Kakashi's eyes widened. No way you're that fast. You've probably just copied something, Kakashi accused. I'm Kame Sennin. Fellow Sennin think alike. Doing something like this is child's play, Roshi announced, tossing the book to Kakashi. Kakashi jumped for joy, flicking to the first page. His blood boiled shortly after. He turned to where Roshi was. He was gone. I'll kill you, Roshi. You have disgraced the honor of Icha. With that, Kakashi summoned his nin dogs. Find that old hermit, he ordered. Roshi was laughing evilly from the other side of the house. Luckily the sea drowns out most noise. Hope he loved it. As Kakashi chased Roshi, the book lay on the ground. On the very first page were stick figures having sex, with a Roshi at the bottom doing a peace sign that said, "The end." Sakura and Gohan stood in a ravine. Gohan, after all they went through to get home, decided to help save the world. Sakura was pleased that she and many others had in a way convinced him. Running from the house's sight as fast as they could, Piccolo revealed himself. Both looked up to him. What is your mission, Gohan? Piccolo asked. He already knew Sakura's. Say it. Piccolo ordered in a tone promising pain if defied. To prepare for the Saiyans. To fight, and defend the earth. Gohan complied. His statement sounded as if it had been practiced for this particular moment. Sakura smiled. That's it, Gohan. Now you know what we must do. Sakura thought to herself. Good. Let's go back, Piccolo ordered. Right, and with that the group's training was now going to begin. Goku and Minato were speeding along Snake Way. They couldn't be far now. It was as they reached the top of the path on Snake Way that they felt a burst of massive ki energy. They looked at each other. Naruto. With that they ran. As they ran there was a red glowing orb. That's it, Minato yelled. As they got closer they noticed it wasn't glowing. There was a red and orange blur speeding around the planet. They could just hear what was being called out. Naruto, stay still. We need to move on to your next lesson, they heard. King Kai. They yelled, running faster. Finally Goku can begin his training, and Naruto's was now only about to begin. End the battle of life and death. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or DBZ in any way, shape or form. The only things I own are the OCs. Chapter 6. The Saiyan Saga Part 5, The Battle for Life or Death. 2.5 months have passed since Goku and Minato reached King Kai's planet. With training complete, we have our two heroes rushing along Snake Way. We got to hurry. 2 days might be too much, Naruto yelled. After training with King Kai, Naruto had been given new clothes to match his style. Naruto wore deep blue pants exactly like Goku's with the same footwear. Naruto also donned a white short-sleeved shirt under his red gi. On the front was the symbol of King Kai. On the back was the spiral Naruto had. On it at the bottom were waves and at the top wind. In the middle was the Leaf Village mark, symbolizing all of what Naruto knew, each with its own meaning. The spiral meant the Uzumaki, the wind and waves for the Namikaze, and the leaf symbol for his home. But what Naruto didn't know was that on the sash that he tied round his waist was a miniature Uchiha crest. King Kai left it out for him to find later. Naruto wore the headband on his forehead like he always did, but it was now red instead of blue. Goku wore his usual attire, but with the Kame symbol on the front of his gi and the King Kai symbol on his back. Minato remained the same. Settle down, Naruto. Get into much of a hurry and you may fall off, Minato yelled to his son. We also have to be careful when we get close to the end, since Raditz had to be revived with us. You better be ready to take him out, Minato, Goku called out to his two companions. I'm ready. If he gets in your way, I'll handle him, Minato replied confidently. They're here at last, Piccolo announced. Throughout the world, every one of the Z fighters and Team 7 sensed the arrival of the Saiyan warriors. That would mean that Naruto and Goku-san will be here soon, Sakura added. Sakura wore the same gear as Gohan, a black gi similar to Piccolo's but with a red sash instead of blue. In no more than a minute since they sensed the Saiyans, a bright light engulfed most of the earth. They could only look on from where the warriors destroyed the city. They're coming to us, Gohan. Sakura. Prepare yourselves, Piccolo declared. The Z warriors headed towards Sakura, Gohan and Piccolo. It annoyed Sasuke that they were heading there. It was true that he had missed Sakura, just like he had missed Naruto, but he didn't think he was ready to deal with her yet if she was still a fangirl. This is what you prepared for, Piccolo began, removing his weighted cape and turban. Right. Gohan and Sakura responded. They're here, Piccolo exclaimed. They looked up to two men and a woman coming down to them. It appears they were waiting for us, Vegeta spoke to his comrades. Wow, what powerful auras. I can feel them, it's overwhelming. Sakura was slightly scared, but one look at Gohan showed he was more scared. Gohan nodded shakily in agreement. The Saiyans landed 2 meters in front of them. So we meet at last, Vegeta greeted. The pleasure's mine, Piccolo returned. Just for the record, why did you guys come here? We won't hurt you if you don't mean to do any harm, Piccolo questioned. That voice. I see. You're the one who defeated Raditz a year ago, right? My voice? Didn't Raditz tell you? Vegeta asked, tapping his scouter. Our scouters also work as communicators. Nappa squinted his eyes. The green one's from Namek, right? Nappa inquired. Yep, he's from Namek, all right. No wonder Raditz had such a hard time with him in Kakarot, Vegeta answered. Piccolo was surprised by what they said. So I'm an alien, huh? I was wondering about the antennae. You just gave me some insight to my heritage. Piccolo wasn't surprised really. We didn't know you were from outer space, Sensei, Sakura exclaimed. Wow. Is that true, Piccolo? Gohan asked. How come I didn't know this? Piccolo asked himself. You didn't know, huh? That's a surprise. The female spoke, her black eyes boring into him. You feel that? Krillin called out to Kakashi and Sasuke, who were running to the others. Kakashi looked to Krillin. What was that odd storm? Kakashi asked. It seemed unlike anything normal. Krillin nodded. We summoned the dragon not long back, Krillin replied. Sasuke clenched his fist. He had missed his chance to make the wish. That's it. I'm going to convince the warriors I should be trained by them, but a test to see what they are made of is in order. Sasuke mused to himself. How long will it take for Naruto and Goku to get here? Kakashi questioned. We have no way of knowing. Hopefully they will make it to help, Krillin answered. There. Sasuke pointed to Piccolo, Gohan and Sakura. Now, tell us where the Dragon Balls are, Vegeta demanded. You won't find them for a year. The group looked to Kakashi, Sasuke and Krillin. Shut it. Look, we know the Dragon Balls are here. Make no mistake, we will find them. It can go hard or easy on you. Nappa responded, glaring at the short, bald man. We have powers beyond your imagination. We can kill you before blink. The female added. Her hair was in a long ponytail. Her armor was black and yellow, like Nappa's was, however hers only had one shoulder pad. Her name? Kokyo Surai. Surai Kokyo, the Japanese way around, means painful demise. The group stood together. Sasuke. Sakura called to her raven-haired teammate. Right now, adding, Kun, was not the time. I see your training went well. Just don't get all of us killed. Sasuke replied to Sakura. I won't let that happen, she called back fiercely. Sasuke wore a blue and black gi. It seemed that both he and Kakashi couldn't fight at their best with their old clothing, so with Krillin's help they got new gi. He wore black pants and an equally dark undershirt. He adorned a blue upper gi. On the back was the Uchiha crest. As the genin talked, Kakashi stood by Piccolo. These them? Piccolo nodded. Right. Kakashi looked to the Saiyans. Kakashi had taken to wearing a full black gi. On his back was the Kame symbol. On the front was the symbol for lightning. Tell us where the Dragon Balls are or suffer. Nappa threatened. The group tensed, getting into stance. Piccolo smirked. And even if you do, at least I know I have a home other than this one, he responded confidently. And coming here, this is not somewhere you can ask questions. Prepare to fight, Piccolo yelled. Around them choppers showed. What are they? Sakura asked. Choppers, but what are they doing? Krillin spoke mostly to himself for the last part. Nappa blasted at them, taking out 3. It appears that they aren't going to tell us where they are, Nappa, Vegeta declared. You wanna bet? All right. Let's see how strong they really are. Nappa yelled, activating his scouter's sensor. His first target was Gohan. The kids at 1100. Next was Sakura, 1500. Then it fell to Piccolo. The Namek is at 1600. Then it was to Kakashi, 1550. Then it came to Krillin, 1300. Lastly Sasuke. Same as the Nameks. 1600. Sasuke smirked. That's what they think. My power is greater than that, Sasuke mused to himself. Nappa. These will be no good. Kokyo spoke to her gigantic companion. Huh. These guys can sense energy. They know how to raise and lower their power levels. Ah yes. That weakling Raditz was fooled by the power ratings. Nappa reminded himself. With that they took off their scouters. Weakling? Kakashi and Piccolo asked. This caught them off guard. If Raditz was a weakling to them, what were they? Nappa, let's leave the Saibamen to them. Vegeta ordered. Hey. You know how to party, Nappa said. Everyone looked about. Saiyaman? Krillin asked. I don't see any. Gohan added. Kakashi raised his headband, revealing the Sharingan in his left eye. Be prepared for anything, Kakashi advised. Nappa pulled out the container. There's only 6. Looks like we get to have some fun after all, Nappa declared, grinning slightly. He then proceeded to plant the seeds the Saibamen were in. The group tensed and watched in fascination as little green men broke out the ground. They look like walking vegetables to me," Sasuke declared, clearly unimpressed by his opponents. That was wiped away as the Saibamen circled them. Sasuke activated the Sharingan to keep up with their movements. This act on their eyes didn't go unnoticed by the Saiyans, but they didn't know what to think. The Saibamen quickly jumped, destroying the surrounding ground. The power they jumped with showed that this fight was going to be more difficult than it originally appeared. "Leave them to us," Sasuke declared as he and Kakashi stepped forward. "What are you? Crazy? There are too many. We should each take one. It's true that you've powered up, but don't overestimate yourself, you fool," Piccolo yelled out and also stepped forward. Gohan, Krillin and Sakura mimicked his action. "I can take them on my own. So leave me and Kakashi to handle this," Sasuke declared arrogantly. The Saibamen jumped forward. Sasuke and Kakashi doing the same. "Chidori." They both announced their attack in unison. It was a blur as the two ninja took on the Saibamen. Lightning was shooting about, but not doing any damage. What in the world was going through their thoughts? "Gah! Come on, you three. We can't afford to lose anyone at this early stage," Piccolo commanded, joining the fight. Krillin and Sakura joined too. Gohan watched. He was nervous about fighting, but more of him was scared. He wanted to fight. He really did. He wanted to help his friends, but he wasn't ready to hurt anyone yet, so Gohan watched, keeping out of the way as best he could. As fast as the battle started, they pushed back, giving space between the fighters and Saibamen. "Gohan, stay focused," Piccolo called out. "Right." Gohan yelled as he focused himself to fight, to protect his friends and his surrogate big sister, Sakura. Krillin. The group looked up to Tien, Chaozu and Yamcha landing. "Hey guys," Krillin yelled. "Who are the kids?" "The boy's Goku's kid, right, and the girl?" Tien asked. Gohan and Sakura looked at him. He wore a half-G eye showing the upper part of his body. But what surprised them was the third eye on his head. "Yeah, that's Gohan, the girl's Sakura," Krillin replied. "Piccolo's been training them. Bold just like his father. The girl's got guts too," Tien commented. Chaozu nodded. "Hey." They looked to the right to see Yamcha. "Well, if it isn't the second Dobi," Sasuke greeted. "You know, one more time with that and I'll kick you into the next world," Yamcha yelled at Sasuke. Sakura couldn't help but feel a bit of deja vu. 9 against 6. Interesting, wouldn't you say, Nappa? Vegeta commented from the sidelines. "Yeah. I'll enjoy what's left of them, Vegeta," Nappa replied. "I feel it's going to be good match," Kokio added. "More entertaining when I get to fight, if you ask me," Nappa continued. Vegeta looked back to the fighters before them. "Gentlemen, how about a match? One-on-one with the Saibamen?" Vegeta offered. "What's your answer?" "This will help." Krillin spoke to his allies. "It'll buy time for Goku and Naruto to get here. Like the Dobi has improved enough to be stronger than me," Sasuke commented arrogantly. Tien stepped forward. "I'll go first. I've been looking for some action," he declared, caring little for the opinions of his friends. "Besides, it's not like I'm scared of little green men for outer space." "You go first," Vegeta ordered a Saibaman, "and go all out till your heart's contempt." The two stood there, staring each other down. The Saibaman ran forward, making the first move. Tien attacked, giving a blow to the chest. Tien rushed after the airborne Saibaman. Flipping in midair, the Saibaman rushed towards its adversary. Before they met, its head split open. A spray of dark green liquid flew at Tien. Tien moved out the way in time. The liquid hit the ground, dissolving where it touched, revealing its true nature to be that of acid. Tien appeared behind the Saibaman and hit it in the back of the head. He followed up with a kick, sending it airborne once more, before pointing one finger at it. Dodonpa Ray. A thin yellow beam traveled at it, and pierced the green creature's chest. "No way. They all have 1200. The same level as Raditz," Nappa yelled in disbelief. "There's no way they could beat it," he continued. Now you see my point, Nappa. Vegeta spoke slightly smugly. Nappa grumbled. Saibamen are weak anyway, we can beat all of those warriors. Without breaking a sweat, what are you worrying so much for, you big oaf? Kokyo finished. The Saibamen started to stand. Tien. It's getting back up. Chaozu yelled out to his longtime friend. Tien turned back to it. Before it could go for another round, Vegeta blew it up. Vegeta. Why? He wasn't of any use to us. Kokyo answered Nappa in Vegeta's stead. Everyone looked shocked at what happened. So who's going next then? Vegeta asked with a smirk. I'll go. Yamcha decided. I'll show these goons what we're made of, he declared confidently, walking forward before getting into stance. You go next. Nappa commanded one of the Saibamen. Hurry, Goku, Krillin thought desperately. The others were confident, but he wasn't. These Saiyans were monsters. Couldn't they sense the power of these aliens? Yamcha ran forward. As the two got close, both vanished at high speed. Where'd they go? Gohan asked. Gohan. They're moving too fast for your eyes to follow. Concentrate. Feel their energy. We can all see it. Only you need to now find out how to do that. Piccolo explained. Gohan concentrated. It wasn't long before he could see the blurs. Gohan blinked. Now you see. The battle between the two raged on. Sparks flew between the two. Yamcha sweep kicked the Saibaman before giving chase and attacking from the right. The Saibaman grabbed his arm before throwing him away. Then attacking, Yamcha vanishes and appears behind it. His hands cupped. Blue energy glowed in his hands before launching it on the Saibaman. It crashed into the ground. Yamcha landed by the crater. Hey! We're in a whole other league. Yamcha declared. The long-haired ex-bandit turned to the Saiyans. Why don't I take on the other four? The Saibaman in the crater jumped. Yamcha! Krillin screamed. Yamcha turned, but the Saibaman wrapped its arms around him. Let go! He yelled desperately, trying to force it off. It tightened its grip. It grinned before glowing brightly. An explosion swept the area. Arg! Yamcha screamed in agony. The smoke cleared. There was a crater, but no Yamcha. HN. Guess it's a draw, Vegeta announced, before chuckling. End. To the readers. We'd like you to think of some possible unique key attacks for Sakura and Kakashi. If you have some for Sasuke, then don't hesitate to put them up. We will choose the best. We already have some possible attacks, but we think it would be nice to have some input from the readers. Thanks for reading Gogeta 408 Kaden Shadow. They fall one by one. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or DBZ in any way, shape or form. The only things I own are the OCs. Chapter 7. The Saiyan Saga Part 6, The Past Revealed. Or they fall one by one. This is for you, Yamcha, Krillin yelled, his hands held above his head. He was going to avenge his fallen friend. A yellow energy glowed brightly in between his hands. Ha! He yelled, throwing his hands forward. The Saibaman dodged the attack. As it got close to the Saiyans, Krillin pulled the attack up into the sky. His hands were brought down quickly, and the beam followed and scattered into several smaller ones. The Saibaman were hit. All but one, that is. The Saiyans were also hit by the attack. Krillin panted from exhaustion. That attack took up quite a bit of ki. Wow, Krillin! Gohan yelled. Yeah, that was cool. Sakura added. HN. I could have done that. Sasuke spoke coldly. He was clearly unimpressed by the display of power by their bald comrade. A silhouette appeared in the dust cloud, and a Saibaman jumped out. Ugajiji! It cried out as it flew at Krillin. Sasuke's Sharingan activated and he charged forward, skidding in front of Krillin and making hand seals. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. He screamed mentally, before exhaling a gigantic ball of fire on the Saibaman. It lived, but was running around comically, waving its arms around as it was on fire. What was that? Nappa asked as the Saiyans watched the Saibaman burn up. Don't know. It appears that these ones with the red eyes have an odd element with fire. Vegeta suggested. He clearly wasn't afraid. Peeved. What good's fire against us anyway? I'll stomp it out before he knows what's hit him. Kyoko exclaimed fearlessly, a smirk set on her face. Everyone looked to the Saiyas who didn't have a scratch. Nappa stepped forward. Let's get the real fighting started, he yelled fiercely. Any volunteers? Sasuke was about to step forward, but Kakashi stopped him. I'll go, he stated calmly, his Sharingan already beginning to spin in anticipation. Just remember not to kill the Namek. Kokyo ordered in a serious tone. No smile was upon her face, she was in fact frowning. He's going to tell us the locations of the 7 Dragon Balls. Nappa nodded. Yeah, both got into stance. Kakashi's eye span as his eyes connected with Nappa's, he looked at the Sharingan. What's with that freaky eye? Kakashi finished. Nappa stumbled on his train of thought. What the, can he read my mind? Kakashi completed Nappa's sentence once more. Look you fool. Stop doing that. Kakashi and his opponent spoke in unison. Nappa growled. Nappa. Vegeta yelled. What? He screamed, irritation evident in his voice. Don't fall for stupid tricks. Just kill them, he commanded. I was going to do that, he responded. Indignance was just one of the things he felt at that moment. Wasting no time, he jumped forward. Kakashi followed the movement and copied it. A punch flew at Kakashi, who attempted to dodge it and barely succeeded, before a kick also came his way. He ducked under it and tried to retaliate with a roundhouse kick. Nappa blocked it and responded with his own roundhouse kick. Kakashi failed to react in time and was sent flying. He's too fast. If it wasn't for the Sharingan, Kakashi couldn't even blink before another punch connected with his face. Flipping over, Kakashi pulled out a scroll. Let's try surprise tactics. Kakashi bit his thumb opening the scroll. Nappa just blinked at the man. Paper? What the hell will that do? Kakashi threw the scroll up before going into seals. Everyone but the genin were curious as to what technique Kakashi would unleash. Grabbing the scroll, he slammed it down. Earth style. Summoning. Fang pursuit jutsu, he yelled. Nothing happened other than that the ground rumbled slightly. That was such a damned lame move. Nappa yelled, failing to see the true purpose of the MVE. His guard was dropped, and the summoned dogs Kakashi had summoned took advantage, and bit into each limb in an attempt to prevent movement. Arg! He yelled as the dog's teeth penetrated his skin. Bloody mutts! Nappa screamed in frustration. Your future is death. Kakashi spoke ominously, with the hope of freaking Nappa out. His hands moved into 4 familiar seals before he grabbed his right wrist and hunched over. This is why I'm called Sharingan Kakashi, because of this eye. This jutsu will kill you. Everyone watched in shock as lightning built up in his hand. Lightning blade, he announced. The sound of birds chirping voiced around them. Kakashi began to run, his arm dragged along the ground, creating a trench. Kakashi was soon in range, and thrust his hand forward. Nappa smirked. Die! He screamed out before his hand met flesh, and pierced through Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened as a hand protruded from the other side of his chest. Arg! Sensei! Sakura yelled. Sasuke looked shaken too. He had his Sharingan going and didn't even pick up the movement in the jab. Blood seeped out Kakashi's mask. He couldn't even speak. Nappa's hand flew up as he threw Kakashi into the air and exhaled a golden beam of energy. Kakashi attempted to block with Tei still chirping. Lightning blade, but the beam was too big and he was vaporized. The summons vanished. Hey! What a waste really! Nappa exclaimed. My future is death. Who in the right mind believes that bull? Along Snake Way, Minato and Naruto stopped. It felt like someone close had just died. Who? Naruto asked himself. Kakashi. Minato knew all too well who would have died. Hey, don't stop guys! Goku yelled. Both nodded and ran on. I hope it wasn't Sakura-chan. Naruto thought to himself, before he shook his head to rid himself of the image. Nappa dusted his hands off. Hey, who's next? He looked across them. Sasuke was not moving. After what he saw, he would need to wait for this guy to weaken. Sakura was scared. Just watching that happen to her sensei. She felt like she was gonna hurl. Nappa's too much of a show-off. Kokio commented. Nappa began to gather energy. He's going to take all our fun. Kokio added. He's going to attack, Piccolo warned everyone. Now then, the now empowered Nappa began. Who should it be? He moved his look along the warriors there. You, he said looking to Tien. Tien got into stance and Nappa rushed him. As Tien blocked, the power that went into Tien's arm was immense. It was like being hit by lightning. Now this is lighting. Nothing that masked Wimp had. Nappa yelled, swinging his fist down. Tien went for another block. But the attack sliced right through his arm close to the wrist. Tien screamed in agony as he clutched the stump on his arm. Nappa used the moment of weakness to deliver a powerful kick to the Triclops. Tien struggled up and held his remaining hand into a half-triangle shape. A yellow glow grew brighter in his hand until Nappa kicked the injured warrior down. He laughed as he held his foot onto Tien's back. Nappa's guard was once more down, and Chaozu used the opportunity to latch onto the muscle-bound Saiyan's back. Chaozu! Tien yelled. Nappa flew into the sky, shaking wildly in an attempt to detach Chaozu from his back. He tried to grab him, but he couldn't reach him. Tien's friend began to glow. The younger ones turned their heads, not wishing to see another's death. Don't turn away. Honor is bravery. Just like Kakashi's was. Piccolo spoke in a respectful tone. They slowly looked back. Chaozu! Get off! That's enough! Tien screamed desperately. Tien, is my telepathy working? Chaozu asked. His glow was currently a light blue, but slowly increasing in darkness and brightness. I'm going to take this guy to another dimension. Tien's eyes widened. Chaozu! Stop this! You're not going to take him anywhere. You're not going to die. Tien all but shrieked at his companion, tears building in his eyes, minus the top one. Goodbye, my friends. Goodbye, Tien. Chaozu's glow settled on a dark blue and its brightness grew in intensity. What? Nappa yelled as the energy covered him. He then tried one last power dive onto the rocks below. It was too little too late. A cloud of smoke covered the area as Chaozu exploded. Everyone looked on, most with shock. The smoke slowly decreased in size. Guess Nappa bit the dust? Kokio spoke in a carefree tone. He was always too cocky if you asked me. Vegeta added with a smirk, neither cared that one of them was gone. See that? Size is not enough. You must have heart and cunning too. Piccolo spoke softly. Krillin and Tien mourned for their comrade. Looking back up, they were shocked that Nappa came out of that alive. Smirking as he showed he had no scratch. Nappa! That almost had you. You barely managed a defense, Vegeta yelled. What? No way. Not even a scratch. Krillin yelled in disbelief, and anger that their comrade's sacrifice was in vain. No. Kyatsu's already been wished back once before, Tien yelled. Then in blind rage for a fallen friend attacked Nappa head-on. But all was for naught as Nappa got through an opening and kneed Tien in the stomach, sending him up into the air. Landing, he goes at him again, but was slowly becoming fatigued. Wait till he starts attacking Tien. That's when we will attack, when his guard's down. Piccolo said to the group. They gave a slight nod. Hey, that's not a bad idea. The group flinched as they heard Kokio's voice. I mean, Nappa's too strong to fight head-on. The group looked at them. Best you keep watching, or you'll miss your chance. Vegeta commented with a smirk, this would be amusing. Keep talking like that. Just wait till Goku gets back, Piccolo said with a smirk of his own. The Saiyans blinked. Goku, huh? Who's he? Vegeta asked. Is he very strong? It won't be just him. Wait and see, Piccolo said looking back. Tien was sent flying once more as Nappa landed a devastating punch to his face. Almost time, Piccolo spoke. I think I'll send you the same way the other one went. Nappa laughed out as he flew upwards. He gained some height before diving on him. Gohan, stay here, the rest go. Right. They responded as one. The four appeared round him. Piccolo sent a fist to the face, knocking him away. Krillin sent an overhead blow, sending Nappa downwards. Fire you three! Piccolo yelled. Sasuke and Sakura appeared. Gohan! Piccolo yelled, trying to break him out of his fear. As Gohan looked at Nappa, both the deaths he saw came back to his mind, followed by the deaths of his dad and Naruto the year prior. Gohan ran away after that, tears leaking from his eyes. Sasuke! Gohan's ran off. Sakura yelled over to her fellow genin and teammate. Double the power then. Sasuke replied with a smirk as he cupped him hands. A blue aura appeared. Sakura spread her arms out. Shenaro, she yelled, gathering pink energy. Too many people asked for it. Ha! They yelled. Sasuke unleashed a big blue beam. While Sakura launched two pink waves, they twisted around Sasuke's beam, before merging, creating a glowing purple beam. Nappa saw the attack coming and flipped out the way, but part of the beam caught his tail, and cut it off, leaving a painful burn on the small part of his tail that remained. Arg! My tail! Nappa screamed out in agony, before his eyes were set on the two 13-year-olds. We missed. Sasuke spoke, slightly disappointed and also slightly happy. He could test his power against this guy one-on-one now that he was slightly weakened. At least, he would be able to see if he was any close to him. Itachi, for those of you who are a bit slow in the noggin. No, we got his tail. Remember, that's their source for most of their power. Sakura spoke in as calm a voice as she could, though excitement was clear in her voice. Maybe we have a chance now. You're in a whole lot of bad luck now. I'll deal with you now. Nappa yelled in anger from behind Krillin and Piccolo. Sasuke, Sakura, get back to Gohan. Piccolo commanded. Krillin, you know the Triform technique, right? Of course. Krillin responded. Then use it. Piccolo ordered. The two split into 6, 3 of each fighter. The 6 engaged Nappa, with him keeping up with the 6. It didn't last long as Nappa landed a fist to each of them, forcing them to fuse back to one person. Once again they returned to the fight. We should be helping them. Sakura yelled in frustration. The feeling of helplessness returned to her. She hadn't felt like this since she was abducted from Roshi's island by Raditz. Her hand subconsciously grabbed the necklace hanging from around her neck. They told us to stay back, but we should be in the action, not babysitting brats. I want to test my growth. They heard a noise and looked to Tien. He fainted in front of them. Sakura and Gohan ran over to help. Sasuke looked up to the fight. Piccolo and Krillin were fighting with everything they had, but now they were just stalling for time. Tien, who had regained consciousness, left the group and walked back out to the battleground. He began to gather energy into the half-triangle shape he had made with his hand. This is for you, Chaozu. He yelled, sending a blast at Nappa's back. This time it did damage. With the tail gone, it gave an advantage. Sasuke and Sakura thought at the same time. Nappa's armor was mostly destroyed by the blast. Whoa! That was close. He yelled in amazement that he survived. Tien panted from where he stood. With the last tri-beam he had used up the last of his life energy. His body gave way. No way. He spoke weakly as he died there. He gathered everything he had. Grr! Goku! Where are you? We need you, Krillin yelled at the top of his lungs. Nappa! Vegeta yelled. Nappa looked to Vegeta. What? He yelled back, once again annoyed at having his fun interrupted. This gave the pair time to land back on the ground. Seeing as Nappa had the advantage in the air, Vegeta looked at them. This, Goku, is he Kakarot? Vegeta asked. He laughed. Yeah, so? What's so funny? Krillin screamed at the Saiyan Prince. You expect him to beat us? Raditz was a weakling and he couldn't even beat him. Vegeta laughed again. Just you wait. You'll get your match in Goku and Naruto, he exclaimed, hoping that the pair would arrive shortly. Naruto. The two males asked. The boy. Kokio answered. He's the one that was mentioned who died with Kakarot. I say we wait. Let's see what they can do. These two seem confident. Yeah, he's got my interest too. Fine. Nappa, take a break. We'll wait for them, but only 3 hours, he commanded. Fine Vegeta, but only 3. Nappa spoke as he landed, his head was hung low in disappointment of having to wait to continue his little spar with the Earthlings. You better hope he gets here, Nappa spoke threateningly, glaring at his opponents. 3 hours. I don't see why we need to wait for the Dobi. The guy's weak now. Sasuke spoke arrogantly. It will give us time to recover. Krillin responded, relieved at the break they were being given. You okay, Gohan? Sakura asked, worried about her surrogate little brother. With what little he's done, he's more than okay, Piccolo yelled in anger. Hey, we can't blame him. This is his first battle. I'll admit when me, Sasuke and the rest of our team went on our first C-rank mission, which we never actually finished before we came here, I froze in combat. Give him a break, Sakura argued. I blame myself for believing in him, Piccolo snarled. You were a waste of time, Gohan. Just go home. Along Snake Way the group moved on. Naruto was mentally preparing himself as they got close. All this, the training and my past, I'm ready. Naruto looked at the planet. Guess I have to jump. Naruto channeled ki through his body before jumping up. Yeah. He yelled in joy, before he felt the downward pull of the gravity. Arg. Naruto landed face first on the ground. King Kai, a short, stocky blue man with black robes and sunglasses, looked at Naruto. You getting up? He asked. Naruto lifted his head as much as he could. What is going on? Naruto asked. His face was barely off the ground. The planet here is 20 times your world, Naruto. 20? Naruto exclaimed in shock. He channeled ki again enough to flip him over. King Kai looked at him. I'm amazed he's alive. And even to move. But he has a long way to go. Naruto spent the next month getting used to the weight. Next flashback, Naruto stopped when he sensed a new presence on the planet. Running over, he sees a struggling Goku, and a man which was not having as much trouble. You? Naruto shrieked in anger as his finger pointed at the man. Both blinked and looked to Naruto. Anger was evident in his eyes. Naruto! Goku exclaimed as he struggled to get to Naruto. Minato stood there looking at Naruto. You're late. Geez, you're as bad as Kakashi-sensei. What happened? And why are you with him? Naruto asked. I'll tell you later. Naruto, this man here is. I know who he is. Naruto spoke coldly as his eyes met Minato's. Minato was clearly nervous. ND broke the eye contact little over a second after it was started. Really? Goku asked. Naruto nodded. This is the 4th Hokage. The man who ruined my life. Naruto screamed. Minato regained eye contact with Naruto. No, Naruto. Goku began. This guy here. Goku paused for tension, is your father. So don't be angry with him. Not his fault he died and had to leave you. Goku had clearly misunderstood things, thinking that Naruto believed the man had ruined his life by dying and leaving him in the world alone. The words echoed in Naruto's mind before everything went black. Naruto regained consciousness. What happened? Naruto asked himself. He then looked to see Goku chasing Bubbles the monkey. It then came back to him. The 4th's my dad, he asked himself. He looked round him. He's on the other side. Naruto looked behind him to King Kai. He knew you would act like this, but blacking out was a surprise for him. King Kai continued. What should I do? Naruto asked. Well, what do you want to do first? The being sealing in his belly button came to the front of Naruto's mind. I want to know everything. Why the hell he put the Kyuubi in the future Hokage's stomach for one, about my family too. Then do that. Minato is sorry, Naruto. Go talk to him. A son must never be angry at their father unless there is a very strong reason. Naruto looked at the Kai before nodding. He then ran off to Minato. Minato sat under the tree. Was it that bad for him in Konoha? He asked himself. A shadow loomed over him. Looking up he saw Naruto. Why me? He spat out at the man, his anger not forgotten. A snarl was set on his face, and it didn't suit him. What kind of Hokage would I be if I asked someone for something I had in the place? I'm sorry if your life was helped, son, but it was for the village's best interests. You have no idea what hell I've been through there. Each day I've been hated. Each day people have laughed at my dream of being Hokage. Each day I wondered what it was like having a family. Do you have any idea what that's like? The closest thing I had to a family was Iruka. Who was like a father to me. Naruto screamed out. Tears leaked out from his eyes as he knelt on the floor, sobbing his little heart out. Minato was uncertain to what reaction it would bring, but he wrapped his arms around his son and held him close, hushing him as he cried. Naruto leant into the embrace of his father. I'm so sorry, son. I'm so sorry, Minato whispered. As the two sat there for a good 10 minutes, Naruto eventually calmed down and walked away. He was tired, physically and mentally. The next day. I want to know about my family. Naruto spoke as he came outside and sat next to his father. Minato looked at Naruto. At least he wants to talk and not yell. Minato began. My name is Minato Namikaze. There isn't much about me you already read in the history books, right? Minato heard him, and continued. Your mother was Kushina Uzumaki. What? Naruto questioned. Where's the Uchiha? Ah, so you know? Minato asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah. I have the Sharingan, so how am I an Uchiha? Minato sighed. It comes from your mother's side. Her mother was an Uchiha. She came to Whirlpool Country to get away from her family, and the cursed blood. Cursed blood? I'll tell you before we leave. She married an Uzumaki and Kushina came to Konoha to find out about her past, but because she couldn't use the Sharingan, it was with my help she convinced them not to force her to marry an Uchiha for breeding. But this was way into when we were dating and all that. Minato spoke. We both thought that you wouldn't get the Sharingan, since the DNA would be weak. Maybe the fox had something to do with this, Minato mused out loud. Why's that? Naruto spoke out his thoughts too. It revolves around the cursed blood thing. But you will find out soon enough. Minato left it hanging at that. Naruto sighed. Is there anything else? Naruto shook his head. I think that's for the best. I want to let you take it all in as I train you. Naruto blinked. Train me? A grin emerged onto Naruto's face as he thought about how getting training from a Hokage would help him become one. Yeah. I came here to tell you this and help you train. Goku told me about the incident. So I wish to help. Minato smiled. Naruto himself couldn't help smile too. Next flash 2 months in and Goku was now onto the art of Kaioken. Both he and Naruto sparred to get them ready. But right now Minato and Naruto were back by the tree. I think it's time I told you something I missed out before about the Kyuubi. As you know, I could never do that to another family. But it's in your blood that you can hold back the Kyuubi. Or more specifically your Uchiha blood. Naruto looked surprised. Why's that? It's in the cursed blood, I'll explain. You see, the Uchiha are a cursed blood clan for this reason. Kushina found this out one day. Minato closed his eyes as he remembered. There are 5 forms to the Sharingan. The first 3 are the tomos you earn. Minato explained. Then there's the next one. It requires an important event. Sai, you must kill your closest friend to gain the Mangekyo Sharingan. Why that? Why can't it be earned through training? Naruto asked. Kushina never found that out. But, Minato responded. When the user gains this level, their eyes slowly lose the light, meaning they go blind. Naruto. Blind. They kill their best friend just to go blind. Naruto yelled in disbelief. Yes. But only one person has gone to the final level. A man named Uchiha Madara. Both he and his brother had the Mangekyo. He became blind but his brother could see. He seeked a new eye. He removed his brother's eyes so he could see. Was what gave him the final eye, where the light never fades. It's this eye, the final Sharingan, that can control the Kyuubi, Minato said. He's right. It's nothing but cursed blood, Naruto said to himself. I've been having some theories, Naruto, Minato said. Naruto looked to him. Madara attacked Konoha, which he founded with the first Hokage, and lost. I believe he summoned the Kyuubi and controlled it to attack the village. He just happened to choose the day you were born. Minato spoke. You're crazy, old man. He's too old. He'd be dead by now, Naruto yelled. I talked to King Yama. This was 4 years after my death. I asked him. Madara never passed his book, Minato replied. So that means that the eye may give immortality. Minato ended the story. The mere idea of an eye giving someone immortality still creeped him out, but it was the most plausible explanation. End flashbacks. I must tell Kakashi-sensei about this before Sasuke so we know what to do then, Naruto thought as the group moved on. Kokio lay lazily on her back, taking in the sun. This is a real pain. Why did I have to come? Peeved. I should have left these idiots to fight, but then again, I've been forced to fight since the beginning with these guys. Flashback. A 3-year-old Kokio laughed joyfully as she ran to a tall muscular man, wearing the white version of what we all know to be Saiyan armor. His hair was long, enough so to be put in a ponytail, his tanned face was covered in scars of battle, but a smile was on his face. They were on planet Kuroishi, a planet with black skies, 1 moon, 3 suns and no life, other than plants, some wildlife, and them. All highly intelligent beings had been wiped out by a group of Saiyans, 6 years ago. It had been dangerous. The group had gone from 7 Saiyans to 2. They knew that Frieza had sent them on a suicide mission, one that they had barely made it out of. It didn't take long for word to reach them, word of the planet Vegeta's destruction. Their hatred of Frieza, the galactic tyrant, increased. The 2 survivors, who were a male and a female, felt it to be their jobs to help keep the race alive, and had a kid. It was then that a teenage Vegeta came. So there were survivors after all. Come, join us. There are 4 other known survivors, 2 of which are busy on missions. Vegeta had sneered at them, before his eyes twinkled at the sight of Kokio, whom had been named that as a reminder of the day they lost their comrades. So you've had a kid? Excellent, nice to know people are thinking about keeping the Saiyan race alive. Now come. Frieza will be happy to know of more survivors to order around. The fool will be so annoyed when we kill him. Kokio's father held out his hand in a gesture to stop. Fool, he'll kill us. As far as he knows we have only male survivors, we have no method of creating pure-blooded Saiyans to his knowledge. Now you plan on letting him know? Idiot. He'll kill them where they stand. Kokio's mother had remained silent. Her clothing was the black suit that Kokio adorns in this present date. Her hair was short, left to go down to her shoulders. Then leave them here. They can train to grow stronger here. It will be slower than the near-death situations you are put in on some missions, but nonetheless it will have results. We need all the strength we can get. No, I'm not leaving my daughter. Sure, her and my wife can fend for themselves, but I want to stay here with them. I want to see Kokio grow up. Vegeta sneered at them once again, before blasting Kokio's mother in the head, killing her. Kokio started wailing. One problem gone. Now, come with us. Your allegiance to me, the Prince of all Saiyans, will help, but it isn't needed. Kokio's dad charged at Vegeta. Vegeta kneed the man in the stomach, before blasting him. I'll take good care of your daughter, don't worry about that. And so Vegeta took her to Frieza. Maybe if father had accepted Vegeta's offer I wouldn't be on this mudball waiting for those idiots to fight. Vegeta, I'm going off for some fun, Nappa announced. Vegeta sighed. Fine, but be back in time for the new arrivals. He ordered, smirking at the group a short distance away. If they come, that is. End from Gogeta 408 and Kaden Shadow. Yes, finally the flame of Kaden has risen. Turns out the guy had a computer crash. But he could have at least emailed somehow. Well, it's on to the next chapter for this. Anyone who's still reading NBZ, tell Ma and Kaden which is better, his or mine. Also, Sakura's attack will always be chanted by the word Shinero. I will type out the attacks for the next chapter. Also, please someone find attack Sasuke can use. I don't want to have to go through it myself. I have enough on my mind, such as my other fix. Thanks for reading. The next flash disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or DBZ in any way, shape or form. The only things I own are the OCs. Chapter 8. The Saiyan Saga Part 7 Naruto's Power, Yellow Flash Reborn. Well, time's up. Looks like these cowards didn't come, Vegeta said. Naruto isn't a coward, you jerk, Sakura yelled. And neither is my dad, Gohan yelled. Hey. Finally, I can crush the rest of these worms, Nappa said. Why aren't they here? Where are you, Goku? Piccolo asked himself as he looked in the direction of Karen Tower. Looks like we're out of options, guess it's a long shot, Piccolo said. They group looked at Piccolo. Sasuke. Kuririn. Can you distract him? Then I'll go for the... Piccolo stared in horror. What the T-tail? It's... Then the memory of the tail being cut came back to mind. Damn, he muttered. Change of plans again. Huh? Kuririn asked. Hey, because we cut the tail off by accident. Looks like we have to go at him from all angles. This may be your only chance. Sasuke, try doing that lighting blade. But only when you can. Don't die making a mistake. Sasuke nodded at Piccolo's words. The group stared down the monster before them. Nappa grinned. Up above Karen Tower, it's them. They're close, Kami yelled. Fetch them, my lord, hurry. Mr. Popo said. Kami vanished. In Otherworld, so down the right hand draw, and keep going? Minato asked. Yeah, that will give you the best chance of knowing how to get back, Goku said. There's the end, Naruto yelled. The three dashed into the room. Goku. Naruto. Kami yelled. Later, Dad. Naruto yelled as the three vanished. Minato smiled. Good luck, my son. I know you'll do your best, Minato said. Did they just get back from King Kai's? King Yama asked. But Minato was already in the draw and gone. Time to deal with this. Raditz, Minato said as he dashed down the steps. Goku, Naruto and Kami appeared back in the world of the living. Naruto was already making a dash off, not caring what's around him at the time. Got to get to Sakura-chan. Naruto yelled to himself as he jumped off the side. Goku following behind. Gohan, everyone, please be alive. Goku thought to himself. Naruto, getting the energy sense first, broke off. No, wait, Naruto. Goku yelled. Damn, better get to Karen-sensei fast. Goku yelled, dashing faster. Here he comes. The white cat known as Master Karen said. He looks tired, as he said as he looked at Goku. Here, he yelled, throwing 2 beans. Here's the last 2 senzu beans. Take them, Karen yelled. Goku caught them. I'll save them till I catch up with Naruto, Goku said to himself as he called out for Kinto-un. Landing on the cloud. That way. He yelled, taking off after Naruto. Let's go, Kuririn yelled. Both he and Sasuke broke forward, going to the side. Sakura, get behind, Piccolo said. Hi, Sakura yelled, dashing round behind Sasuke. Hey, what you worms going to do? Nappa said, cocky. Now, Kuririn yelled. He then unleashed a blast at the ground. Shanaru. Sakura yelled, bring her hands back, forming 2 pink blades of energy. Ha! Sakura yelled, launching them forward. Nappa turned to knock them away. Ha! Sasuke yelled, launching an attack from the side. Ha! Nappa jumps, dodging the attack. Ha! Kuririn yelled, waiting above. Taking the blast. Piccolo dashes forward. Bring his hand back to gather energy for a close-range blast. Gohan follows. Nappa, spotting the 2, turns in a back flip, landing a knee to Piccolo's skull. Then driving a foot into Gohan's stomach, sending the boy flying into the stone wall. You fools thought you had him. Vegeta yelled. What a joke of a performance, Vegeta yelled laughing. Sasuke growled. Shut up, he yelled launching a ki blast. Vegeta just knocked it away. Kuririn noticed everyone was looking away. Now's my chance. He quickly gathered energy in his hand and formed a blade. Ki Enzin, he yelled throwing the disc forward. Nappa turned to the blade. He sneered. More tricks? Nappa, duck. Vegeta yelled. Doing so he ducked to the side at the last second. The blade shot by cutting through a cliff. Use your head, idiot. Vegeta yelled. Blood slid down Nappa's cheek. He turned to glare at the bold one. He then launched a ki blast which Kuririn jumped at the last second. As Nappa turned to fire again at Kuririn, Piccolo shot Nappa in the back. Nappa turned to Piccolo in anger. Vegeta laughed. Bwaa ha ha. Having trouble, Nappa? Vegeta asked. As Nappa got ready to attack Piccolo, Piccolo's senses went off. That power, no powers, approaching, Piccolo yelled. Gohan gave a light grin. I feel it too. They're huge, Gohan said. It's Naruto and Goku. Sakura yelled. TCH. About time, Sasuke said. This got the Saiyans' attention. Kokyo brought out her scouter. She said. Well, Vegeta asked. There are 2 large power levels, Kokyo said. How large? Nappa asked. With power levels of 5,000, she yelled. 5,000, Nappa yelled. Nappa takes them out now. They'll only get in our way if they're alive. Their bodies will shake them up, Vegeta yelled. Nappa looked to Vegeta. But, the Drago? Well, go dynamic for them. After all, if one Namekian can make these balls, the ones on the planet should be able to do the same, Vegeta said. Nappa smirked. Time to die, kiddies. Piccolo-sensei, run. Sakura yelled. We'll hold him off. If you die, the Dragon Balls are gone. Gohan added. Piccolo smirked. Faye. Like you brats can hold your own. Nappa grinned. Little brats think you can hold me, huh? He then launched forward. Don't make me laugh, he yelled going at Gohan. Gohan. Sakura. Piccolo yelled. Sakura dashed forward. Arg. She yelled, throwing a kick. Nappa dodged it. Stupid girl. He yelled, slamming his elbow into her leg, snapping it. Sakura yelled in pain. He then continued for Gohan. A burst of power passed through Gohan, and in an act of heightened speed, he kicked Nappa in the face. Piccolo ducked as the large man flew over him, and into a rock face. You okay? Gohan asked, running over to Sakura. No, my leg's broken, she said. I've had it with you. Nappa yelled, launching a ki wave at the two. The two were too stunned to do anything. Piccolo got in front of them at the last second, taking the blast for them. As the smoke cleared, Piccolo was still standing. Pi Piccolo, Gohan said as he looked at the Namekian. Hey! Run, Piccolo said, falling forward. Sensei. Sakura yelled as Gohan ran up to him. Why did you save us? Gohan asked. Run now. Hurry, Piccolo said. Don't worry. Dad will come, and so will Naruto, Gohan yelled. Just don't die, Gohan asked. Hey. 1 down. 4 to go. Nappa said with a smirk. Gohan slowly stood. You monster, he said as his ki flared. I'll make you pay, he yelled as his aura darkened. Gohan burst forward with speed and landed a fist to Nappa's stomach. As he flew backwards, he overlaid his hands together above his head. Masenko, he yelled, launching his attack. 2,800. Vegeta yelled. As I thought, their powers fluctuate tremendously, Vegeta yelled. Nappa smirked. 2800 who? He then deflected the blast towards Sasuke, who dodged the attack but got hit by the blast. Gohan stared. I gave it everything, he said. You did your best, Piccolo said. I thank you too for being there with me to the end, Piccolo continued. The months I spent with you weren't really that bad. Piccolo's eyes closed. Don't die. Naruto's and Goku's eyes widen. It's gone. Their speed increased. Naruto brought one hand back and formed a ball. Nappa grinned. Hey. Time to finish this, he said as he made his way to Sakura. I'll start with you, girl, he said. Bring his foot up. Sakura looked up. Sorry guys, the foot came down. Rasengan. A ball of chakra slammed into Nappa's chest. Arg! Nappa yelled as he was thrown back by the attack. Sakura looked up at the figure before him. Hey Sakura-chan, Naruto said looking at Nappa. And Naruto, she said. Sasuke looked up and smirked. About time Dobi, Naruto looked to Sasuke. Hey. Heroes arrive at the last second, he said scratching the back of his head. He then turned to Nappa yelling as he forced the rocks off him. The burn mark on his chest. Bastard, he growled. Naruto turned fully to face him. That was for death you've caused, Naruto said. He then crouched and got into stance. This will be for my friends, he yelled. Nappa didn't have time to react as Naruto punched him in the chest, sending him flying. Naruto then took off following. Nappa looked to Naruto and swung at him. Naruto ducked. Arg! Naruto yelled slamming his foot into his chin. This is for Sasuke, he yelled as his Sharingan formed. The three tomes spinning. Naruto's ki burst again chasing after him. This is for Kakashi-sensei, he yelled flipping over slamming his heel into Nappa's back, as Nappa fell. And this is for Sakura, he yelled, as red aura covered him. Kaioken, he yelled blasting forward. Sakura could hardly follow as Naruto slammed his fist into Nappa's stomach. The huge man vomited from the force. Goku flipped down as Naruto finished his attack. Naruto throw Nappa on the floor. He then looked at the other two Saiyans, then he looked to Goku. Sorry Goku-sensei. Guess I got carried away, Naruto said. Goku grinned. Probably best to have run on ahead. Goku said. Here, split these up, he said tossing the senzu beans to Naruto. What are they? He asked. Just cut that into 4 and split 1 in 2 for us, Goku said, his eyes never leaving the Saiyans. Vegeta, help me, Nappa wheezed out. Vegeta grinned. A grin that sent a chill down Kokyo. What's going to happen? Naruto passed Goku one half a bean, as he eat the other, as he went to pass the other 4 a small piece he felt his strength return but felt full at the same time. Kuririn helped Sasuke across to Sakura and Gohan. My ankle's broken Naruto, she said. Hey. I'll make the others pay for this, Naruto said. Sakura smiled. Be careful, she said. Naruto grinned. Don't worry. Me and Goku know the art of Kaioken, Naruto said. What is Kaioken? Sasuke spoke. A special taijutsu. It multiples the body times over in speed and strength, Naruto said. Hey. You'll need to teach me Adobe, Sasuke said. I can't, Sasuke. The training I went through to use it is beyond anywhere on Earth to get it, Naruto said. Sasuke scoffed. Whatever then, he said. Hey thanks Vegeta, Nappa said as he grabbed his palm. Vegeta in one great swing throw Nappa skyward. Vegeta, Nappa yelled. The Z-team looked to Nappa. Kokyo jumped upward as Vegeta unleashed a large ki blast at Nappa. An explosion covered the entire field. That was close, Goku said as he held Sasuke over his shoulder and Gohan and Kuririn in each hand. Naruto held Sakura in his arms. Hey. You okay Sakura-chan? Naruto asked. Yeah, just. Don't get too used to carrying me, Sakura said looking away with a small blush. You guys go. Leave this to me and Naruto, Goku said. What? Kuririn said. You guys have done enough. Go to Master Roshi's place. There you can recover. I'll handle Vegeta. Naruto can fight the other, Goku said. Sakura and Sasuke were about to protest. He's right. You guys did your best. With you being here, you'll only get in the way. Please guys. Naruto said, looking at his teammates. Sasuke wasn't one to back down, but Naruto was right. Fine, Sasuke sighed. Naruto passed Sakura to him. Go guys. Naruto said. Just make sure you fight a distance away from here. Yamacha and the others' bodies are there. We can't have them revived into rotting corpses, can we? Kuririn said. But Kuririn, the Dragon Balls are gone. Piccolo's dead. Goku said. Just trust me on this, Goku. I think I know a way to bring them back, he said. Goku nodded, trusting his longtime friend. As the others took off, Naruto and Goku turned to Vegeta and Kokyo. Time for you to fight, girl. Vegeta said. Fine, just don't die, she said, not meaning a word. Because after this fight I'll kill you, she said to herself. Let's fight somewhere else. Goku said. That way we don't get in the way of each other. Naruto said. Vegeta smirked. Fine with me, Kakaroto. Goku and Vegeta then took off. Naruto looked to Kokyo. I'll make you pay for coming to this planet. Naruto said. Kokyo scoffed. Whatever, brat, she said. With that, both took off. Goku and Vegeta landed in a large rocky region. You should be honored, you know, Vegeta said as he and Goku faced off. A bottom-tier boy like you hardly gets a chance to play with an elite warrior like me, he smirked. Saiyans are tested at birth at their combat aptitude. The pitiful ones are sent to planets like this, one with less serious opponents. Goku smirked back. I'm grateful if that's how I got here. On this planet I've learned that even the lowest born can outdo an elite if they work hard enough. Vegeta chuckled. At least they have a sense of humor. Now I'll show you the wall you cannot pass with hard work. With that, it went quiet. Both went into battle stance. Both stared, waiting for one to move. Goku jumped forward at speed. Throwing his left fist, Vegeta dodged to the side. Then as Vegeta attacked with his left, Goku caught it and attacked with his elbow, which was blocked by Vegeta's arm. Throwing a kick, Vegeta jumped back to dodge. As he jumped along the rocky area, Goku chased. Vegeta bounced back and throwing an elbow to Goku's face. Goku flipped round and jumped back up only to find Vegeta gone. Vegeta appeared behind and tried to chop at the neck. Goku ducked and tried to kick, which Vegeta dodged by moving his body back, and tried to kick. Goku quickly dodged to the right. This continued on. What's wrong, Kakaroto? Vegeta asked as he dodged to the right of Goku's attack. Where's your power like the other lad? He yelled. He yelled, landing a kick to his stomach. Goku dodged a kick to the head. Even that boy could defeat Nappa. You must be at least stronger than the boy. He yelled, landing a blow to the head. Show me, he yelled. Goku flipped and landed back on his legs. Vegeta landed not far on a higher rock face. Unbelievable, he's just joking around. And he's stronger and faster than me, Goku said. Vegeta had his arms crossed and was smirking. Okay then, Goku called out. I'll show you. A red aura whipped up. Kaioken, Taya, Goku yelled, throwing his palm forward. Vegeta jumped up as the rock pillar he stood on got blow up. Goku then blitzed at Vegeta with amazing speed, landing a fist to Vegeta's face, then another to his body and finally kicking away. Goku then followed. Vegeta, regaining his senses over his shock, attacked back, landing a kick to Goku's face. Flipping over, Goku gasped at how that happened. Hey, if that was your best, I'm disappointed, Vegeta said with a smirk, a bit of blood coming from his lip. I can't believe him. But, in a weird way, I'm starting to get kind of excited. Goku smirked as his Saiyan blood began to build to the thrill of battle. Naruto and Kokyo landed on beach by the sea. For you to take out Nappa Baka like that, you must be good, she said. Naruto grinned. He then slipped into stance. I'll show you even more. I'm way stronger than what I gave Nappa, Naruto said. Kokyo grinned. Hey, give me a show then, she said. Naruto powered up. Okay Fox, Let's go. He yelled as red ki flowed into his body. Kokyo looked at him. His powers going way beyond anything I've seen, incredible, but, she smirked. He's just a kid playing hero. Naruto dashed forward. Kokyo caught Naruto's fist. That it? She said arrogantly to Naruto. Naruto's Sharingan eyes predicted a fist coming at Naruto. Ducking, he pulled on his fist, bringing a snap kick to her chin. Then following, he threw himself into a flip. Rotated over her to drop his foot down. Kokyo caught Naruto's foot, then with good swings sent Naruto towards the ground. Arg! She yelled, sending a ki wave at Naruto. Naruto looked to see the green ki blast. Shit! Naruto flipped, and the second his foot touched the ground he jumped back. Hey, you're getting slow, Kokyo said from behind Naruto. Naruto was sent flying into the cliffside as a sweep kick slammed into his chest. As the rocks fell past Naruto, he looked up. Okay. Then, I'm surprised the fox wasn't enough. He then pushed himself of the rock face. Guess it's time to show that you never underestimate Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto yelled as he called upon the fox's ki. Kaioken, Naruto yelled. He then burst forward, slamming his fist into a surprised Kokyo. So fast, she said to herself as he spun in the air. Naruto was on her in seconds, hand back. Rasengan. He yelled, the blue sphere in hand. Reacting fast, Kokyo blasted the attack with a ki blast, sending both flying away in the blast. Kokyo stopped in the air. Naruto bounced across the water. Standing on the water, Naruto looked to Kokyo. Damn, Naruto said to himself. He looked at the water. She's strong, and she isn't fighting her all, Naruto said to himself, but also. Kokyo looked at Naruto. Brat's a pain, he's fighting with everything from what I can tell. But for some reason I can't give it my all against him, she said to herself. Both looked at each other. That look in her, his eyes, it's like looking at me, both said to themselves. I'd say you're at your limit, Vegeta said. So let me show you something before you die, the overwhelming power of an elite Saiyan. Vegeta yelled. Go ahead, Goku said with a smirk. Hey, I look forward to erasing that smirk, Vegeta said. Ha! He yelled as he built up his ki. The rocks crumbled round him. Goku looked up to the black clouds, and thunder crashing about. What ki? It's like the whole planet's trembling, Goku yelled in awe. Wind began to push Goku from Vegeta as his power continued to increase. It's like a hurricane, he yelled, covering his face. Ha! Vegeta yelled. As he did, everything stopped. The rocks fell, and the clouds gone. The vibrations stopped. All the clouds blew away, Goku said. Looking about. It was then his body shook and he turned to Vegeta. A powerful aura built round him. Vegeta grinned. This is it. Kakaroto. Vegeta yelled as he launched forward faster than anything before. Goku was too shocked to move. Vegeta head-butted Goku. Then vanished and landed an elbow to his stomach. Goku landed and looked up. Behind you, fool! Vegeta yelled, attacking from behind. Goku threw himself up a rock face. Landing, he rubbed his back as he looked. Sensing Vegeta, he looked up to see him. Vegeta launched an energy attack. Too fast to dodge at normal pace, Goku called out. Kaioken, ×2. He yelled, jumping away. As the blast rocked up, Vegeta grinned and launched another attack. Goku pulled to the side at the last second. The attack took some of his GI with him and leaving a slight burn. That's good. That's very good. You dodge well, Vegeta said. As Goku landed, he removed what was left of his upper GI. I can't keep up with even twice the Kaioken. Oh well. He grinned. Better to blow myself up than have him do it. I've gotta up the Kaioken, threefold. Heh. I made that easy to dodge on purpose. It would be boring if you died without suffering, Vegeta said. Goku smirked. I wonder how long my boy will last if I take Kaioken up to 3. Goku asked himself. What's the matter, Kakaroto? Come at me. Vegeta taunted. Have you used all the tricks in your sleeve? He asked. Well, there's no other way to win as it is. Goku continued to think of his options. Vegeta seemed stunned as he saw Goku smirk. Does nothing affect him? Goku's muscles expanded as he powered up. Just last as long as you can body. Goku yelled. Time for Kaioken times 3. Naruto dodged left. Fist met fist as both Naruto and Kokio continued to meet blow for blow. Naruto's GI becomes tattered each time a strike got by him. Even with the Sharingan. I'm having trouble keeping up, Naruto said to himself. He then rolled back dodging a sweep kick. Bringing up his foot. Kokio was sent flying up. Flipping over, both looked at each other. Why do you hold back? Naruto asked as he wiped the blood away from his chin. Can't give it your all against a child, Naruto asked. Kokio gritted her teeth. Arg! She yelled, punching Naruto in the stomach. But as the fist pulled back, a ki blast sent Naruto flying into the rock face. Kokio took a breather. You were saying, she asked with a smirk. Naruto pushed himself up. He grinned. I can see it, Naruto said. That look in your eyes. Kokio looked back at Naruto. Eyes keeping contact. You've never had a good life, had you? Naruto asked. Pain, suffering, hate. I've seen it when I look in the mirror, Naruto said, closing his eyes, trying to catch his breath. What would you know of it? You look like nothing more than a spoiled brat, she yelled. Naruto looked at her. From the day I was born, my father sealed a demon in me. I was hated, feared, shunned. Naruto said. Most of my days from as far back as I can remember, Naruto continued. I had to hide for my life. I cried on my own. I had to eat worse things the smallest insect wouldn't touch, and all just to see another day sometimes, Naruto said. I may not know what you've been through, but I see the pain in your eyes, Naruto said. Shut up. Kokio yelled, firing a ki blast at Naruto. Tell me. Naruto asked behind her. Kokio's eyes widened. How he get behind me so fast? She didn't move as Naruto continued. What was it? Like before you lost your family? Naruto asked. Kokio grunted. Why should I tell you? She asked. You would never understand what I've been through, she said. That's true, Naruto said. I may not know what it is to lose your family. So meeting my father in the afterlife, well, Naruto said. I can't say I was happy to see him. I didn't know that the guy who made my life hell would be my father, so even now I still can't understand, Naruto said. But right now, Naruto spoke. I want to stop you, and I'll do everything to do it. You came to Earth seeking power, killed my sensei. Killed many people. Even if it wasn't by your hands, you didn't stop it. Naruto sighed. Forgive me. Naruto vanished as a kick swung at him. Kokio blinked, then looked to the top of the cliff. This time round, I won't be holding back, Naruto said. He stopped. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Son of Minato and Kushina Namikaze. Naruto said. Little sparks of lightning came off him. His eyes opened, showing the Sharingan. I'm the new yellow flash, Naruto said, vanishing. Kokio's eyes widen as a fist meets her chest, sending her back. She has no time to react as Naruto appears above her, axe kicking her chest. Water erupted up. Naruto cupped his hands. Futon. Ra. Sen. Gon. Ha. Naruto yelled as the mixture of wind chakra and ki blasted from Naruto's hands into the water. The water exploded. The power was in full force as Goku powered up to Kaioken threefold. Wah, what? Vegeta said as the wind blew past him. Goku was on him in a second. To stun to move, he took the blow to the face. Goku then followed and whopped round, landing a double kick to his back. Vegeta flipped round to face the speeding Son Goku. As he was about to attack, at the last second Goku shot off round him. Vegeta launched an energy attack, which Goku dodged, and landed a kick to the face. Vegeta crashed into the cliff pillars. Gah! He yelled as he blew the rubble away. Curse you! He yelled, looking at Goku. Throwing a punch, Goku jumps it. And having no time to reach, got a knee to the back. Vegeta flipped again. And threw another punch. Goku ducked and punched Vegeta's stomach. Hawk, Vegeta said as he held his stomach. That, slime, he said. Goku landed on the ground panting. It can't be. Vegeta said. He surpassed my power, he yelled. Goku grinned. He's tough, gotta finish this quick, or it's going to be bad, Goku said, his body throbbing in pain. Vegeta was pissed. No, he was beyond pissed now. He wiped his chin. Blood. He stared in shock. I shed me noble blood for this piece of thrash, and that knowledge, he yelled. I cannot endure, he yelled. He then unleashed a large amount of power. I've had enough of this planet. I'll turn you to ashes along with it, he yelled. He then shot into the air. Goku watched in horror. Dodge this one, Thrash, Vegeta yelled as he brought his hands together to attack. Save yourself and doom the earth, Vegeta yelled. What do I do? Goku yelled, his body in pain all over to move. I'll have to gamble on it, he said as he forced his body to move. Kaioken. ×3, he yelled, multiplying his ki energy. Me, Goku yelled out. You'll never block my Gyarikuho, Vegeta yelled. Prepare to die with this world you love, he then launched his attack. Kokio blasted the water away from her as she stood. You no good bastard, she yelled. I've been kind to you, but now, she said. Ki began to rise. I don't care now if your life has been as bad as mine. I can see from here that Vegeta will destroy this planet, she said. Naruto looked behind him. His Sharingan spun, trying to get a good look. A pink energy dot was all he could see. So I don't have to worry taking you out, she said. She brought her hands above her head. This is the only move Father showed me just before he bit it, she yelled. Naruto backed up. Guess I have no choice, Naruto said. Feel the power of my Nijiha, Rainbow Wave, Kokio yelled. Naruto watched as multiple colors mixed in her hand. Naruto powered up. Sorry King Kai. Kaioken, Naruto yelled. ×2, Naruto yelled. Naruto muscles increased in size. He brought his hands back. Futon. Rasengan, Naruto yelled. Both yelled, forcing their attacks forward. Goku launched his attack. Goku yelled as he unleashed his attack. The two attacks meet in full force. Goku, feeling like he was losing ground, put everything into his last move, Kaioken. ×4. Goku yelled. With the added power boost, the attack roared up. Losing ground, Vegeta yelled. The Kamehameha hit. Was heard as Vegeta went flying. Naruto and Kokio pushed back and forth. You can't stop me, Kokio yelled. After I finish with you, I'm going to kill Vegeta. Then my revenge for my family will be complete, she yelled. Naruto spoke his last words. You fight for only yourself. You fight for revenge. I fight for my friends. If I had them, my family, Naruto yelled. I will not lose. My friends are behind me, Kaioken, ×3, Naruto yelled. Harg, Naruto yelled, forcing everything. He could feel both his and Goku's battles at their peak. Nothing to do but go all out with a bang. The attack roared forward. Kokio had no time to react at the attack hit. She was thrown back and upward, slowly gaining height. She screamed as the attack ate at her back. She could see that she had lost like Vegeta. No, she flipped herself off the blast. I will not be defeated, she yelled in the sky. I will not die, not till I finally finish my revenge. And Naruto, you my boy, are in the way. If I can kill you, I know I'm ready. She looked up. All I need is the moon, she and Vegeta thought to themselves as they looked up. The horror came to them as there was no moon when there was supposed to be one. Finished. I know it's been a while, but I've been doing other things. I've tried the new Demon of Burst Limit. That was great. What about you, Kaden? You tried it. What do you think? I don't have a Xbox 360 of PS3 inches. Shrug. Oh well. At least I get to play it on the 6th of May, and you can't play it, starts dancing. Gogeta 408 waves his ass past Kaiden's face as he dances to rub it in. Once. Twice. 3 times. Kaiden pulls out a pin and wiggles his eyebrows. 4th. Bang. Gogeta 408 Luca at Kaiden. Why you pop my butt? You that jealous? Kaiden shakes his head. This is jealous. Gogeta 408's world goes black. Saga end disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or DBZ in any way, shape or form. The only things I own are the OCs. Chapter 9. The Saiyan Saga Final, the end of one to the beginning to the next. N.A. Okay, so you know. The reason I haven't been at this is because I felt like I should leave it for now. And that Kaiden has left me to my own doings. So I'm flying solo. But luck has it that I have spell checker now, yay. So it won't be all bad. Now I'll be going by manga now. So no anime add-ins. Stupid me really. So to all that have waited. I'll finish the saga here for the freeze one to come, oh boy oh boy. Onward. Vegeta pressed his scouter. Kokyo, where's the moon? Vegeta yelled. How should I know? You said it was out this time in case we needed it, you shithead. Kokyo yelled. Grr, how dare you talk to me like that? Fine, we'll go the old-fashioned way. Be ready for the technique. Vegeta growled as he flew back down to Goku. Goku watched as Vegeta landed before him. A Genki Dama's the only way to win, Goku panted as he looked at Vegeta. But I can't concentrate enough. You thought you could blow up, you moon, did you? Vegeta yelled. Goku blinked. The moon? He had no idea what Vegeta was talking about. What are you? Ha! Don't play the fool, Vegeta called out. Do you even know how we transform by seeing the full moon? Transform? Naruto questioned as he stood looking at Kokyo. His body twitched from the use of the Kaioken threefold. Damn, why I believe it would so easy to defeat her. Kokyo smirked. Yeah, the moonlight is only sunlight reflected, and combined gives off a green spectrum radiation, she said. But, the moon, Naruto looked at BVE. It's gone, Kokyo stated. So why tell me, he asked. Naruto blinked as he saw a light begin to cover Kokyo. He glanced to the glowing orb. What the? Naruto questioned. His body stiffened as the energy rose around Kokyo. Naruto glanced and could only stare as Kokyo began to transform and become more ape-like. Naruto stumbled back and onto his butt as he could only stare at the large beast. Rawr! The beast smirked at Naruto. Meanwhile elsewhere Sasuke, Sakura, Gohan and Kuririn looked in the direction of the light. We have to go back, Sakura spoke. Sakura, you can't fight, Sasuke spoke. I don't care. I can fly, Sakura grumbled, pushes out of Sasuke's hold and hovers beside them. My legs better, okay. Sasuke just stared. So you didn't need to be carried? Sasuke asked. Sakura grinned. She glanced away. Let's just go. Sasuke, well go for Naruto. And we'll go to Dad, Gohan spoke. They nod and take off. Sakura glanced to Sasuke as she followed from behind. There was a reason, Sakura sighed inwardly. Even since we all separated for the year, when I was carried by Naruto, it felt nice, but was it because I was just glad to see him? But why when with Sasuke, did it feel different? Sakura frowned. I'll have to think about this. Later, right now we need to help Naruto. Sasuke blinked as Sakura dashed on past him. When she get that kind of speed? Naruto's yell was drowned out by the blast of water. The large ape stared at Naruto. That all? Hey, maybe I was holding too much in saying if I defeat you. I'm ready to kill Vegeta, she growled. Naruto panted as he pulled himself onto the water. His outfit more or less left to nothing but shorts, sweatbands and boots. I can't fight as I am. I made a foolish error. And even with the fox healing, I won't be able to fight. Kokio laughed. Can't fight. Fine, I'll put you out for good. She opened her mouth. Naruto clenched his fist. What am I doing? Am I giving up? Would Goku-sensei give up? His eyes clenched shut. I did this to protect Sakura. But if I give up, not only will Sakura die, but everyone else. This entire world, die. The beam shot out and at Naruto. No. Naruto's eyes snapped open as he was engulfed in the blast, and appeared above, hands back. I can't give up. Body or no body, I will protect Sakura, I'll protect everyone. Kamehameha. Naruto roared, firing an attack at the large Uzaru. The attack blasted her in the head and knocked her against the cliff. Naruto panted, his arms heavy. I can't keep steady enough to attack fully. I can stay still long enough to use that technique. Kokio pushed herself up and glared at Naruto. So you've still got fight in you, hey? I'll have more fun with you then, she roared. Oh, Goku groaned as he lay on his back. He had gathered the energy for the Genki Dama, only to be nearly blown to bits by Vegeta's blast. Now all that power is gone. Goku pushed himself up, one eye closed. I didn't know he was so close, Goku grunted through clenched teeth. I was stupid. As he stood, he could feel the dead weight that was his left arm. My Genki Dama. My last hope, it's gone. Goku panted as the large Uzaru landed a ways off. You're out of everything else, aren't you? Vegeta called. Goku just stood there. No ki left in him. Nothing he could do. The large form of Vegeta walked up to Goku. Then bring up his foot. Die. The foot came down, but Goku jumped back and tried to jump away. But Vegeta swatted him like an insect and into a cliff. Goku bounced off and landed on his back. Vegeta jumped in Goku's direction. No. Vegeta stomped down on Goku's legs, breaking both. My legs! Goku yelled out in pain. Tisk, 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 silly me. I left you alive. Vegeta roared. Vegeta then brought one finger up and then down at Goku. Better hope you die. Unless you want to see the Earth destroyed, Vegeta yelled. As the finger came down, Goku swung his right arm up with all his might, firing a beam at Vegeta. Hitting his right eye, Vegeta yelled in pain. Just call it something to remember me by. He then flopped back. Hey, can't even move my hands. Vegeta growled. Impudent worm. He then brought his hand down on Goku. You've scarred my face. Then gripped tight round his body. I'll crush you, Vegeta yelled, squeezing with both hands. Goku yelled as Vegeta continued to squeeze. The cliffside exploded as Naruto impacted it. His body beaten. No amount of healing's going to help now, Fox. Naruto spoke to himself. Kokio gripped him by the legs. Arg! Naruto yelled as he hit the sand and water with incredible force. The pain. God, the pain. Naruto tried to pull himself forward when the foot lightly pressed against his body. Not so fast, now it's time for you to die, she growled. She opened her mouth. So long, Naruto Uzumaki. Kamehameha. Sasuke roared, firing down as Kokio, the woman, swung her arm, deflecting the blast to Sakura, who had tried to attack from behind. Fools. Thinking that would work, Kokio then turned to Naruto. Say goodbye to little Naruto. Naruto, who was now able to roll over with the release of the foot, blinked as he looked at his teammates. Get out of here. Naruto yelled out, but they didn't. Sasuke. Let's show her what happens when they mess with Konoha Shinobi. Sakura yelled, jumping up, arms back. Sasuke smirked. Hey yeah. Sasuke threw an orb as Kokio as Sakura attacked from the other side. She growled as she tried to hit them. Stop moving, you insects. She swung as Sasuke, only for her hand to phase through him. What? Chidori. Sasuke stabbed at the back of Kokio's head. The women yelled in pain. Arg. Shanaru. Sakura yelled as two pink blades sliced the tail off. Sasuke pushed off and jumped back. Sakura and Sasuke landed by Naruto. You okay? Sakura asked as Sasuke watched her. The woman held the back of her head. It stung like hell. The size of a bug bit, but it hurt like it was fist size. She glared at the pair. "What did you do?" she growled. Sasuke smirked. "I just gave you the taste of the Chidori," Sasuke said with a smirk. Kokyo growled. "Damn you," she spoke. She could feel her head going numb for the effects. "This isn't good." She put her hand into her pocket and pushed a button. Sasuke tensed, but remained still looking at her. "You're lucky. I'll run while I still have a chance," Kokyo growled. Sasuke didn't move. "Sasuke, stop her," Sakura called. She could see Sasuke still hadn't moved. "Sasuke?" she questioned, looking at her teammate. "Let her go," Sasuke spoke. "She's not going to harm us while she's too busy trying to help herself," Sasuke spoke, crouching by Naruto. "Sasuke," both questioned. "Come Sakura, let's get him out of here," Sasuke said as the spacecraft landed by Kokyo and she stumbled in. They watched it take off. "I'll leave the prince to his end," Kokyo mused to herself. "I must rest. I guess I'll say thanks for that much, Sasuke." Sasuke and Sakura helped Naruto up. "Okay, let's head for Master Roshi's," Sasuke spoke. "It would be best," Sakura added. Meanwhile, back with Goku's group, Kuririn stood atop a large pillar, holding the Genki Dama Goku formed for him to use. Meanwhile, Gohan held the now tailless Vegeta off below. Gohan jumped as Vegeta moved into attack, but the princess could easily follow the boy and threw an energy blast which Gohan just dodged. Then, touching the ground, retaliated. "That's the spirit. One last, futile effort," Vegeta yelled, fading as the attack shot on. Gohan could only stare. "He's so fast, hold still. If you keep jumping around like that, I'll never hit you." Kuririn spoke to himself as he waited for the perfect time to strike Vegeta. "Do not aim with your eyes. Feel his evil energy and throw," a voice spoke out. Kuririn looked about him. "Who said that?" Kuririn called. "I am Kaio, the Lord of Worlds. I taught Son Goku the energy ball," Kaio spoke. "Wait, just Goku," Kuririn spoke. "Naruto didn't have the power to do as Goku could," Kaio spoke. "But right now you hold the energy and the hope of the entire planet," Kaio spoke. Kuririn gulped. "Down below, I tried to tell your father, even an infinite number of lessers are no match for an elite," Vegeta spoke. Kuririn stood, watching from above, and waited. Vegeta smirked as he moved his hands apart. Gohan stepped back as Vegeta then unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Gohan jumped at the last second, but the attacks still kept coming. "Ha ha 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 ha," Vegeta laughed. "Feel it, feel the energy," Kuririn called to himself as he waited. Gohan bounced across the ground and lay in a pile of rubble. Vegeta dashed forward. "Take a good look, Kakaroto. Say goodbye to your son," Vegeta yelled. Kuririn's eyes snap open. "I've got it. What you doing? Throw it already," Yajirobe yelled out, who had been at the fight and helped in a small way to where they got to now. Vegeta glanced. "What? No. You idiot," with no other choice now that his cover was blown. He threw the ball forward. "Yeah," he yelled. "What is that?" Vegeta yelled. "Hit him," Kuririn yelled in hope. Vegeta jumped at letting it pass under his legs. Kuririn could only stare. The hope of the world gone. Kuririn could only watch as the orb flew at Gohan. "Gohan!" Kuririn yelled. Gohan just stared. "Gohan, you don't have evil energy. You can bounce it back," Goku called through his thoughts. Gohan blinked and followed his father's words, and bounced it back and up at Vegeta. The Saiyan Prince could only stare as the orb hit him. "No," was what was heard as he blasted up skyward. They only stared as Vegeta vanished into the sky. "Yahoo!" Kuririn yelled, jumping down. "We did it," he continued. "Goku, we did it." "Dad," Gohan called as he stumbled over. Both crouched beside Goku. We really beat him," Gohan spoke. "Course we did. You had any doubt?" "Ahem," Kuririn spoke with confidence. Hee hee. You both look pretty awful. And where did the others go? Goku asked. They went to Naruto. And speak for yourself. You're in a worse shape than us. Kuririn spoke. Goku blinked as he continued to look at the sky. Huh? Kuririn asked as he followed the line of sight, the Saiyan prince's body flying to the ground with a thump. It remained unmoving. The Saiyan. Gohan yelled. It's okay. Kuririn spoke. He's dead. Kuririn then jumped on over and looked at Vegeta. He was one nasty guy, but a brave foe. I guess I'll at least dig a grave, Kuririn spoke. For yourselves. Vegeta yelled. Everyone looked in fear. You've given me quite a beating, Vegeta said standing. I almost thought you had me on that last one, Vegeta said. Kaio watched from his planet with worry. How can this be? He took the energy ball full force. Kaio yelled. Naruto. Can you hear me? Kaio called. The three genin looked about. Kaio-sensei, Naruto spoke. Naruto. Vegeta is still alive even from the attack of the Genki Dama. You must help him. Kaio yelled. I can't, my body's too worn out, Naruto spoke. But, I'll go help. Sasuke spoke. Huh. Okay, who are you and where is Sasuke? Naruto asked. Shut it, Dobi. Just go and rest. Sasuke spoke, dashing off. Sakura and Naruto blinked. What the hell, they asked themselves. Vegeta smirked as he stumbled in his step, but he was still able to fight even with one eye out of order. You've taken a lot out of me, but I have enough strength to finish you. Vegeta yelled, whacking Kuririn aside. Vegeta looked at Kuririn. After I've killed you all, I'll take time to heal, and then I'll finally destroy Earth. Vegeta yelled. He then slowly made his way towards Goku. You pests, taxing my powers to the limit, actually hurting me, Vegeta panted. But what hurts me most is my pride, for struggling with scum like you, he growled. So die. Vegeta yelled as he powered up. Just die. He then crossed his arms. Yah. He yelled, releasing a large force of energy out around him. Sasuke scowled from a distance. This guy will be easy, he then smirked as his Sharingan came to life. The three tones spinning. Vegeta panted as he lowered his arms. A large crater round him from his blast, but as he looked about him. What's wrong with me? They should all be dead, he questioned. He slumped forward. The damage is worse than I thought. Then this will be easy. Vegeta glanced behind him. Sasuke stood there, arms crossed. Hey. You're pathetic. Not even worth an Uchiha's fight. Sasuke spoke, still smirking. Vegeta glared. Little brat. He yelled, turning to Sasuke. Sasuke smirked. You're no match for me. I can sense your power level. You're done. Hey. Easy kill. Sasuke said. Vegeta tensed. Damn, he's had time to recover from before. I don't think even with what I've got left can put this brat out. How dare you mock the Prince of all Saiyans? Vegeta yelled in an attempt to make himself look strong. Sasuke smirked. Not going to work, you've lost, Sasuke said, forming his stance. Now it's the end, your future is death. Sasuke dashed forward, keeping low. Vegeta swung his right leg out. Only for Sasuke to handstand and flip over him, then landing. Jumped at Vegeta, kneeing his back. Then rotated, bringing his knee into his chin. Then twisted, slamming his heel into Vegeta's chest. The Saiyan bounced across the ground. You stand no chance against the Prince of the Uchihas, Sasuke mocked. Vegeta stood with a scowl. Blast it, he growled. He watched as Sasuke walked up to him. Curses. Sasuke stopped in mid-step. What the hell, he questioned. A brown mass formed from where Gohan was. No, the brat grew a tail. Vegeta looked at the orb of light. No, he yelled. I won't let him transform, he yelled. Sasuke just stared. Transform, tail. Vegeta landed on the rock. The tail, he went for it, trying to remove it, only to be knocked over. Sasuke blinked, looking at the large ape. Saiyans become that, the beast stood. Kuririn looked at the large beast. Goku lost control in that state. But what about Gohan? He questioned himself. Only for Gohan to destroy a pillar. Kuririn covered his head. He's the same. Or, Kuririn asked himself. Did they actually lose their reason, or just regain their Saiyan savagery? He asked himself. The large Uzaru Gohan held a large boulder above his head. Gee, Gohan, the Saiyan. Go for the Saiyan. Kuririn yelled. Sasuke just stared. If Gohan can do that, a mental image of Sakura going through that. God, I don't want to be round her if she transforms. Sasuke's sweat dropped to himself. Do it, Gohan. Goku yelled as the large beast had stopped moving for a bit, fighting over his senses between human and beast. The ape yelled, bringing the boulder down on the Saiyan. Vegeta jumped out the way in time. I've got to cut that tail off. Vegeta turned, forming a disc of energy. The ape jumped, as did Vegeta, throwing the disc. It cut clean through, causing the ape to change back. The large form slowly shrinking. But not fast enough, as it came down on the Saiyan. No, I can't move. Vegeta yelled as he watched the large beast crash down on him. Sasuke slowly walked over as Gohan became normal again. This isn't over, Vegeta yelled, pushing a button like Kokyo had. Can nothing kill you? Sasuke asked with a smirk. Or is this your last? Bo, lightning began to chirp in the air. Time's up, Sasuke said, bring his arm up. Vegeta could only stare. Never before have I had to retreat, but to die, damn you Kakaroto. Sasuke stomped down on the Saiyan's chest. The large spacecraft landing behind him. Not so fast, Sasuke spoke. He brought his hand up. Arg! Stop, Sasuke. Sasuke froze. He turned to Goku. What the? I'm too hurt to talk. Just let Vegeta go. Just one request, Sasuke. Let him go. What you thinking? Sasuke yelled. He'll only come back stronger. Sasuke yelled. Yeah, probably. I know how dangerous he is, but I don't know how to say it. When I saw him about to die, I thought, what a waste. What? Sasuke spoke, just looking at Goku as Vegeta climbed into his ship. Stop him, Sasuke, Kuririn called. Sasuke, if I explain it my way you may not understand. But I enjoy the thrill of the fight. I was thrilled to fight such power. I guess it's my Saiyan blood. It's not smart, I know, but I swear I'll beat him next time. I'm gonna surpass him. Gonna beat him. I know it's wrong, but let me do it myself. Sasuke let the lightning die out. What am I doing? I should kill him now. Sasuke looked at Vegeta. The orb blasted into the sky and Sasuke just looked on. Kuririn walked over to Gohan and picked up the boy. It's okay, Gohan, it's okay. Kuririn spoke as he made his way to Goku. Sasuke blinked at the sound of whooshing and watched as a large craft came, flying down. It landed the other side of Goku. The second the door opened. Gohan. Chi-Chi yelled as she jumped over Goku and ran up to Gohan. Isn't she supposed to be the wife of Goku? Sasuke questioned himself as he glanced from Goku to Gohan. Yet Gohan isn't as bad a shape as Goku, even if he is a child. Sasuke glanced to Sakura. She waved. Naruto's resting. Inside. She called. The yells of Gohan's mother echoed in the background as Sasuke walked in. Sakura stared. I can't believe Goku married someone like her, Sakura spoke. I can't believe Sensei's dead, Naruto sighed. But if you can come back to life, so can Kakashi, Sasuke muttered. Yeah, if there were Dragon Balls, Naruto spoke. The three sat there as the others outside were sorting to Goku. You think we'll be stuck here? Sakura spoke. Don't know, don't care right now, Sasuke muttered. You know, in a way. Naruto said, grinning. I kind of like this place. I mean, sure, the people here are way stronger and can blow a planet up with a finger. But it's good, Naruto sighed. And what of your dream? Sakura asked. Don't know, Naruto muttered. Dreams can change, I guess, Naruto spoke. The three stayed quiet after that. Half an hour later Kuririn was explaining what he heard from the Saiyans. Namek, Bulma started. Kuririn nodded. They said that the home planet will most likely have them as well. So, if we can get to Namek, Kuririn stated. We can revive the others, Karen from Karen Tower spoke. And we could bring Piccolo back, Gohan yelled. This would also mean we'll get Kami and our Dragon Balls back, Kuririn stated. Kuririn, Bulma sighed. Where's the planet? We have no idea where it could be, Bulma spoke. Kaio-sensei, Naruto spoke out. He'll know, Naruto continued. You are indeed right, Naruto. Kaio spoke out to everyone. So you know where Namek is? Goku asked. Of course, they don't call me Lord of Worlds for nothing. Many of the others were still blinking as they could hear Kaio, but not see him. Oh, and Goku, Naruto, well done in your fights, and you guys as well. You all did well, Kaio spoke. Not even with Kaioken did it work, Naruto spoke. They were indeed powerful foes, but what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, Naruto. You'll do better next time, Kaio spoke. Hope so, Naruto sighed. Now, Kaio spoke as he read a book. The position of Namek is in Earth terms. Its bearing Su-83, 9045 YX, Kaio spoke. Well, like we'll know that, Naruto and Sasuke spoke. 9045 YX. Bulma spoke out in shock. Don't tell me you know what that means, Kuririn spoke. I do. Sakura spoke. Naruto and Sasuke stared blankly at Sakura. What, how can you know something like that? Both yelled. Sakura rubbed the back of her head. I'll never tell, she said with a grin. Mother knew a lot more than anyone. But, Kaio spoke. There have been troubles on Namek. And the entire race was wiped out. Oh no, Kuririn muttered. Now don't start worrying. Let me check, Kaio spoke looking for the right stop to stand. So that would mean, Karen spoke. That Kami escaped whatever happened? Karen questioned. And most likely lost his memory to the trauma of the tragedy, but didn't the Dragon Balls grant any wish? Sakura asked. Must have been too much even for the Dragon Balls, Roshi spoke up. Dear dear me. They're there, the Namekians are there. There are about 100 of them, but they're thriving again. Kaio cheered. Yes, Kuririn cheered. 100 of those guys, Yajirobe spoke. Don't worry. The Namekians are mostly a peaceful race. The Demon King Piccolo was most likely corrupted by the malicious humans he met along the way. Demon King, Naruto spoke out. We'll explain later, Kuririn spoke out. So we can go there now and revive them. Sasuke spoke up. Not so fast, it won't be easy, Bulma spoke after finishing her calculations. Huh? Everyone asked. By my calculations. Even if me and my father were to make the fastest rocket we can at this moment, it's going to take 4,339 years and 3 months. What? Naruto yelled out. Hey, what about the Saiyan ship? Kuririn spoke. We'll use that, he continued. But the Saiyans left. Roshi spoke out. Yeah, in a one-man ship from what I saw. So his dead buddies must have won, Kuririn spoke. Actually. The second one got away. Only one's left, Naruto spoke. So 2 of 3 got away then. We'll use the third, Kuririn spoke, not taking much attention to the third Saiyan getting away. I have this so we can call it to us, Kuririn spoke, pulling out a device. Vegeta dropped it. So we'll use it to call that other ship to us, Kuririn spoke. I hate hospitals, Naruto grumbled. Well, it's not what I wanted to hear, Goku spoke. 4 months of recovery and I may never get back to normal, he spoke. No worries, Karen spoke. In a month you'll be up and going again, seeing as I'll have some new senzu on the tree, Karen spoke. Me, Gohan and Naruto got off luckily. 3 days, Kuririn spoke. How can Naruto need 3 days, when he took almost as much a beating as Goku? Sakura asked. Naruto grinned. What can I say? I'm a fast healer. Naruto spoke. Yeah, if it wasn't for the fox I'd be dead or in Goku's position, maybe worse. Hey guys, Bulma called as she entered the room. Take a look at this, she said, turning the TV in the room on. Scientists conjecture that the globular object unearthed in the ruined eastern city may be a vessel of extraterrestrial origin, the man spoke. That's the Saiyan's ship, Kuririn yelled in surprise. What else? Bulma said. 3 of these objects were sighted initially, but 2 of them flew suddenly and inexplicably out of sight, the man continued. This isn't good. Roshi spoke. If the scientists already found it. That makes it more fun, Bulma said, holding the controller she had got from Kuririn. Think the look on their faces when the craft goes zooming away, Bulma said. Do you think it'll actually work? Kuririn asked. Kuririn, who's the genius in this room? I checked out all the controls last night. Bulma said in confidence. Just watch, we'll be able to see it live on TV. A blip here, a beep there, Bulma said, pushing the buttons. Watch that thing move, Bulma said as everyone tried to watch. I can't see, Goku called from his position. The craft was then engulfed in a blast. Huh? The group said, only to go to complete shock when something's happened. The object, it suddenly exploded. The remains of the spacecraft, if such it was, are scattered everywhere. Well done, genius, Sasuke said sarcastically. Shoot, I told myself don't touch the self-destruct button, Bulma yelled. It's all over, Kuririn spoke. You had to pick up the stupid remote, Bulma yelled at Kuririn. And you had to press the self-destruct button, Kuririn spoke. Excuse Mr. Popo. Bulma screamed like hell from the sudden showing of Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo stood outside the window on a flying carpet. The man was as black as night and a round man. He wore a purple vest with yellow running the edges. He wore white pants with a red sash. And small red shoes. Very small that you could almost think his feet could give way under him. He wore 2 yellow rings on his upper arms. And wore a turban with a blue gem on its front. To finish up, he had 2 round eyes with black iris, and a red mouth. Much to say, his face looked like a child's cartoon. Mr. Popo, Kuririn called in surprise. Indeed. The man spoke. Someone come, he called. There is a spaceship. Huh? The group replied. You're kidding, right? Kuririn asked. There's really another spaceship? Probably, Mr. Popo said. Who's that guy? Roshi asked. It's Mr. Popo, Karen spoke. He lives at Kami's lookout. He says he has been there since the current Kami-sama and the one before him and the one before that, Goku spoke. Back up, probably, Kuririn asked Popo. Probably a spaceship. But Mr. Popo cannot be sure. If someone comes, Mr. Popo will guide him, Mr. Popo said. Bulma, Kuririn spoke. Me? Bulma asked. Who else could figure out an alien spaceship? Kuririn asked. I don't know about this. Don't you think this guy has kinda shifty eyes? Bulma asked, a bit worried about going with someone she had no idea about. I'll go too, Sakura called. Yeah, so no chickening out on us now, Bulma, Roshi called. Bulma slowly crawled on while Sakura followed behind, flying beside the carpet. Mr. Popo will travel faster, Sakura, if you stay on the carpet. Mr. Popo spoke. Sakura nodded. Mr. Popo is off. Slowly, Bulma spoke. The 3 vanish in an instant. No more than a second later, the 3 were out in a windy area full of cliffs covered with snow. We're here. Get off, Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo spoke. Sakura and Bulma blinked. Huh? Already? Bulma yelled. Where are we? Sakura asked, jumping down, shivering from the cold like Bulma. Yunzabit Highlands. Mr. Popo spoke. Sakura blinked. That's the farthest corner of the earth. Bulma yelled in surprise. Why, you mean to tell me in that instant? Bulma spoke in surprise, to go from the western city to the farthest corner of the earth in an instant. Now let Mr. Popo see. Mr. Popo spoke, not paying attention as he looked for the ship, as they followed. I'm not sure a ship can really be out here, in a place like of all places, Bulma spoke. Well, he seems sure. I don't think we should doubt him if Goku speaks okay of him, Sakura said. Here it is. Huh? Sakura and Bulma spoke. Whoa, they both said as they looked at the ship. It was oval in shape with 7 spikes. 4 as legs, 3 on the upper part. 2 front, 1 at the back. It had 3 windows. 1 large on at the front with 2 at the lower corners of the first one. As the 3 get down, Bulma takes a closer look. Is it a spaceship? Mr. Popo asked. Let me get back to you on that, Bulma spoke. She tapped the craft and looked closer. This isn't even metal, I've never seen anything like it. Do you know what this is, Mr. Popo? Sakura asked, still wondering if the man knew any more. A century ago, Kami-sama spoke of his godly past to Mr. Popo, for the first and only time. Mr. Popo spoke. Kami-sama said that his god ship had lived in the Yunzabit highlands as a child. Then Mr. Popo said the Yunzabit is a wasteland. Why would a child be there? And Bulma asked. He did not know. Even his lordly mind was confused. Perhaps the godly head had been struck and his holy memory lost, Mr. Popo said. Mr. Popo asked again. Were his god ship's parents there? Kami-sama replied. No parents. Only a note reading, we will come for you later. Wait for us, Mr. Popo said. Just tell me where this is going. Bulma spoke. Mortal are so impatient. Mr. Popo comes to the point, Mr. Popo spoke. As his godliness wait those 20 to 30 years, he knew soon enough that his house was far different to the others, for it only opened with a single word, Piccolo. P, Bulma spoke in shock. A platform from under the ship opened and dropped down. Sakura hopped on with Mr. Popo while Bulma climbed on. So you open and close it by saying Piccolo? Sakura asked as the platform went up. Yes. Bulma looked left and right in shock. Look carefully. Is this a house? Or a spaceship? Mr. Popo asked. Bulma looked about. Since Kami-sama was a Namekian, if what the Lord of Worlds said is true, then this is defiantly a spaceship. Since I've never seen a house like this, Bulma said. She moved up to the console. How do we use it? Bulma asked Mr. Popo. Well, the doors work. So it must have some power. Sakura spoke from behind the large seat. Bulma looked across the console. Is this the main switch? No, maybe this one, Bulma said, trying the console. No. Damn, maybe it has a passcode or something. Bulma said as she continued to look about. I don't think these are buttons, but what are they? Some kind of sensor. Bulma blinked a second. That's it. Voice sensor. Like the word for the entrance, Bulma said. But it's most likely Namekian, Sakura spoke. Bulma sighed. Yeah, that's true, Ga, like anyone knows Namekian, Bulma spoke. Mr. Popo knows. Really, it worked? Naruto asked Sakura. Yeah, we went out to air, Jupiter. It was amazing, Sakura said as Bulma spoke to the others. Hey. I think Konoha will think we're crazy if we went back. With what we saw, Sasuke spoke. Sakura and Naruto blinked. Looking at him. Did he try make a joke? Naruto spoke. Sasuke glared as his face went red. He did. Ha ha ha. Naruto laughed. Shut up, Dobi. Sasuke growled, thumping Naruto's head. So it's going to be 2 months. I'm going for sure. You guys coming? Sakura asked Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I need makeup for being late for you guys, and to bring back Sensei, Naruto spoke. I'm in anyway. I could do with learning now skills, Sasuke spoke. Naruto blinked. Is someone yelling? The group turns to see Chi-Chi yelling at Gohan. Who cares about Piccolo? You're a little kid. You should act like one, Chi-Chi yelled. Be quiet. Everyone froze at that. Chi-Chi seemed to go into shock. My little boy, has become a delinquent, Chi-Chi mused to herself. Mom, now's not the time to be saying such things. Gohan spoke looking at his bedsheet. Everyone, we all fought for the Earth, We have to bring those who died back to life, and fight the Saiyans again. I can fight too. I have to do something, Gohan said. You lose, Chi-Chi, her father spoke. Let Gohan fly into space with your blessing. Ox King finished. Gohan, I'm proud of you. You've gotten so strong, Goku said to himself with a slime. Then we leave in 10 days, Bulma spoke. 5 days since then out in the forests. Bomb. The ground flew up as Naruto and Sasuke vanished and reappeared, striking blow for blow, blocking each strike. Sakura sat on the cliffside waiting to fight the winner. Come on Dobi, show me what you've got, Sasuke roared. Ah, both yelled as they dashed forward. Punching, kicking and doing so, blocking each move. Show me the same move you used at the Saiyan battle, Sasuke yelled as they broke away. Naruto smirked. You asked for it, this is the Kaioken, Naruto yelled, as he tensed. Kaioken ha! Naruto yelled, dashing forward. He strikes Sasuke in the chest with his right fist, then brought up his knee into his chin and grabbed his foot. Then spun, throwing Sasuke away into the trees. A bright flash of light formed. Kamehameha! Sasuke yelled. Naruto brought his right hand. Rasengan ha! Naruto yelled, firing his attack with his right. The two attacks met only to explode in a blaze of smoke. Sakura frowned as her entertainment vanished. Only the sound of kicks and punches echoed. A figure flew out the smoke. It was Naruto. Sasuke appeared above and rotated. Shishi Renge! Sasuke yelled. His heel drove into Naruto's chest only for him to vanish with an afterimage left. Sasuke turned to see Naruto, forming an orb of chakra. Sasuke's Sharingan formed and he formed his move. Raikiri. Both dashed forward. Arg. Both yelled, pushing the attacks against each other. Both were forced back and a ways apart. Both panting. Sasuke smirked. This isn't over yet Dobi, I'm winning this match. Naruto grinned back. Not yet, now take this, Naruto said, bringing one arm up above his head. And his right arm to for right. Sasuke watched as red ki formed round Naruto. Inferno, Naruto called as red energy formed in his hands. Sasuke blinked before clamping his hands together. Hey! This is a move sensei made during training, Sasuke said as his hands began to spark with electricity. Naruto swung his arms round, meeting at the right part of his chest. Sasuke brought his hands apart, showing a glowing orb swirling with lightning. He then brought his hands flat side by side, palms facing Naruto. Ha! Naruto yelled, firing a fire-swirling red beam with cupped palms. Rai ha! Sasuke yelled, firing a lightning-concentrated white beam. Both attacks met in a blaze. Both grunted as they pushed against one another. Sakura covered her eyes as the attack engulfed all in a bright light. 5 days after. Bulma looked up at the sky. Where are Gohan and the others? Bulma asked. Oh, Gohan said he was going to visit Goku before coming right over. The others not sure, Kuririn spoke. Bulma huffed. They popped by the capsule building. God knows how they found me. And asked if they could use some money to get equipment, Bulma said. When was that? Kuririn asked. 8 days ago. I can understand because this place is new to them. But to right out ask for money, you can't blame them, Kuririn spoke. I guess, poor guys, I bet they miss their home, and they've been gone a year. Bet their family, miss them, Kuririn nodded. A whooshing noise and both Kuririn and Bulma looked to see Ox King waving. Like you could really miss him? Sorry, we're a little late. Ox King spoke. Hooey. So this is a spaceship. Amazing. Ox King said, looking at the craft. Now then, Gohan. Be careful. Chi-Chi spoke, pulling her son from the car. Both Bulma and Kuririn collapsed as they saw Gohan dressed in uniform for a dinner party. Be sure to brush your teeth after every meal. Chi-Chi spoke. Oh, okay. Gohan spoke. Whoa, Gohan, what's with the hair? A voice spoke and all turned to Team 7. Naruto stood there wearing orange pants like before with black boots with an orange strip down the middle and along the base. He wore a black sash but that couldn't be seen because of his long black shoulder-length shirt that went down to just above his knees. It had a blue leather belt that tied round his waist. On the front was a metal circle with the Leaf Village crest. He wore an orange vest that left some of the black shirt sleeves showing. On the back was the symbol for Kaio. He wore 2 orange wristbands with black strips running along the top, middle and bottom. A backpack carried his stuff hanging over his shoulder. Need an idea of what he looked like? Look up on DeviantArt for Goku AF. And you'll find what you're looking for soon enough. It's in my faves if you use my links. Sasuke stood there with black pants like Naruto, as well as the same footwear. He wore a white sash but had a sleeveless, tied black vest on. No undershirt. He had the symbol for the Uchiha clan on the back. He had 2 plated wrist guards and carried a blade at his back. Like in Shippuden. Same blade too. His leaf headband was clipped to his vest. It was in 2 pieces making a ping noise as the tapped. His backpack too on his shoulder. Sakura stood there wearing the clothing like Piccolo's. A dark blue vest and pants. With short footwear. But what her village crest, on her waist with blue wristbands. She too was carrying a backpack on her right shoulder. Gohan blushed in embracement. Dad laughed too, Gohan said. We better get going, Bulma spoke. As the group stepped on, Roshi spoke to Kuririn. We're counting on you. Be sure to find the Dragon Balls. Yes, Kuririn said, shaking. With Roshi before stepping on. The floor closed beneath them and the 4 looked about. Wow, Naruto spoke. Okay, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. The 3 turned to Bulma. Since we're going to be spending a month in here, it will get crowded in here over time. So I made these. These will change your size. I know it sounds odd. And I'll explain it later. But use them for sleeping seeing as we'll need as much space as possible. The group blinked. Who? They all mused to themselves. Now hurry up and sit down, Bulma commanded. The 5 did so and sat in the chairs around the room. 5 seconds to take off. Destination. Planet Namek. Bulma yelled. With that the ship took off. Sigh, collapsed. I did it. I did it. Yes, finally I was beginning to think I was going to leave this to go moldy, but I did it. Now I hope you enjoyed this because I'm like as said without Katen Shadow. I have talked to him, and he's left me to my doings. Hope you liked my outfit change. And there is still some to come. If we survive Wednesday. If not, well, you got a good ending to the first saga before the end of our world. I don't buy it, but it's good for fun. And in case you're wondering, look up the LHC. It's a $14 billion project that could kill us all. Well, that's what I've read. Oh, and some stuff will be explained in the next chapter, the Frieza one. But what? I cannot say. I did this for you guys who were enjoying it. And T is going to remain a Naruto Sakura. Sasuke. I may give him the Saiyan. I do have some ideas for the future. Well, that's it from me. Oh, and I spell checked the last chapter. So go and reread it. I did and made up for the poor work I did, later. Oh, and I've done another DBZ Naruto, rolls eyes, I know, but this one is O. And not following the DBZ line. It will follow the Naruto. But I'm not following the canon's events. But some will still happen, it's called Guardian. Narusaku my style. Oh, and to those who haven't yet. Please take a read of Way of the Dragon. It's DBZ Bleach and Naruto. But none have all the skills. One is DBZ based. One is Bleach aimed. And one is Naruto with skills of Bleach. Meaning Naruto with Tensa Zangetsu. Seeing as NBZ was a flop for trying what I did. But I may do it again. Without Bleach. Like I said, if we survive Wednesday. Now I must go. Oh, and if you guys have Xbox 360. And want a game on burst limit or some other game like Halo 3 or COD 4 or something, give me a bell at Namikaze 408. Hehe. Later. Vanishes with Shunk and Ito. Frieza Saga begins. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or DBZ in any way, shape or form. The only things I own are the OCs. Chapter 10. Frieza Saga Chapter 1 Ball Quest begins. N.A. Hey, we survived. Bit anticlimactic to the end of the world, don't you think? Oh well. Anyway. I'm changing from Ki to Kai, but the title will remain Ki-Wielding Ninja. And since I've left this for so long, I'll do this for S-Bit, and leave my sequel to Way of the Dragon in the waters of my mind. Now onward, now let's see how I do. Also, what theme tune would suit this saga? I mean, they had the same for the first two than the last two, but nothing more. So what you think? I say the theme from Budokai Tenkaichi 1 would be a good one for this saga. Okay, I got a bit bored, so I thought I'd add this for a beginning. I thank the DBZ Abridged for the idea for this. Nappa, Kyoko and Vegeta on the way to Earth. Are we there yet? No. 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 Hey Vegeta. What? Can we stop at the bug planet? Nappa, if it will shut you up for 5 minutes. Then fine, Vegeta growled. Minutes later. Well, this is fun, Kyoko spoke as she watched a black mass float by. Instantly the ground exploded. Hey guys, look, the locals. Nappa spoke as they looked at the large bugs being ridden by bug soldiers. Seems they brought a welcome service, Vegeta spoke. You know guys. On some planets, they really appreciate foreign commune. It really brings in the revenue, Nappa spoke as one soldier drew a blade. They'll probably treat us like royalty. The three sat in the cell. Well, Vegeta started. Yeah, Nappa spoke. I say, a bugman spoke up. You three have also been imprisoned by our fascist king. As the guy spoke, Nappa spoke to his comrades. Hey Vegeta, what is it? Vegeta asked. We're in prison Vegeta, we see that Nappa, Vegeta spoke. Hey. What? Vegeta asked. Don't drop the soap. I swear to God Nappa. I will shoot you, Vegeta growled. As you can see, the bugman said after talking without knowing they weren't listening. Many questionable people have been locked away in here, he said looking to the green bug beside him. Welcome to Oz bitch. It spoke. That's right, he said pointing at Vegeta. You with the spiky hair. You're going to be my bitch. Kyoko stifled a snigger. The prince's eye twitched. I'm going to sell you for a cigarette, but not before I violate you, because you're my bit. Up above a large purple bug sat on his throne. I love ruling this planet with an iron fist, right my queen? Both gripped the chairs as an explosion went off. What in the great moon was that? Hi, who the fuck are you three? Hi, I'm Nappa. This is Kyoko. And that's Vegeta, he was a prison bitch. Shut the hell up Nappa. Vegeta growled. Anyway, we're here because my larger partner is an idiot, Vegeta spoke. Now that we have that out of the way, I think I'll just kill you and... Hey Vegeta, Nappa spoke. Oh god, what now? I think that's their queen. I'm curious on how they breed. Oh god Nappa, that's disgusting, Kyoko spoke. I agree, Vegeta spoke. I say we just, hey you guys, Nappa spoke interrupting Vegeta. Breed for us, Nappa asked. Why should we listen to you? You're surrounded by my 13 elite. Nappa blasted the 13 dead guards. Well, you heard him honey, the thing spoke. They're not doing anything, Nappa spoke as Vegeta and Kyoko closed their eyes. They're standing on top of each other, and they begin with the sound of cracking. There they go, Nappa said grinning. As they went through the process, Nappa took a picture. Kyoko and Vegeta answer their calls. Oh, god damn it Nappa, both yelled as they saw the picture. After breeding finished, there. I've done my wife. Will you now leave us in peace? The king asked. Actually no, I'm still going to kill you, Vegeta spoke. Summon the Ranger, the king called. Vegeta, it's, Nappa spoke. It's so cute, Nappa yelled as they looked at the large bug. Can I keep it? Can I keep it? Nappa called. Fine, just catch it or something, Vegeta spoke. Yay, here boys shake. Nappa yelled catching its hand as it attacks. He snapped a finger off. Arg, Got your finger, Nappa said, enjoying himself. He brought his arm above his head. Okay boy, now. Catch the ball, Nappa called, summoning Kai into his hand. Catch the ball, the beast looked on in fear. The ball hit him and the beast was no more. Ah, Nappa yelled as the dust cleared. I broke it, Vegeta. It must have been made of something weak, like papier-mâché, or radits, Nappa spoke. Please, I'll do anything you want, I'll give you riches, the king spoke as he ran for it. Vegeta raised his fingers. The ground broke up around them. Women. Air, what you doing? He asked. I'm about to rock you, Vegeta spoke as he smirked, like a hurricane. I love that song, the king called, only to yell as a rock blasted through his chest, and died. Ha! Did you see that, you too? Vegeta called. That was totally bad. Nappa. What you doing? Kyoko asked, stopping Vegeta's rant. I'm cuddling it, Kyoko. It's dead, Nappa, she spoke. No, Nappa cried. I remember when we first got him, cue the last minute with the bug. Yeah, good times, he said. You have freed our race. The prisoner cheered. You three are the greatest heroes, note our planet, we will erect statues of you. Isn't that nice, Vegeta? Nappa spoke. Out of our dung, the three just stared. Isn't that nice of them, Vegeta? We're leaving you too, Vegeta spoke as they floated to their pods. K, Nappa spoke. Look at us, Vegeta, Nappa spoke as they left the planet. We save an entire race from tyranny, Nappa stated. They came to a stop and looked at the planet. We're heroes, Vegeta, a couple of, as. Nappa said that Vegeta blew the planet up. Haha. Haha, tragic, Nappa said. Ha ha ha. I love that episode. While our heroes travel, we must move off to our Saiyan prince. 4X Planet Frieza number 79, on the 18th day after Vegeta left Earth. Two men sat about playing at work when the computer went off. Is it Lord Frieza? One asked as he went up to the screen. It couldn't be, he just went out. The other replied as he came up. Round type. It's a combatant. The second one continued. This. Signal. It's Lord Vegeta. That explains Kyoko's arrival earlier. Guess she escaped first. The man pressed his scouter. This is Control. Lord Vegeta has arrived. Someone get medics down. For all we know, he could be in similar condition to Kyoko's. Here it comes. One called. Only one? Where's Nappa's? Another called. The pod hit the ground and they ran over and looked in. He's on life support, one of the three called. We need to get him to the treatment center now. Your tail, like Kyoko was unable to be regenerated, the alien in charge of the treatment center spoke. TCH. So the girl lived too. Hey, where's she now? Vegeta asked as he got change. Headed off somewhere, I think after Frieza, who's gone to Namek. What? Vegeta yelled and then quickly ran off. Damn it. Frieza must have heard through our scouters. Damn you, Frieza. And you, Kyoko. I'll make you pay for up and running. Hey Vegeta. A purple alien spoke. Piss off, Kiwi. I'm not in the mood for your ugly face, Vegeta called, running by. Oi, you bastard. Kiwi yelled. XXXXXXXXXX 34th day after leaving Earth, Bulma and company finally reached their destination, planet Namek. So that's Namek. Naruto spoke, looking down from the window. Wow, it's pretty, Sakura spoke. Fasten your seatbelts, we're in for a bumpy landing. Bulma called, sitting down. That's if we can find a place to land at all, Bulma spoke. The group grunted as the ship hits the ground. We did it, we've landed on planet Namek, Bulma cheered. Bulma then walked over to a machine. Now to check the atmospheric composition. Now we need to know the oxygen level. So luckily I brought oxygen masks. Bulma fell backwards as she saw the 5 of them had gone outside. Wow, it's like where Piccolo took me and Sakura Nichan to train, Gohan spoke. Must have been instinct to him then, Naruto asked. Oh, yeah, why don't you fellows just stroll on out? The group glances to Bulma, unsure why she was angry. Did you bring lawn chairs? Bulma then pulled out her radar. Sheesh, let's just start looking for the Dragon Balls. Bulma growled. Air, we do something, Kuririn whispered. The four shook their heads. Hey look. There are Dragon Balls here, Bulma yelled as Kuririn looked. Meanwhile Team 7 and Gohan seemed to be sensing something. That's some strong Kai, Naruto spoke. TCH, nothing we can't handle, Sasuke spoke. I doubt any of us are ready to face that, Sakura spoke. Kuririn, Gohan called. There's some strong Kai that way, Kuririn walked over. Yeah, all of them. What could it be? Kuririn asked worried. It's probably the Namekians, duh. If they're like Kami-sama and Piccolo as strong as they were. The real Namekians are going to have amazing Kai power, Bulma called. But, Gohan started. Yeah, evil, that's what they are, Kuririn spoke. Come on, don't be worried. Remember. Lord of Worlds said Namekians are gentle peaceful, and isn't that exactly the same way the radar showing 4 balls grouped together? Bulma said. Why yeah. It's only the Namekians, Kuririn said. So let's go see them, Bulma spoke. Instantly the group's attention was caught to the sound of whizzing noise. The glance up to see a space pod. Kuririn had a worried face on him as did Sakura, but not as bad as Kuririn's was. Bulma as a nervous look. But Gohan just stared. Both Sasuke and Naruto had a smirk. Sasuke more than Naruto. It may have been in their related blood. But they were looking forward to a rematch with the Saiyans as they watched the ship land. Was that what I think it was? Kuririn asked. Same design. But far newer and different logo, if what I remember from seeing it with my Sharingan, Sasuke spoke. Naruto nodded. I agree with Sasuke on that one. Then that means, Sakura started. They're here for the Dragon Balls too, Kuririn growled in annoyance. Then we best head back to Earth now. Bulma called. Not wanting to get caught by the Saiyans was the only thing on her mind. No way, Naruto spoke. Yeah, we came all this way, hey. Why not show them that we aren't pushovers, Sasuke said. But, you can go back if you like, you two staying or going? Sasuke asked Kuririn and Gohan. He had no doubt Sakura was staying. I'm staying, you Gohan? Kuririn asked. Why yeah, Gohan replied. Bulma, pass Sakura the radar. Sasuke called, but blinked as he lost sight of her. He glared to his right as the women sneaked off. Listen, I'll just head back, grab Goku and return. Wait here. I'll be back in 2 moments, Bulma muttered as Sasuke stood in front of her. Radar. Then you can go. Sasuke spoke his hand out. Or would you want to know how shinobi handle problems? Sasuke spoke. It wasn't anything to joke really. Sasuke still had that darker ninja side to him that the other two had let slide for this newer fighting style. But both were more ready to scare her to get the radar than to really harm her, like Sasuke would. Air, yeah, Bulma said going to get her radio. So he's here too, and here I thought he was dead. Oh well, Kyoko spoke looking at the smoke from where the pod went down. I bet Vegeta hasn't learned anything new like me. Hey, them Earthlings sure have a handy skill with Kai sensing and in both raising and lowering. Just wish the Dragon Balls didn't give it off or I could swipe one. Kyoko muttered as she kept her senses on the closest untouched village away from Frieza. I would go do something, but I'll wait to see how things go, she muttered to herself, putting the scouter on. This way I can see when they lose one and when I can strike, can't let them get too far ahead. Now the Earthlings, I can sense the boys, I could use their help, but then again, I can beat them now as I'm far stronger than I was before, hey. Like I said, I'll leave the work to them, Kyoko spoke before going to rest, seeing as she didn't need to raise a finger to get her balls. So, Zarbon and Dodoria are with Frieza too, Vegeta said gliding across the water. Now to get my Dragon Ball before that blasted girl or Frieza gets them, after all I want my immortality, Vegeta spoke to himself. Air, that isn't good, Naruto spoke as Bulma called to Earth. Another, Kuririn yelled as they watched another space pod come crashing down. In a small village on the planet Namek. Dead Namekians lay on the ground. It is ours. Lord Frieza. An alien yelled as he carried the oversighted Dragon Ball out one of the many dome houses. It had 3 stars. Thank you, Frieza said. He was a short man with purplish-pink skin. 2 horns poked out of his head. He sat in a small hovercraft big enough for him only. Now we have 3. To his left was a round pink puffer fish-looking alien. And to his right was a tall blue man that looked more or less human. Each wore the same armor as Vegeta, and only the 2 at the sides wore scouters. Look after it well. Dear Dodoria, Frieza said, looking at the pink man. I hear Vegeta is after them. Frieza said. Yes sir, Dodoria said. Lord Frieza. The blue man said. Kiwi has arrived in pursuing Vegeta, and it appears Kyoko too. Also 5 power levels, all being around the same level. All had just vanished off the scouter. Not one has returned on screen. We're investigating the area of the readings. With luck we'll know soon what they were. Frieza nodded. Fine. But our priority is the rebellious Vegeta and now Kyoko too. Frieza said. Kiwi will dispatch them. Vegeta and Kiwi always did hate each other, the blue man said. At the impact zone where Vegeta landed, a purple-skinned man, wearing the same armor and scouter, smirked. You won't get away, Vegeta. I'll see to that myself. Kiwi yelled, chasing Vegeta's chi energy. With the orders of Lord Frieza, I'm assigned to kill you. Finally I can kill you. Kiwi yelled. Vegeta stood on a cliff looking in Kiwi's direction. I'll wait for you. Don't dawdle, he said with a smirk. With these people showing up, maybe we should go too, Kuririn said, panicking. But if we do, they'll get their hands on the Dragon Balls. Gohan said. Look, Naruto said. We all stay. Who? Bulma, Kuririn and Gohan spoke. The Dobi's right, we stay and fight. We beat them on Earth. Well, beat them here, Sasuke stated. Someone coming, Sakura said, looking in the direction of the cliff not far. Probably a Namekian, Kuririn said. One of Frieza's men popped around the corner. What is that? One said as the other followed. They aren't Namekian, both groups said. No matter. The armored goon said. Our orders were to kill everyone on this planet, one said, holding a laser gun. They're not Saiyans. But they wear the same armor, Kuririn said. Let's see what they do, Sasuke said. Both flew up a bit into the air above them. These people have no combat power. Just tourists, one said. Make sure they don't run. Take the ship first. Right, the alien replied, shooting a hole through the ship the group came in. The ship, Bulma yelled. Ha ha, now the tourists, one said, holding his laser up. The girl first, he said, aiming at Sakura. Swish. Swish. Naruto and Sasuke appeared past the 2 in seconds. Click, the sword clicked back in its sheath on Sasuke's side while Naruto had a fine katana. It vanished in a puff of smoke. And back into a seal on Naruto's wrist. Hey, what you think he learned from his dad? Just jutsu? Both bodies fell with 4 splashes. Whoa. The rest said. The blue man's scouter beeped. Something troubling you, Zarbon? Frieza asked. Lord Frieza, it appears the recon team sent out was beaten. 2 power levels just burst to life and vanished with the 2 men, Zarbon spoke. And their level? Dodoria asked. From what I got it was around 500, but our men would be able to handle that level, Zarbon spoke. It appears we're going to need to learn more about them. If you find them again, kill them, Frieza spoke. Vegeta's eyes moved off in one direction. Where did that come from? Was it Kyoko? No, it was too controlled. Vegeta looked back at his foe with a smirk. Hey. Kiwi said. With your level of power, you stand no chance. Vegeta grinned. You know, I learned something while on Earth. Hey. What was that? To run? Kiwi asked. It was to how to conceal your power level. Vegeta yelled as he powered up. Kiwi stumbled back as his scouter read the power level, and as it hit 22,000, it blew up. Now Kiwi was not as confident as before. Zarbon blinked as his scouter blew. What's the matter, Zarbon? Dodoria spoke up looking to his comrade. It's just a malfunction, it just said Vegeta's power level went up past 22,000. Zarbon spoke with a bit of worry. Hey. It must be malfunctioning. You scouter's a lemon, Dodoria spoke up with a smirk. He sweated a bit as his scouter read the numbers. What the? Dodoria said. Zarbon asked. Vegeta's power level, it's gone beyond 24,000. 24,000? That's higher than us. Zarbon said. Maybe it's a malfunction as well. Dodoria said, pressing buttons. And the correct number? Zarbon asked. This can't be right. Dodoria said. I have the latest version on the market. He can't be 24,000. Dodoria said. I mean, he could barely make it to 18,000 inches. Why you surprised? Frieza said. He's been on the front lines of battle way more and longer than you two. He must have learned something while on Earth. Frieza said. And surely 24,000 is not beyond your own impressive powers. If you work together. Frieza sighs. I suppose he wants eternal life as much as me, Frieza said. That the only way he could surpass me. Frieza said. And that is why he went to Earth. To get that power. Still it is rash of him, Frieza said, chuckling. To rebel against me. Kiwi was in trouble. He had never expected Vegeta to be this strong. Wait, Vegeta. Kiwi said, waving his hands in front of him. Let me help. How about it? Kiwi said. I've secretly hated the Frieza for a long time myself. Kiwi said, trying to fool the Prince of Saiyans. With our combined power we can take down Zarbon and Dodoria no prob. And here I thought you were just a coward. Vegeta said. But a lying coward too, Kiwi, Vegeta said. Trust me, Vegeta. Kiwi said, clenching his fist. Oh, Lord Frieza. Kiwi yelled, looking behind Vegeta. What? Vegeta yelled, looking back. Fool. Kiwi yelled, launching a Kai attack. Then going to a rapid fire in case he dodged it. As he finished he looked at the area before him. Ha ha ha. Better liar than a fool. Never. That's it? Vegeta said behind Kiwi. What a pathetic attempt at strategy. Kiwi stepped back. UHN, he yelled, trying to escape. It's over, Kiwi, Vegeta yelled, following him. With his increased power and speed, Vegeta got in front of Kiwi in seconds. Vegeta landed a blow to the stomach. Kiwi was sent flying. Hey, Vegeta then pointed his fingers at Kiwi. Kiwi was then reduced to nothing. Ah, I've always loved fireworks. Then his power really is 24,000. Dodoria said as he watched the energy level vanish. He swatted Kiwi like a fly. No matter. Frieza spoke. Let's move on to our 5th Dragon Ball. One of the henchmen came over. We picked a reading of 10 or so Namekians in that direction. He said. Excellent. Let's hope they have a Dragon Ball, Frieza said. In the meantime, no one let their guard down. There are other beings here need you forget. Yes, Master, Zarbon said. Let's be off, Frieza said. Can't you move faster, Bulma? Kuririn asked. We decided to find somewhere safe for you. Kuririn said. Can't you guys fly? Why not carry me? Bulma asked. If we did that we wouldn't be able to hide our Kai. Gohan said. Hey. Kuririn said, pointing to a cave. We'll be hard to spot there. Bulma began to start crying on how long they may be stranded on the planet. Hey Kuririn. You sense that Kai? Gohan said. Yeah, I do. Kuririn said. They could be Namekians. Kuririn said. Yeah. Kuririn looked behind him. Hide, he yelled. There's another strong Kai coming. The group quickly hid. As the group took cover, each had a worried look. Naruto and Sasuke were the closest and had their Sharingan scanning the field. They're too far to spot us, Sasuke spoke. Why you guys? Sakura started. The group tense as the large crew of Frieza's passes by. With speed. After they had passed all but Bulma, who couldn't sense Kai, had froze. Even Sasuke had it in him to have a cold sweat down his face. From the raw power they felt from Frieza. Bulma, Check to see on the radar F for me. Kuririn stuttered. Who? 4. There were 4 in their group. 4 Dragon Balls, Naruto spoke. Bulma looked at the radar. Yeah. She spoke, making the group jump a bit. They were carrying 4 balls, Bulma said. Looking at them, she blinked as she saw their faces. Why you guys felt that right? F from the second to the front, Kuririn asked. The power, Sakura muttered. That power, Naruto gulped. Far stronger than the Saiyans, and for someone his size, Naruto spoke. Sasuke clenched his fist. Damn it, they're heading for another ball, Bulma spoke. She then pointed in a direction. That was, about 14 kilometers, she spoke. Okay. Gohan, you come with me, we'll scout out. If too many of us go, then they may sense us. Kuririn spoke to Team 7. They glanced to each other, then nod. Fine, Sasuke spoke up. As Gohan and Kuririn left, Team 7 looked to each other. So what we do now? Sakura asked as Bulma was left to herself. Training, both boys are said. But, how can we train? We did that on Earth, Sakura asked. Chakra control training, both said, glancing at each other. While I was dead, a shinobi came and taught me some skills and how to use my chakra better, Naruto said. And Kakashi trained me, Sasuke stated. So you guys want to teach me how to use my chakra better? Why? Simple. Where we may have Kai, our chakra is not as diminished, Sasuke said. Yeah. So by having better control on our chakra, we can have a backup from our Kai, Naruto said. Sakura glanced between the two. Okay then, Sakura said. It took 30 minutes before Gohan and Kuririn reached a hill just before the small Namekian village. Both slowly glanced over. Hey. There are houses that look like our spaceship, Gohan muttered to Kuririn as they looked at the buildings. Kuririn watched Frieza and his men. What are they doing? Kuririn asked. He eyed the 3 standing together. That being Frieza, Zarbon and Dodoria, the others don't matter, only those 3 together, they have incredibly strong Kai, Kuririn spoke. He blinked as he saw what the 2 on the sides of Frieza were carrying. Look at what the 2 guys on each side are carrying. Dragon Balls. They're huge. Kuririn spoke out. Dodoria glanced in their direction. Only to find nothing. What's the matter, Dodoria? Frieza asked. I detected a very small power reading in that direction. Must have been a small animal or insect, he said. On the other side, Kuririn and Gohan had ducked low. Eesh, that was close. Kuririn spoke. Phew, Gohan replied. They both peered back over. Master Frieza, we found only 5 of them. A henchman spoke out from a house. The rest had just slipped out. With that, the henchmen and Namekians walked outside, now. If you don't want to die. One spoke up. Kuririn stared in amazement. They look just like Kami-sama and Piccolo. They're Namekians. Come on. Step forward. Move it. The henchman spoke, knocking one of the younger Namekians forward. They're 3 elders and 2 children in the village. What they going to do with the Namekians? Kuririn muttered. Kuririn. Are they all Saiyans? Gohan asked as he noticed the same armor that Vegeta wore. No, they have the same clothes, but they're not Saiyans, Kuririn spoke. Beside, the only Saiyan left should be Vegeta. Except you and Goku, Kuririn spoke. Then? Gohan asked. Come to think of it, Goku's brother said, we exterminate the natives of planets and sell them to aliens. Maybe they're in on that too. Kuririn concluded. But it doesn't look like Vegeta's here. Is he looking for Dragon Balls somewhere else? Kuririn said as he glanced about. Back with Frieza, the Namekians were shocked to see 4 Dragon Balls in Frieza's already. Figure of speech. I am called Frieza. Frieza spoke up. As you can see, I am collecting your Dragon Balls. Where are the others, by the way? We had noted that there were 10 of you, Frieza spoke. The Namekians remained quiet. Are you planning to remain silent? We will have to kill you, Frieza warned. The elder began to speak in Namekian tongue. Please speak in a tongue that we understand, not Namekian. We know that you can speak our language, Frieza stated. The others went out to work in the fields. The only ones here are the elderly and the children, the elder spoke. There you go. Frieza spoke. As long as you cause no trouble and answer us, you will be perfectly fine. Frieza said. Gohan and Kuririn listened on. Now, on to other questions. Frieza started again. Where is the Dragon Ball? There is one here, I'm quite sure of that, Frieza said. I don't know, I mean, we don't have anything like that, the elder said, trying to lie. Frieza chuckled. My dear Dodoria, if I recall, the second Namekian we killed said something quite interesting. Frieza spoke, glancing to the large pink man. Yes. Something to the effect that these people will only hand over the Dragon Balls to great heroes, Dodoria said. Ah, yes. He was very stubborn, and would not cooperate with us. So we killed another as a lesson, Frieza said calmly. This put the Namekians on edge. The others on the cliff were stunned. He told us many things, Frieza said. The maker of the Dragon Balls was the great elder of this planet, who delegated to 7 other elders, dispersed over the planet, the guardianship of each of the 7 Dragon Balls. To obtain one, you must have a contest of wits or strength, or explain the reason for the wish you desire, Frieza said. And only after you are deemed worthy by each of the 7 elders can you possess them all. I tried to do as he said, but he said he would never give the ball to me, so I killed him. This made it quite troublesome locating the first ball, Frieza said. How could you? The elder growled. Meanwhile Vegeta and no doubt Kyoko listened to this. The other 3 we have obtained easily. Everyone was happy to oblige. Frieza's voice rung through on Vegeta's scouter. I see, Vegeta said, grinning. So that's how it is. Back with the Namekians, who were now not too pleased. Happy to. Liar. The Namekian yelled. You killed them too. The other elder growled. The other elders would never give the Dragon Balls to you, he continued. No, really. They obliged quickly when we did this, Frieza said. Mr. Zarbon, please demonstrate, Frieza asked. Yes, sir. Zarbon vanished and appeared above one of the elders. They only had time to look up before one was struck down and killed. With a swift kick to the neck, he landed with a thud. Monster. Another elder yelled, attacking. Zarbon turned with a smirk. Don't. The elder called as Zarbon flicked the Dragon Ball into the air. Then jumping as the elder fired a beam hitting one of the henchmen. The Namekian landed and looked up. Zarbon fired a beam killing another. The smoking heap hit the floor with a thud. I can't believe them, Kuririn muttered. How awful. Gohan muttered back. What do you think? Frieza asked the lone Namekian elder. Do you feel inclined to oblige a little more now? He asked. Why do you want the Dragon Balls? What will you wish for? The elder asked as he held the children close. Oh, a simple wish. Merely eternal life for myself, Frieza said. What? Kuririn spoke. Then what about Vegeta? He was also after eternal life, Kuririn spoke. Maybe, they're not in on it with Vegeta, Gohan said. Could it be? Kuririn asked. I cannot give the Dragon Balls to a creature like you, the elder spoke. Even if it means my life, he stated. Ho ho. So you would choose death, rather than make me happy, Frieza spoke. People on this planet really are stubborn. But would you be able to remain so stubborn, when faced with the deaths of those children? Frieza asked. What? The elder spoke out in shock. Surely not even you would murder children, the elder questioned. Up on the cliff, Gohan growled in anger. Dodoria took not to power levels on his scouter. He glanced to his right. Combat power, Dodoria spoke out. Master Frieza. Look. Dodoria continued. 3 Namekians were closing in. Gohan and Kuririn watched on, while the elder looked relieved. Done. Hee. I feel this is turning bad on my part, seeing as now I have given Naruto 3 elements. Lightning, wind and fire. What do you think? Should I leave it as it is, or go back and make minor changes, or continue on? Notice I would like to say sorry for not doing any more work, and I would like to say sorry for the fact I can't do this FIC anymore. My work got more fun, plus Kaden wasn't really around to help, so. Anyway, I've put up a challenge sheet for anyone who wants to have a go. I'll leave this work here so you can look back at it. But you're just going to have to hope for something else. Thanking for enjoy Kaden's work, just wish mine was as popular, but anyway. Thank you again, and I'm sorry you may have been disappointed. From Gajita.